Good morning, good morning, good morning to you. It's a good day, 'cause I found you. Each day is better and better evermore. So enjoy this course. Love will. Well, we are getting ready and shall be reading very soon as we get our words all in proper order, which pretty much are. If you use us or not, all we give out are blessings upon blessings of goodness, protection, and love evermore. And we speak these blessings in their native tongue. I should say in their native tongues. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I had a couple. Nope, that is correct order. Very good. Very good. And Chinese. So we got Chinese, we got Japanese, we got Egyptian, which some would call Kemetic. We have Sumerian, Mesopotamian, Sanskrit, Scandinavian, got some Druidic and Celtic. And you want the most out of these blessings, all you gotta do is be tuned in. Ooh, secondary candle. Yes, yes. We've got one candle going already. I just made sure to have that going. Now, a little trick that I like to use is that the butane fuel is not a pure fuel. It's like not all that great of a fuel source. So I'm gonna light the wood of an incense stick, and then use that to light the candle. Ooh. We got a couple surprises for later today. Wonderful. Alrighty. Very, very good. It's a good day because you're here. Circle now, we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be. Between the world of men we know, and with the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve contained in thy spirit to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated these who may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together for as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee, loving, living, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and one and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness and day and night, I bid you collide or rekindle the these warrior spirits, breath of life into their bodies and cause, having their arms. The wise warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness are rising with the powers of Gwenvile. Like the blight that speak dark night and are right. Zikia Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Zikia Kampa, Zivingadana Kampa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through a loving family. Renonce secure was a cultura de head Hirusha, Hansu Serika Korkutijim was Maha for to keep secretors. I did it with the Chotins and Asaramen. Bashar Matayas to Wagon Basho Manatayas, Varan Nunanin, Nunatanin, and Nunatan. Nung bamong chong sing chong ni siya na yan tari ka suwa kong ni siya na yan traya swa wo wo wi wa wo wa wo wi we wo engong pram brong kung jitra siya biata no suwa kong jitra si yatra si varana swa ruda di da ruda di da ruda di da ruda kring on dan drong chong kang chong ngong chong sing chong Haya bicara mantaya swa kong haya ba shumana kiya swa Azza Imong kong uno mangkusuna manana mum namahas manta pashanam ham Uang yang kurang uno mangkusana manana namahas manta pashanam ham Uhayar hulu kare lulu Ringong kong unangani aswa kong mangayayan mayas ba wawi we wawi Sring kong on hero kajino kai type so ba home jorti hi on perti jo shaya kartais ba ha kung ranging grong on chori chandoga chivates ba ha no ne nam ne na kring on pang on shari ba to yaswa kung shisha ibara tayas ba ha kung ranging grong Nada passion was wako manakarti buba pibu bear bor ongamin Rinnosi secure was of tour I had head shines to say kai port putishin was ma for to give the to side with the two deep shockings and a para shukushu baru tu filma kapal mabu la bo pogo kena rabo bolo karana pari kuasaro makstana ba asaru ba prekun belu mosha nebu tu ni yukin kan pan belu ku kolo ka e kar bari shukela ga bolo filma ba shel pura zelu ma bo maru kora ga ziku ki magam pra namru ba kalamu ziku kini kilanu shashu mashanana saru ban maratu Sisi masyarnana punar mangi tum tu kuara tegi lu bersintor iman kai kon se kon nene ke kon baru ter ke kere na pelaku panu tu aga aku mas persana sagari mas shishardu mala pak ke da lugar armara ta korbol maru tu kuara kurio sesaru lulu para maskin tu dari kukim lugar dan makia paru tuku nada lugar makia bangor bisu saruli muna barata tu zari masagaran zulumana rabo Ibil balag na tara baru daga tuku masyamash di sore masyanogo Sugore masyaros serapedik ko para suzukan pa luralap bo rate bo red king barari waru kakudong luam kashki Asturi samakara rasara kapta koyin o bo anari sotsabo rubu and heftem to kapta nina but to shark koyin so ho jarm se chen to an esrat and teput netari tam to ti to arn to netar paya bar ni to a bar ni We are also know for whom is found perfect before the you. We have said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame-red fire is the energy of our undaunted will. Isaya Isaya riega riega biesha biesha jerega jerega dupiera la Isaya riega limutingumu kima kutri litili shami ina zumria Isaya ina zumria riega ina zumria biesha ina zumria zirega ina zumria dupiera ina zumria la ina zumria la tatara ina zumria la tetersi ina zumria la takaruba ina zumria la tasarni kanisha mashkapulu tabtunu nishan kibel kimrilu tabtunu nish marik mash machalani lu tabtunu nish bishba kami kurno lu tabtunu ina zumria lu tabtasama ya 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 arungeni partneni ba perik perik ba gabaez agabaez ba karbor akarbor ba karbaez akarbaez ba karbor akarbor ba gabaez agabaez ba perik perik peneni ba runeni ya ya korboria Rimbae kara rimbae kora ya ya sakake ya sakudi ya soru kutulu ya Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkan Hrim Hrim Patsva Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkan Hrim Hrim Patsva Shrim Hrim 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 Vajravarkan Hrim Hrim Patsva Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkan Hrim Hrim Patsva Shrim Shrim Hrim Vajravarkan Hrim Hrim Patsva Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkan Hrim Hrim Patsva Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkan Hrim Hrim Patsva Anushubam Gigatsuki Shargika Goshardis Saramata Yadin Goro Kalamas Nikudin Garnina Puduna Sraniku Kariasha Shugumur Tutu Siana Kampasi Kia Kampakalu Bara Namtar Bara Shak Bara Kim Bara Bara Telor Bara Maskim Bara Utuk Bara Ipa Bara Latu Bara Lasu Bara Koru Bara Uruku Bara Kikolor Bara Elitu Bara Utuk Saladin Nasu Lala Suladin Nasu Gikin Suladin Nasu Mula Suladin Nasu Tingges adding nazu maskim so adding nazu bare adding nazu zi yanakampa siki akampa siksi kag bare ye ni nanki shashorgi shunwarma shar zikar bare ye zikar shibar I see sharma zikanam sa ye ni dorya shaki gu kuwa pardagu Om Namo Bhagavate Deva Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Ram Merte Rame Manorame Sastur Nam Tatorian Ram Naham Varanarne Yum Venayakar Yartam Haum Makarantarya Ber Hamar He Vakrarundari Yardir Mahitanudan Ipa Jordaya Takatunda Mahakaria Surya Korti Samaprabha Neor Nam Guru Medeva Sarva Korea Shursar Vara Shri Guru Shuran Suru Rajnishman Mukure Surhar Vana War Ragubar Bimor Jasur Jordaya Kufor Chor Burki Tarnun Janite Sumero Papan Kumor Borburi Yarto Mohe Harahu Polese vicorge haluman gan yun sigar je kartisti hun loku jarikar ram tu taturi barda manjani putra papan sort namaha mahaveve kuramba jurangi kumartini vorsu marti kersangi kanjan varan verosu besa kanang kundo kunji kesa hat bojro udu varje veraje karte morjare usorje sankarsupan kesring nantesh prata maha jagwardan Vigya Banduri Ati Chatoram Karsh Karibe Kuarto Prabhu Trite Surni Bekura Sia Ramlakan Sitarman Basia Shri Purusharanj Surusharaj Nishmar Nemukure Surhar Parnura Gubar Bimon Shasu Jordaya Kufor Charbuki Internal journey Sumiro Paban Kumar Balburi Vidyarte Hu Mohira Hu Kores Vikar Jay Hanuman Gangun Sigar Jay Kartis Tihuloku Jarika Ram Dabara manjani putra papansur namaha. Mahavya Vikram Bajrangi Kumartini Vasamati Kesarangi Kanchan Virar Viraj Subesikanan Kundal Kunshi Kesa Hath Bojra Urdu Porje Viraje Kanhe Morne Jare Ursaje Sankar Suvan Kisrin and Dantesh Pratam Mahajag Kardan Vidyavan Gurni Ati Chatur Ram Kashkari Beku Artur Prabhu Tri Tresune Begura Siaram Lakan Sitaman Masya Sukshma Rup Dari Siari Dikarva Vikar Rup Dari Lanka Jarava Dima Rup Dari Asur Sankare Ramachandra Keka Sanvare Lari Sarnjivan Lakan Jayarye Sri Raghuver Har Shiora Raghu Bharti Kerni Baur Barai Tu Mampri Pratisam Bev sahas baran tumharo yaskar ve uskari Shri Parti Kanlagar ve Sankari Pramarti Bhuvne Senarat Saran Sarhitesa Yam Kubordi Pojahan ke Kabi Kubur Karis Karnte Tumukkosu Kuravahin Kera Ramlirar Yaras Parderna Tamharu Mantrovi Barshen Marnoran Karsher Baryesu Jara Yug Sahasra Jojan Por Barnul Lerio Tarhi Mahor Par Jahdu Prabhu Mutrika Mere Mukmar He Jara Dilanki Gar Rachar Shnahe Dorga Ham Kars Jagar Ker Jete Sugam Manukra Hatum Re Te Ram Duare Tum Ragvare Huana Agya Benu Pasare Sub Sukla He Tumhari Sarantum Rakshar Kahu Kordarna Pantesam Harupa Etenhun Lokang Kerkan Pai Borpasar Shnikart Nari Narve Mahaverjam Nam Surnave Nasaro Karahi Saper Jabapatner Antar Hanuman Vera Sankar Se Hanuman Chordave Man Karambar Chanyan Jolave Sabtaram Tapasve Raja Tinkes Karsakol Tum Sarja or Manura Jokoelave Sorti Yarmi Jarpan Parpalvi Charan Yuk Partap Tumhara Har Pasir Jagar Oje Yarasar Ursan Ker Tumrakbar Asorni Karnan Ramdu Hare Ashtaseri Nardnir Kerata Usvorden Janki Marta Ramrasi Yantum Hare Pasasara Rahura Gubarti Kerdasa Tumhar Parjan Ram Kupve Janam Ke Durgisrabe Ant Kaura Guver Porjarki Jaram Hori Parkar Yer or Dirta Jetnar der Hanuman Serhi Solve Sukare Sankar Karte Mirte Saper Jusmir Hanuman Bober JGT Hanuman Kusin Kripukaru Guru Devyarnin Josar Parpat Kare Kogi Churte Parvi Mahasur Korhi Jorya Parhe Hanuman Charis Hori Serhi Sarki Koris Tursira Sara Hari Chara Karje das Horari Merndera Pavarna Sankar Haran Mankar Mortoru Ram Lakaran Sitar Sahid Pardari Basu Sorbu Umaharagavas Rosi Savasha Saravajahum Pam Hum Ganesh Renam Charindi Variam Hum Namahapur Umim Hrim Shri Name Kromim Namabhagavati Varli Varhi Varhi Varamurti Varamuki and Terni Namaharun Terantini Namaha Jabe Jambini Namaha Bohemogini Namaha Stambe Stamini Namaha Sarvadus Sakarustanam Sarve Sam Sarvavar Sira Sector Mukagasti Juasalmanam Kurus Kuram Pasyamem Krum Tahai Taha 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 Umastra Hatswa Ani mani mane mamane shira shirita shame shabe tasana mukta mukta bishabe shabi subi shabi shaye shaye gini sinti shabi tarane oru tabasha ne vita patata ne vita atandra shura kurem kure arade shuga shasam sami bori bekari chitre tarmar shite sogino kushane pashishan Shuddha Mantara Matara Shano Ruto Ruto Kaishara Shara Shata Yara Barumana Yanata Yasaramata Port Moki Area Tenedita Chineri Chiari Nara Tonani Ara Nabe Kunabi Akenekori Kendari Sadari Matogi Chukori Borishani Achi Devi Nia Devi Roke Taka Tukutuki Atandai Tanate Tana Kushari Tana Shurade Shurada Hachi Borasani Surubarane Batani Surubashoktani Shubatani Sogabi Shani Soginikara Sugi Hagarara Sugasorate Sarubasu Shumichar and I Sarubasaru Mashorte Sarubasaru Shko Sharai to Yashina Bikiari by one of the heavens, wise each star, mistress of the Netanum of Camille, Shetni, whose yes is truly yes, proud one among the Netanum of Camille, Shen, whose command is supreme, mistress of heaven and of earth, who rules in all places, in Aru and on Geb, each star, your name, all heads are bowed down. I, daughter of Ra, I bow down before you. May my body be purified like lapis lazuli. May my face be bright like alabaster, like shining silver and reddish gold. May I not be dull. Anya manya mana mamane sirikarita sama samita visam sama have some saya sine sata samita taroni oloi besar ni hidu abintari ni vista abintari parisuri kule arade parade sukangse sama pure bulu kita dharma pariksita samgona kursani ko narkoni pai visutani mantra sata ruta kesalari aksaya vartaya pakula balu ramanyan tais baha Shvala Mahashvala Upikituki Mukiara Vartanote Notavati Vitini Sitini Notani Nativatis Baha Atate Natate Banate Narinati Puralis Baha Gari Kedali Matangi Passes Angulu Pusai Sisis Baha Itimi Roha Baha Randa Dana Pati Dana Patani Dana Kusali Dana Sarada Paripura Pasya Savarani Avatani Sampatani Samaparixita Samane Vartani Dama Parixita Sabra Sarva Kusulun Karte Sama Vikriti Tearuvate Patali Svaha Honor Mormi Argerli Di Charmer Sherlo Doe Charne Mudi Mudu Solu Solu Chayi Archa Kerni Charndi Sherlo Tolodni Elo che posso bogel ti arbiando l'ornirlu ti ardando bolli shordi ojoli mojoli lolli bolloli shoja si è salmo santo fu tu giri damo bolli ser desenchiene Chalue cha yerdo ye polue mo Ronaldo ye koli moji Liello dinelli do pordi Girni nelli ci Orielli nalu giornalu chiarme nelu logi ertan tuo bordi tanto orgio scelli tanto gioto Ligiotolo pordi foto po charmisa potolorni potworni sa posha he podorni jovo he podorni senke po lucharni senkerni ke tone senke sen ke po kerdi dele erdo senke dolu Lori bolo di sapo sentier di san bordi Kelly and di sapo damo jo bolecia di sapo sadulo tujo shelu scerti Jene piace re sa secum sahu sa secum sahu sa secum sahu ong hang shang ong hang shang ong hang shang ong tang go stro go stro ong tim so hung grang kring grung gong so gong geng kring mong hong shang mong hung shring haring ara ring ong eru wasora ong bam dum mong grang ring grung gong prang ping brung gong grang ring grung gong grang ring grung gong grang ring grung ong grang ring grung gong prang ping brung ong shang shing shung ong grang ring gong gong shang shring shung gong shring ring ring ang lam dum shang shring shung gong ong so gong gong so shring gong kring haring ara ra hong haru wasor wong king so ong wong Danny Chinor on Pasada to Pamushukuna Roma Shabihu Mushu no realm of Nasama Batra Amida no realm Tatesha Harum Fuku Juju no realm of Movisia Yokushi no Uru Kandali Mataniswa Buchi and Musumu Namu Botwarte which Nisai on Brutus Fulus qualities of so kind of supports of Sahaniswa so conscious I was so lips Waha is this you both so some just as Waha Tarubosu so Namasamata Boharam Kuruna Babita Tadinis Waha Senjuk Sangan Kanshis I was so Fashion Armati Batu Kanshis I was so Umantrum Babu Patswa George Kanshis I was so Hakurum Kalis Waha Jontai Kanshis I was so Karakor Kundis Waha Noring Kanshis I was so Pranim Samalis Walum Satum Pashus Waha Anya Bosum teacher Shuda Pishaji Waha Fortune Bosum Saniswam Monjo Bosum Maramakana Maroku Bosum Tres Waha Chiso Bosum Habis Maris Waha Pokur Bosum Namo Karsika Maria Malika Mari Mudis Waha Nico Wars who normally builds Swaha, Kokur Bosum, Kadrupari Swaha, Bordo, my own Amasmata Vasham, Kanamur Sanas, Wotaya Hum, Tratam, goes answer my own Mamsum, Banisumba, Shashrohum, God, Park Gundari, my own Mamtrahum, Partai, Toku, my own Srikal Rupum, comes Baha, Kunkur Gasho, my own Pashri Yaxo, Maizen, my own Maraka, Pashrosnis, Pashra Sarpashahum, Bambu, Pujaku, my own Maru, Krantis, Vaha, Son Bohurchin. Kampai Swaha, some Kungun, some Kungun, Pashrak Sarashahum Swaha, Zenishidoji, Janasi Swaha, Chikukum, Torasara, Pamarana Swaha, Chorton, Paxanagi Patai Swaha, Homokutum, Paxanagi Patai Swaha, Tomonton, Visropani Swaha, Bensightinum Saraswati Swaha, Taikukutum Mahars Kalai Swaha, Ichijotum Maharashri Swaha, Karitai Mom to Mariari Swaha, Taikini Nomri Swaha. Morishiti no Marishi Swaha, Daishupung no Film Swaha. Indianum Dea Sara Savitru Mandring Maria Varti, Nariana Sachi Sira Sarna, Sani Viseti Rovan Makubur, Van Kariti Hari Maya Vaputor Sanka Karanam Skaran Mantra, Home from Trayatam, Home Cream of Varianam, Home from Sayatam, Home Cream Panavan, Home from Karianama, Home from Pusnanam, Home from Yarango Pariatam, Home Himari Karianam, Home from Matikayatam, Home Frame Savitanam, Home from Karianam, Home from Skaranam, sorry for sorry yani yatnam ha parasi ya sas namaskara ne ko parle dine ayo prasam balam bieram teshas tesam kaje yarte krang kring mongeru sor pro kring bon shimashaka shapia kashapia epicha mushetisti akimatino puro shula le shuru lizubu ular tuku apitationo kimamena tu inati kile tu shunu limutu mana kulubuyi shunulini shunumanakulu shunuliti shunumanakulu tari terama shaluti shafi sharoshi araposhu shuti arki shurpuyush siningarko shebakambang ibigyar gibilka chumana yandu tushkishila landol marki ispor yasi yasi ningar garakampa inki moru porsen jogi shabu panane shantolgena pagi bir ke pagi araki siaka kampak kambandur Shariulim Kanushi Shariuli Kakunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariuli Katin Kunushi Shariuli Daniel Kumuli Kutina Zumbi Aluta Sama Agamasaratu Ismasarati Sharmoshul Shururi Shalim Nutisi Animal Lani Rabuti Shimangara Barti Inadina Laki Limbausi Kunushi Alani Mushi Kis Masarati Baits Masaratu, Yates Masaratu, Agamasaratu, Yamasaratu, Geravarmonish Maskoriamas, Yamasaratu, Zikia Kumpapolo Monetki, Ashatabara Masaratu Bara, the Shum Glimsnar, Vietnam Home, some Kubera, Yartam, how to Mutia Kubera, Nebukorum, Teprum, 3 Vita to Pumita, Viametal to Mutep, Nuxakaru Mariakina, Netep, the Saram Tari, Nekepta, Sukore, Tertesemes, CD, or Tuxutarata, Saromi, Sanari, Yatnamha, Omiam, Dry, Yatnamha, Gobstop, Round Desert Start, or Nayamet and Gobstop, Nuxakis at around Saxum Takis, Wexaka, Tek, Aranaka, Pektan, Kisori, Seref, Seruna, Pek, Mercola, Kutulu, Tata, Klaka, Nium Ramandar, Yatnamha, Omam Mariatnamha, Happy Yarma, of Saratu, Sarayamat, and Happy Nukapi, Sakasar, and now 100 set as egg. Tep, or egg, we neck, egg, Kortanan Deke, Mormatu Yanu Yan Lilian Ginari, Tia, Sasom Scandra Sasari, Yanamha, Umbambarunari, Yanamha, himself, Bagram, while Tatu Salamani, Metanim said, look and set Sakasara, Sex, Ruta, in Subsunu, Nicopter, Amotun, Ratas of Zidingan, and capacity get here, Compassable, by Omiam, by your Vertam Hammer, Sitting Mulu, Marmatu, Zidingan, and capacity get here, Compau, Sutra, as a duty Takala, Yanu, Yanule, Isabel. Umrim Paramarna, Nabu, Number Prabu, Namaha, Maharo, Maxata, to Sramatak, Pranuk, Capru, never get Prasha, Perembra, Malua, Sakuti Takala, Nishratu, Nabu, Mahachata, Sarmas, Fatio, Mikit, Sek, Stretching to Nupanatu, Deafness, who was per. Om Krim Krom Suyad Yatnam Hom, Krim Shrim Chandra Yatnam Ha, Om Aram Krim Shrim Mangal Yatnam Ha, Om Aim Shrim Bambur Yatnam Ha, Om Krim Bram Spati Yatnam Ha, Om Krim Shrim Shukra Yatnam Ha, Om Krim Shrim Samshana Yadi Yatnam Ha, Om Aim Krim Robertam Ha, Om Aim Krim Ketu Yatnam Ha, Jakusum Samkashanka Shapia Mahanda Yutum, Amorim Salva Pagnam Pran Twist Niti Pakaram Dari Shankatu or Komom. Kesoror dana pasam papam namami shisanam somam jam momu tabu sharam taring sara pasam portam vidu karti sama prapam kumaram shakti hastam tamakalam pranamam priyam kukale kisharma properta pratimam portam somyam guna pertam tambal sam pranamam yam devanam chari sharinam chakuram kechana sani pambori burtam sil kesham tam namami bariaspati mimakuntam lina lapam de yarnam paramam korum sarvasasra pravataram barita pam pranamam yam elanjana sama pasam ravi putram yam kurajam chachaya matana Samputam Namam Sana Swara Mata Katyam Mahavyariam Chandra Dija Vimartanam Semikal Gorba Samputam Ramamiam Palasha Pushpasam Karsham Taraka Grahama Sakam Rom Ramakam Kuram Tam Ketum Pranamamiam Bambra Mamam Ready Tripor Kanipanu Shashi Bumi Suta Burasho Kurusha Shukurasha Yoru Ketu Sarva Karamama Suprapam Purumesha Shanti Shanti Hompur Vorpos Ram Tata Vitor Paramor Korvasa Derma Yolion Prachura Tata Swaha Pariam Tata Swaha Sinan Sinianam Rasidia Siniana Basamagana Sayaki Kampamagapati Ananakapa Mashrita Nasia Kampagia Magia Kamagia Sakasanakia Shakolosh Naboguru Koreos Makorios Yatortu and Kakuya Zena Bodem Masasi Polias Campas the Sakashan Kalas Campas and Bos Taratus Campaya, Gasia Sasha, Gulomani, Yasia Makali, Shari Bari, Yago, Jerry, Yanana, or Danny, Yastava Marchita, Kareni, Yara, Milo, Yakia, Shari, Campaya, Zerma Campapi, Sarmacampa, Yaya, Barrios, or Lord, Shimashudu, Yadu, Gorgeluchis, Catamari, Azariachi, Yurmatala, Katamari, Yatinka, Duria, Compizate, and Garishuya, Compazir, Shazara, Kushibaro, Koripa. Yashrakampa Yara Gormasavaruna, Gormasabaru, Yano Gordia, Yakampa, Yanka Yarin Gordia, Yan, Seeding Yakin Yakampa, Yakantala Makia, Tarakampa, Marukumu, Sakali Yakan, Yama Pabor, Nesio Maruku, Yatuku, Sorim, Sokorim, Sarim, Sakarim, Axanakan, Pelo, Kurku, Kamanoni, Yartu, Yandara, Yatabatu, Balku, Teriku, Bakampa. That's the exercise. Papa Sakbaro, no selling and Shuka gaps, Suki Sharki, Koshak types, and Sarmara, Yatin go to Ramas and Kutin, Nakur, excellent Bukarias, Malapaketag, Lukador Marata, Ball, Hatu, Taka, Gata, Ball. Aruka kudamo sarema sekaranu arkingu paradimu sarema sekaranu aruka kudamo lugarar marara korbo malapa kekera aruka kudamo sarema sekaranu arkingu paradimu aruka kudamo lugarar marara korbo malapa kekera om trampak me samisum di busti barhar morba aruka mi babanas mutior muksheri eternam ha rim chum krum ma kubji ke chum ma shrim krum kubji krum mama rea grifo hanano kurwasi kin hole shukrai atna shum rim basramente hi shukrai swaha krim kali swaha sarvabi sametehi ma kali namha nariyar navid mahe vasudeva yadar mahitano vishnu prachuraya Devakiran Harari Yavid Mahe Vasudeva Yadir Mahitana Krishna Prachuraya Tar Poshaya Vid Mahe Sasar Shariat Mahadevar Yadir Mahitano Rupa Prachuraya Mekatantarya Vid Mahe Kwakratunari Yadir Mahitano Dadi Prachuraya Karika Yai Vid Mahe Kanya Mori Yai Der Mahitano Tarka Prachuraya Vekdev Yai Cha Vid Mahe Kamarajari Yadir Mahitano Dadi Prachuraya Deva Mahadevi Yari Chavid Mahe Vishnu Patnyai Chadir Mahitano Lakshmi Prachuraya Sanking Joju Lantian Jun Sanching Joju Lantian Jun Sanking Joju Lantian Jun Chanting Joju Lantian Jun Sanking Joju Lantian Jun Chanting Joju Lantian Jun Ushuvajanavajin Yom Devi Kariyarnya Namha Kariyarni Osera Sorteriana Hekarte Demete Kalirnar Gichi Marito Noturn Borba Swaha Tasapitor Vadinyam Barkota Varsiader Mahidi Yono Prachudaya Ipsos Ship Shosh Varnashanta Turuta Turura Tura Tua Prahada Ungong Gang Gong Kring Kong Bang Gong Kung Shring Gong Hayagri Variadnam Home Mahavisnar Verna Namha Kesavar Yarnam Home Mahrusutan Yarna Namha Govindar Yarnam Pondar Tixar Yarnam Home Visnar Vernam Home Visvambarar Yarnam Home Harar Yarnam Home Maria Yarnam Home Sarvagisar Yarnam Home Sarvadara Yarnam Home Santanar Yarnam Home Naradara Yarnam Home Narkarar Yarnam Om Narisarya Yarnam Home Narkuparara Yarnam Om Narantanar Yarnam Home Niskalanka Yarnam Home Japtata Yarnam Home Naramarya Yarnam Om Siramaya Yarnam Om Sakserne Namam Saranya Yarnam Om Sarvaraya Yarnam Om Srimarte Namam Lokotrisar Yarnam Om Sivari Yarnam Om Savars Pradar Yarnam Om Verar Harte Namam Om Verandar Yarnam Om Veraya Yarnam Om Pornatarnar Yarnam Om Pornar Yarnam Om Pornyatre Namam Om Punya Yarnam Om Punyakartari Yarnam Om Paraparaya Yarnam Om Paramamarne Namam Om Parasmai Namam Om Parasari Yarnam Om Parkari Yarnam Parari Yarnam Om Sarvera Makari Yarnam Om Verusari Namam Om Veraberka Paragari Yarnam Om Sakalo Parnisvertia Yarnam Om Iskal Yarnam Om Sarvesraka Karte Namam Om Aksamala Jamudra Hastar Yarnam Om Parapara Yarnam Om Parapurusar Yarnam Om Sasaya Namam Saranaya Yarnam Om Paramisparaya Namam Santar Yarnam Om Tantar Yarnam Om Jitkurhara Yarnam Om Jit Mitri Yarnam Om Chagamaria Yarnam Om Jamurhara Yarnam Om Jivar Yarnam Om Jayadar Yarnam Om Jarnasan Yarnam Om Jabapriya Yarnam Om Jabusturia Yarnam Om Jabkorte Namam Pre Korte Namam Parver Namah Om Vimar Yarnam Om Visvarupar Yarnam Om Visvarupar Yarnam Om Viskutre Namam Virustar Yarnam Om Virusnusta Yarnam Om Sarita Yarnam Om Kasankat Kara Yarnam Om Sraya Pradar Yarnam Om Sritni Yarnam Om Sraya San Namah Om Nisvaraya Surtari Yarnam Om Maranatharu Parya Namom Pranadaya Namahom Pripa Partadia Namom Avakarya Namom Vakartu Parya Namah Om Savaserne Namahom Tamuharaya Namom Jaran Sakarya Namom Jarnine Namah Om Pranakandra Samapora Parya Namom Jarandarya Namah Om Vakpatarya Namah Om Yogine Namom Yogisarya Namom Sarvadakai Darya Namahom Mahur Yorgine Namahom Mahur Nerdne Namahom Sarya Namahom Sari Sam Namah Om Hamsariya Namam Paramahasariya Namam Vishkutre Namam Virage Namah Swarajya Namah Om Surasvarti Kanaskar Sariya Namah Om Jajmar Tarasam Yortarya Namah Om Arya Manyantara Hitariya Namah Om Sarva Vagis Vares Vararya Namah Om Pranadori Viditaru Parya Namah Om Veraharan Karma Karte Namah Iti Shri Haya Gurivastutar Satar Nama Vali Om Kumbera Narandarya Namaha Om Sri Martek Namahom Yaksarya Namahom Kurya Yaksavarya Namaha Om Nirhisarya Namahom Sankaraskarya Namahom Aliskarni Vasborya Namaha Om Mahapadmarati Sarya Namahom Pornarya Namahom Padmarti Svararya Namaha Om Sankara Karti Priyaya Namahom Sukar Char Parni Tisarya Namaha Om Kurtariyarkaryatam Om Kundariyartiyartaryatnam Om Nirandaryaparyatnam Om Mahartyatnam Om Korvarndidiyarparyatnam Om Pujaryatnam Om Lakshmi Yarashadayakaryanam Om Ilavartuputriyatnam Om Kasartisaryanam Om Kulatisaryanam Om Asvarutaryanam Om Visvarndarayatnam Om Visarjanaryanam Om Visvaradaryanam Om Namaha Paranatharya Namaha Om Manikari Kapitra Namaha Om Gurhan Mantraya Namaha Om Vishwavarnarya Namaha Om Sitaleka Marthana Priya Namaha Om Akantin Charya Namaha Om Arakanti Sarya Namaha Om Palasahya Namaha Om Narva Mahariya Namaha Om Kilasalela Yarya Namaha Om Rajadaya Namaha Om Ravana Garjarya Namaha Om Sitra Ketra Tatharyat Namaha Om Urjarnar Thararyat Namaha Om Vyarusuktu Halaryat Namaha Om Mahursaharyat Namaha Om Mahaprajnaryat Namaha Om Sarasprapahanarya Namaha Om Sarva Pormarya Namaha Om Adnayatarya Namaha Om Sumarya Namaha Om Sarmayarik Sararya Namaha Om Punyarvarne Namaha Om Purvutta Sriyai Namaha Om Sarva Purnichanesvararya Namaha Om Nidya Kartarya Namaha Om Nidya Kartre Namaha Om Lakaparartana Yarkarya Namaha Om Yaksina Portarya Namaha Om Yaksarya Namaha Om Paramasantar Marne Namaha Om Yaksaracharya Namaha Om Yakseni Hardarya Namaha Om Kinaresvaraya Namaha Om Kimpurusantarya Namaha Om Natarya Namaha Om Gargurya Harya Namaha Om Vasine Namaha Om Visantaraksara Pasvastarya Namaha Om Vayavama Saprayaya Namaha Om Dharma Rarkyer Karnya Ratarya Namaha Om Dharma Sarmya Kastitarya Namaha Om Veresvaraya Namaha Om Dantarya Aksarya Namaha Om Astalakshma Ritarya Namaha Om Oruswadharnir Namaha Om Satrakartarya Namaha Om Kasalakshmi Samastratiya Namaha Om Danyalakshmi Yarni Vasiyar Namaha Om Danya Lakshmi Nivarsamburger Namaha Om Astalakshmi Saravasyal Sarya Namaha Om Gajalakshmi Stiralaya Namaha Om Rajalakshmi Jan Margerya Namaha Om Lakshmi Karasraya Namaha Om Akanteshwaraya Samyutarya Namaha Om Nijana Radaya Sargarasraya Namaha Om Nijatarya Namaha Om Nihar Trenya Rasarya Namaha Om Nirupa Ravarya Namaha Om Niyakaramarya Namaha Om Nirakatsarya Namaha Om Niruparidiviksamburve Namaha Om Santarya Namaha Om Saranarka Pralarya Namaha Om Gandhara Pukul Samvesyaya Namaha Om Sarkar Hikars Kursama Priya Namaha Om Sparnarkar Divasyar Namaha Om Nidyapitar Samastraya Namaha Om Mahamarutar Sarvyarner Namaha Om Mahasigarnasumstarya Namaha Om Tustarya Namaha Om Svarparniyajastariyat Namaha, Om Sivapunjatariyat Namaha, Om Anagariyat Namaha, Sri Kubera Astotar Satarma Bali. Asasri Haya Griva Kavakar Mantras Yahaya Griva Resya Nushtu Chanda Sri Haya Griva Paratma Devata Om Shri Vagiswarayat Namaha Iti Bisham Om Klinvidyat Harar Yat Namaha Iti Sakti Om Samvartner Harye Namo Namaha Iti Kilakam Om Namo Harya Griva Yat Suklavar Yat Vidyal Mortarye Om Karya Surtar Ya Brahma Vidyartar Darya Svaha Mama Sri Haya Griva Prasarta Sivyartar Jabeven Yogar Yanam Kala Sambur Syam Sartam Kamalayat Lokar Nam Kalan Tisyak Vasaram Karn Kantravas Hernam Charnam Mudrak Savala Yam Sankarkar Rahaskar Koram Bosakira Nasontar Nijikar Karnataram Vaktrabhajnigara Turtarma Vinasa Torsorti Tham Devarta Sarva Bhormam Tham Dayat Sarati Sarye Arya Grivas Yarra Partura Latam Kandra Mariarka Sasrasrastir Sortatu Sabda Brahmarka Maka Sruti Granam Gandhar Marka Patu Varanam Yarshna Sampalva Chirapam Vagisvara Patu Mupurnto Tanat Samarti Ustam Pramarta Patu Patu Narayano Daram Sivarma Sirbukum Patu Kapulo Kamal Prabu Beryatma Kita Kampatu Kantam Narma Mama Bojo Kator Bunjo Patu Puro Tekin Dramar Darna Janat Mahordariam Patu Viswatma Tukur Partum Mariarma Patu Sarvatma Patu Pitambarma Patim Kopsi Viar Goyam Goriar Sardar Paroru Darmo Dara Patu Jarnuni Muru Sudarna Patu Jamke Masar Vishnu Kupo Patu Janardana Patu Trivan Krama Patu Patu Karana Kulea Rir Sarvagam Sarvagya Patu Patu Romani Kesarva Tartum Narvikarta Patu Boriam Lakshmi Patrim Barma Putram Pasar Kuntumbi Me Patu Bandu Sorin Swara Mitra Marka Partu Bayar Matma Satrus Marti Paramabar Maka Patu Kisram Visvam Barat Maka Parum Narma Rasan Partu Vayur Marma Hargur Nakaram Ibaratam Riskesa Patu Sarvam Jagar Guru Visarne Samkarte Kaiva Patu Kisam Koro Marma Tasentananda Rupo Mejaram Raksarto Sorvata Pravasyam Raksartus Varma Energiam Bora Prarda Patunertam Serkarham Prava Viryar Nirdasartu Varurniam Varyapayam Sarmario Vartu Kuberiam Itarda Patu Sarniam Parjagat Guru Vorvam Partu Jagat Svami Parvar Asta para Raksirnam Turisarnam Raksapartil Hankyaevam Navyasariyahu So Saksar Vargisvaru Pavera Yoror Yarma Visvarayam Sarvasas Pravakata Ramblapate Natra Samveru Hayagriva Prasartata Eritim Kerti Divyam Kabakam Deva Purjitam Iti Hai Griva Montre Atarvan Verde Montarkande Porpa Samahir Nyam Sri Hai Griva Kavakam Sampurnam. Om Manensayat Namaho Marsayat Namaho Makarayat Namaho Makulapukarayat Namaho Marakparayat Namaho Manivstarayat Namaho Maravantarayat Namaha Om Venakoparayat Namaho Vishnupriyayat Namaho Veravastutiyayat Namaha Om Vitarmariya Namaha, Om Visadaraya Namaha, Om Sasaraya Namaha, Om Satrusudariya Namaha, Om Saparamanditariya Namaha, Om Avraharinukuraine Namaha, Om Amitikaraya Namaha, Om Akanavaspariya Namaha, Om Arapuspatiya Namaha, Om Akurupariya Namaha, Om Pareya Namaha, Om Pasukariya Namaha, Om Paraparaya Kare Namaha, Om Panakaraya Namaha, Om Famsaparaniya Namaha, Om Pasuparaniya Namaha, Om Parapesitaria Namaha, Om Parasaradine Namaha, Om Tavadikamaniyat Namaha, Om Tamaruparya Namaha, Om Tarpikariya Namaha, Om Tarindaraya Namaha, Om Kasyaparamajarya Namaha, Om Kalaruparya Namaha, Om Yupaniparya Namaha, Om Yuganandaraya Namaha, Om Yaswantarya Namaha, Om Ramangatraya Namaha, Om Kesavaparya Namaha, Om Visvambaraya Namaha, Om Sankaparaya Namaha, Om Sankaparya Namaha, Om Sambuparya Namaha, Om Saranaya Namaha, Om Pankasarasek Namaha, Om Paparasarya Namaha, Om Paramadariya Namaha, Om Pramakaradariya Namaha, Om Bhaktivisyaya Namaha, Om Bhagavaskarya Namaha, Om Bhavsarasar Namaha, Om Bhavakaraniya Namaha, Om Bhavipararya Namaha, Om Tasakarya Namaha, Om Lokatisarya Namaha, Om Sivarya Namaha, Om Karavaryaya Namaha, Om Puraya Namaha, Om Puryaya Namaha, Om Puryakarya Namaha, Om Parasarya Namaha, Om Parakarya Namaha, Om Iskarya Namaha, Om Paraparya Namaha, Om Kukutkarya Namaha, Om Sasaya Namaha, Om Santarya Namaha, Om Dantarya Namaha, Om Marigamanya Namaha, Om Savapujaya Namaha, Om Sabarikaraya Namaha, Om Nerasarya Namaha, Om Neranjarya Namaha, Om Epiatarya Namaha, Om Saranyaya Namaha, Om Savarikarya Namaha, Om Dhananjaya Namaha, Om Apikarya Namaha, Om Guishvaraya Namaha, Om Karanaya Namaha, Om Valaya Namaha, Om Vampramakalini Namaha, Om Sakarandakaraya Namaha, Om Chitukuraya Namaha, Om Jivarya Namaha, Om Jayadaya Namaha, Om Japapriyaya Namaha, Om Viswarupariya Namaha, Om Virustarya Namaha, Om Viradara Samstutyaya Namaha, Om Shalaya Pradaya Namaha, Om Pranadarya Namaha, Om Visnutoparya Namaha, Om Kutarya Namaha, Om Kutaraya Namaha, Om Rajvastraya Namaha, Om Napasurya Namaha, Om Poshankarya Namaha, Om Vairuparya Namaha, Om Sarispaya Namaha, Om Sankuruparya Namaha, Om Karvuputarya Namaha, Om Aravapitakariya Namaha, Om Susunapariyakariya Namaha, Om Paniravipusanaya Namaha, Om Nakintraya Namaha. Kuperodonanta Srita Raja Rajodana Svara Danya Lakshmi Priya Tanudana Dari Udani Kapriya Taksinyo Dami Vrata Dayar Parampu Dere Avrata Divya Laksana Sampanu Dina Rajana Vraksarka Dinya Lakshmi Saraya Yodenya Lakshmi Vyarajita Dayarupo Dharma Puri Dharma Samraksono Saraka Neri Sarparo Nera Labo Neri Nam Paripalaka Nikanta Nirgunakara, Niskarmu, Neruparava, Navaranga Samara, Yonavasanka, Pravataka Manske, Traditisa, Mahagurna, Garantirta, Yarshniko Yashasarta, Yashamburja Jalaksarka, Raja Kanurama Piso Rajako, Raja Purjita, Pisra Pasate, Sarya, Viharka Manana Marnasa Pishayo, Pimano Panjo Panturu Jana Patsalo Vero Pasa Priyatarmo Pera Yipisuru Morta Saveriato Saranata Sreya Sarati Samanvita Samanandrata Samya Sarva Parivraka Suprita Surulapa Sormo Sarvakara Yudarhariyara Samarkan Priya Saksabe Papa Sri Vyarajita Svahara Samprito Akilanda Pravartaka Havyokara Samprita Samrasvatana Priya Alakapramam Basi Yakanda Vivi Varchita Ura Peruda Dharma Ver Pavo Nara Baharna King Rasu Visravana Kaka Pravartarka Asal Lakshma Samar Yukta Abya Yakto Mala Bikuraha Loka Radio Loko Paleo Loko Varnyo Surasana Sulampa Subhaya Surso Sankarara Kampriya Sarasura Kuno Petasas Varta Surabaya Karha Sarvakam Marshno Sumarti Sarvakana Karika Sankaharstar Sriman Param Jorti para Samadino Kuno Sampana Saranaryo Dena Savat Sala Paropa Kari Pavana Taruni Yasarnir Tanta Sarvaguno Peta Sorintra Sampe Papa Visvavijato Vitapya Anataran Sokiarta Pratal Hale patetsto tramsuseburvetenetena prapnurti porusas reum deventrasanibam itis recuperesto tram omiacharya kuberaya Vishravanarya Tanatanya Tipatalye Tanatanya Samritime Derita Padyasvaha Om Shrim Hrim Krim Shrim Krim Peresvaraya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Krim Shrim Kuberya Ashalashmi Mama Kriya Taram Poraya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Lakshim Hrim Saha Swaha Om Hrim Yaksharya Kuberya Vishravanya Dana Akashanarya Sarvaloka Vasikarya Danatanya Adipatarya Danatanya Samruterime Darita Patyasvaha Om Rim Shrim Krim Kubarya Namaha Om Yaksha Raja Yervimahe Alkitesarya Dharmahitana Kubera Prasudarya Zikiya Kampa Ziyana Kampa Siddharkiya Kampa Zilingana Kampa Sikuki Mar Kampa Sikia Kampa Siana Kampa Sikia Kampa Ziana Kampa Sikia Kampa Zidingia Kia Kampa Zidingia Rana Kampa Agaku Mashkarsana Sidingia Kia Kampa Zidingia Rana Kampa Zikia Kampa Ziana Kampa Zikia Kampa Ziana Kampa Zidingia Kia Kampa Zidingia Rana Kampa Lugalata Bora de Bo Zikia Kampa Ziyana Kampa Umay Brahmananam Sirhariya Brahmin Patum Vermanaria Virmahe Haranya Kurmaria Dermaitano Brahma Prachurarum Chaturmukharya Virmahe Marso Darya Dermaitano Brahma Prachurar Umim Hrim Shrim seems also Chekambam Brahma Brahma Jashanam Pratharmam Purusadvi Mara Purusho Vinvaha Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Revumaswara Guru Sakshar Param Brahma Tashmi Shri Purve Namaha Usatnaptet Ket Diam Kaipina Horror Tiapim Kenabos at Kesu Nezar Pertiapa Pastira Tuiorem Step or Lembesecnemar Canemius or Tim Turtor Neti Martu for Ru Carmius Kerun Kenus Kermeti Serheter to Parliamentiana Pepsera Kerun Neverus Sekriun Nebabu Neptim Sapu Ariam Papai Turki Nehem Nefer Neheku Chesertepanep Nechabu Tramprium Tor Sivusi Floridian Redeeming Torvingen near Motar Martis Shipir Viga Torundur Itermin Herumos Skeletos Georgia Fioriotio do Finfro Late Wortin Lortin Rida Ringbear Take the Turkeys we have them guessing cars we have things we have dog they are Derek Baldor Bronze for the car Rorty for Fin Week Garvis Sergior Rosuns eu leio Skotlands Sermon Jarvian Skap Nor para Harane Arani Korin in Pusning Puruski or maybe Fleary Bipindis Vitas or Ilya York Sleep near Have Galmir Svo Ultrafion Timbus Dio Free Sleep Via Reptir Mospel Niflheim Elva Gorgian Gogapia o Gelmil o Dulma Buri Bur Besla Ordin Via Vesur Mungamber Gelmir Osri Vestri Nudri Sudri Gorasa Tur Norfin Net Naglapari Ora Norio Delingo Seranteskin Paxi Rim Paxi Mundir Veri Lunes Solo Vocos Fins Pil Yuki Pirkir Sermek Sirmo Virpin Skjur Arti Prominisem Jan Vietri Dar Bogat Shane Pingot Motsorsnir Dorin Net Neri Nordri Sudrias Pestri Aitio Hofdo Vil Nor name Nemkin Dan before Bosfor Bombor Nori Noroi Nor Vinir V Carno Findar Troen Vile Killi Flur Din Valley Flur Troen Tek Li Vitur Narrakorans Vin Tromnir Dog Svari Hor Hag Stari Ertur Floin Glory Tu Anvari Epi Ili har Siarior Belio Loforski och Vir Skapin Eye of Engi erkinskati for frosty kindor. Jag vill se over verdant skål vet det pickligt ner. Himen björk bara skrev hereskrev. Gemle åtrim vanlig. Vindblen hasviks fosfos foski. Vindvon vindsvå. Wasser assen njur. Odling free. Loki. Avinaya Mara Panaya Visnu Damaya Maram Samarya Visayam Kortasnam Bhutadaryayam Siran Vistaraya Taraya Samasara Saga Taradivya Rumi Karande Paramipalaka Bogaskarande Sripati Paravalverande Baba Parya Kera Cherde Varande Sarya Pipera Gamenata Tavahamna Mama Kinsvam Samutrohi Taranga Gwagana Samutro Na Taranga Urakaranga Nagaparnurja Danu Jakula Mitra Sera Sorte Torse Babardi Nababardi Kim Baba Terraskara Matvabaya Paradrai Rabataravata Sarta Vasurtam Paramesvara Pali Palio Bavarta Bava Papito Ham Damudara Guna Mandera Sundaravamarandra Vandinda Govinda 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 Baba Jalati Matara Mandera Paramam Parajapam Menarayam Karunam Maria Sarvatam Korvani Tabako Korano Iti Sapatari Maria Vanasaruje Saravasatu Iti Srimata Paramasapari Pajakarayasya Sri Govinda Paryagava Puja Paradisayasa Srima Chakarabhaga Bhatta Korto Sarpati Stotram Sampurnam Veranamlin Yabluis Friend Luar Gorlum Yambrace Priv Derwin Mortin Nambreta Maro Urka Tatarabur Mo Shipiala Plix Opniste Teterunter Ton Brigader Runo Valender Ton Elephantun Weersentin Dus Rig Word Rig Nur Usirid Asa Fear Tu Fuer Eschlin Mone Glomblo Loon Comfort 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 Come forth. Alla twin wears indeed do so rig wear for rig near red as a pure two for the nation moon and blown Rose Rose square always or week what real feet or weird rosy or rose coin sink difficile to destruct or news and seat Pinatos core is the rivia in and the solen tool ipse Korean domino sortens arvis est et narvis coris non difficilia ser impossibly possibilisticare. Domine dos omnipotens exercium et dominus dominitium in creus mandum nis victoria constitet omnibendum contritur pred cuprius merum visio virum means tamen posseo dolor pietus me visirtis adverin macum el arvarin cum adverin macum sexum sexorum in forsum mantum Parum dari natul liumen quadratum triconis nigita dimo or in du orn dirti mangan chartena shelter muk shamuk samsamos or shamos ion neonotrucut hospital to show den osi fornisce l'animo scititim cun ossimus certum calatum cutum ossic baraditum capritum namaritum asciuca chartu cachaparni elinitum ubiararni elia uistaria usisu elia Elia Maria Asana Indicula Salaldu Mushauara Kuintaraldu Pila Portitia prosumea marstitia martiu erili lorbus ertotis erbili isisarima aquario rabotissima raparti tinantina latili baso cucus salam carsardi yarva casharapia charapisia umustepsia Isma sarati charmoshel churuli chushali nutri pisha yoru salu li shalu shalu taku Shaidu amare borti aki mazaru elitatu shabu su kirspiki matapti lijarniti rusha puru apusha zulu kalamu pusha masari raki vidi buhu yalvari mushitum Zidingaringari compositing lulen compositing lulen compositing corporani compositing dash or rima compositing dash or rima sitting dulas a compositing dulas a compositing dulas a compa sitting here nino gila kapa sitting garana compositing garkia compa sitting garuki compa sitting garnabu compa sitting garishtor compa sitting garishamashu compa sitting garon compa sitting garmadu compa sitting ganimba compa sitting gariki compa sitting garanulaki compa sitting ganulari work or corragi compa sitting ganin learning corporagi compa sitting ganini vivili shoragi compa sitting ganini corporagi sharing bababaragi compa sitting gara norma tinggar ke kolene ke kampa ke karamo asagorwas at bimurnar terlam torgoras ser bimurnar ter utuk so kor bimurnar ter also kar bimurnar ter gerdim so bimurnar ter kala so kar bimurnar ter ger sur ker bimurnar ter imir rabi at me tash bi at bar ni pesh kashati arti marno kashatu shatur har ni Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Klim Du Jwala Jwala Shurili Ashaya Shamanaya Sarvasatam Samchum Samhara Samhara Kshema Labam Kurudush Graham Vatspaha Arunam Kuruna Terangita Kshurta Kashan Kusha Pushpa Parachapa Maripi Rapruta Maekara Hamir Vavivarva Babar Nim Shri Mara Shri Maharagni Shri Mara Sena Soneshvari Chita Kuna Sambuddha Devkorya Samudhyata Orya Baru Sahasrava Chatur Banu Saman Pitar Sevaragesh Rupa Pasharya Krora Kuno Kushwala Ru Manu Rupecho Kutanda Panchatan Mandaya Sayaka Nisharuna Prabhapura Majabram Harna Mandala Champaka Shoka Purnago Sorkanti Kalasaka Chakru Vinda Manishan Kana Kutir Bandita Ashramitana Vipraja Dalikastala Shopita Muka Chandra Pamruka Narti Venisha Sharka Varanas Manaya Mangaria Kurator Chara Yotrupaka Lakshmi Parivaha Chalami Mar Palo Charanava Champapa Pushpa Pada Satanda Verajita Terakati Tetaskari Nasbarana Basura Kanan Manjari Klutan Kanan Puran Manohara Tranka Gali Buddha Tapana Dupa Mandala Parmashaga Shila Darsha Paripavi Kapulubu Nava Vedruma Pambasha Nankori Arana Chara Panyoga Masha Sriti Patragat Masha Siapa Pramarasi Chabrati Chana Sriti Patragat Vata Umbisham Swahasaki Partilakam Sriti Patraga Prijar Samja Pepani Ugari Salinesum Kasyapa Pramara Sernam Sarasi Prati Chanda Sendama Mukesri Tipatraga Vataya Nama Riti Om Bisharikan Nama Purias Vahasa Karya Nama Pariopa Kilakaya Nama Navo Penyoga Yartama Sapan Kiti Arisari Nasprom Gustipiam Nama Ripashani Piam Nama Ramani Piam Nama Hamanamika Pipam Nama Peniskambiam Nama Kumkara Kara Pasambiam Nama Deram di Petergama Devia Stratis for the Pini Deeper Activity para Swam Jarmi Pangapujam Pri Yamika Yakanam Smart Pamiam Samilia Pijamia Pamika Yadumam Krapi Yamiram Agamika Amdar Swamiam Dramakia Tramanibarium Nivardiam in some Swamiki Bokarapujam Sumar Pamishamar Ram Jikatikil 3 Pamanas Krapam Samjam Seria Bapatume Devi Pasaran Maestra Japan and Talamala Mantromam Vamale Savata Vama Priti Subapa Subham Kurishim Patrois so Piranka Dehi Meom Prim Sintia Namaha Ingenious Hogana Hogno Nasa Kurves Aludia Ipanamo Jot as Orti whom idly Taskai to mail F. Martirski Papina Hichips Pibakala Herkar Candinari Hort Miri Merkur en dale verdiu be korbo en weltel jok fondspeelshow verder was voor het most of nog ek mod jok no klap voor nou was voor boom mek purta few Your Mekaiman, your repair, my fame, your run, your morning ban, or loss or the bars. Hier mer big was sendierne sierne solo near George Panseva everything in capas conunica in grass worky or barrivers near Marspuma Piopu whereas name called mail runs corpus or scans for lana salos and a better was growing cornum so bob sonan serni mana herndi hukrion hammering chor bor so ni visu ever so die Martin visi about making artisto snoring visu ever so I corpo Kijin Kurjin Kulu by Soul getting Kopo Kopat Kotus Snake Pen of Mission no fun of Kopun Mortin Storjordner yes, you have two of me, John Dakar, one Octan, Prometel Johitos, Sierra Bell, the Bears, or from Horsham, Pumpu, Afro, Airbu, Ops, Maypurpo, at the Talbu, Matan, Gascorpo, Octor, Corpo, Telsoe, Tortni, Tirbu, Krubor, Pains, Peterkis, Contor, Colions, Vokmo, Borsa, Menjo, Kort Motor Golf Trondheim Gingen Gretchen Quillo Stol Kinningle Group Apart Kutus Everskedi Vorgo Trot of Skipture or Brimes Bogey or Complaints Legium Boris Vos Motsos near Mozero or in Vorgo Dorin no Bierment Licken Morgo my Corpo Vergor Ijor Blue Sem Beater by Smug or Bolungo Hapa and Nori Naluk Kulum精神生家太升元旦活天故寫報咩報名故先隨開明精神生那天神用處保護上天經濟如嚟令經過先手但就不先出會出邊寫神經連同明當先若見其先不是為先佛先後本體先眼神先當然令活動先是先然也肉体掌控自己如理灵性先有灵宝定用安慰心情地是红婆不想入用明天我龙白虎多心人红修不本位Nam mô He La Ra Na Lo La Ye Ye Nam Mô A Li Ye Po Lu Ye Ti Su Po La Ye Po Ti Sa Po Po Ye Mô He Sa Do Po Ye Mô He Ja Lu Ni Ja Ye Hong Sa Po La Pa Yi Su Ra Lo Ra Je Na Mô Ye Ji Li O Do Yi Men Ga Li Ye Po Lu Ji Di Shi Po La Ling Lo Tu Po Nam mô Lô Ra Chen Chi Ji Li Mo He Bo Ro Sha Me So Po A Rao Do Shu Peng A Shi Yun Sa Po Sa Do Nam Mô Po Sa Do Nam Mô Po Kem Mo Fa Te Ru Da Shi Thong Ka Po Lu Shi Ju Ja Di Sha Lo Di Ji Li Mo He Pi Po A Ti Sa Do Sa Po Mo La Mo Ji Li tu yu yu lu ju je men lu fa she yer di mo e fa she yer di tu la li ni shi fo ye la je li mo fa mo la mo di li shi na a la shen po la she li fa sha fa she Hola she ye hulu mola hulu jili sola jili lu pu tia por tia puto ye puto ye mi dili yelo la gen chirti li senina po ye namo po su po he jito ye so po He mo he ji to yao so po he po he ji to yu yi shi po la ya so po he lu la jin shi so po he mo la lu la so po he ji la sen ga mu kia sia so po he Sopomo heja jitu ye. Sopo heja ji la ji. Toya sopo he boto mo je. Jito ye sopo hejo lo jin. Chipo ye la ye sopo he. Mopi he shen je la ye su. Po he na mo he la da na do. La ye ye na mo wali ye lu ji. Di sopo la ye sopo he on. Giliado mando labeto yeso po Initial sorne sutin truashan skaplusharada me produce skapu pinjaro katam sikim nebo wati kin chapin yurne skomari basharam ne korok dissemination about a jet the salt up in sutin mikin undar capacity is it pafin mikin moon tap na mo nabu nepsi competent haruna faintorium war tapin snu srun pod truns min mahat chetoita sar nep tap keb marumu tap nu tap petas in the prat imens share abu hit about tot na mal protects Neprotek kentate hat mahi kalete din watek ju shep singeti mehi avan roi shep skimnes singeti mehi ab juti jita prebeke for tuar makeru and ne pep share besara beni amisasos happy sort po happy namare ti manik pop pop romari for seket ramor puti aru maru ne srate peru amne no veru veru tar helmet on pu heru no heru sai sa sa tabi oi ke ke penati smete porut kem rope smamor ke parenti pates to oi sare ni mekerep sare keru semekeru kure isa karine sol metu semeketu tu metu isa kurnacious and so het so other per ke pedam kimla sai ken tu is so ati chutum sheket apam tin we are it when I said in order ke bet would have been tolos and ken mor bosef su adne ke tu ken headache sebab amene men heather pet heather and she said I get we share my say Ren pen that tata truth tata pom kapu sikim bit sikim toy har nambu amu kin tap shapu up up my head sikim resu sikim tap the name you tat sikim bas beke basat per bas was said new was just sikim men head all I sikim no should sort the me here in sia kusato pakor so sekir met sermet tu itu kik musiku se person bli meske bi ke besar meter saramada sen ha pep sen hem melu second match pep the young kai betu mahal mari des bo parem ke kes ke sorish nes kortie shabu Musina from the second Marata me to drop a Mamimana Parisha Keruna Ken Basrata, Red Carmenti, on the Pepna Plaza, like in Baboon of Temptum Sabari, Mabapu, name never cautious upon the Mahari, Tapatu, Napati, Tasmun, New Base Cup, a book, Giuseppe Cup, a book, more toy bush, Cup, Tamoish, Percent Book, Hamish Battles, and alternative get a network kept Imrit, Net Canamis Month, net the two temperance can met two never Ramasushi the Kachinjatar to net and take a thing of that sort and Sanani said he joy can excellent glories or Jatekness a Kambakori poem sure charity when McCarthy was on nation and me yet he settled metaphysically to Apico up to it. Look at some upset Mako and acne for better to solid deck. To our neck at your move shot to an extra ramen head. You can prove me if you saw take out room to attack Nani who put a man sort of shoot Yard that money woman to Sakasasani who you babu didn't get him a danger van in the hair and he shot us on a mota made cooker and Maru. I can get into accidentally to marry a shot you carrot and rat and bring you are me to one pet. You bet my heart or I meet a pet never to woman head, but also set a top of your mother can has you no kick. Nu ben jeg ret parien subsas meriu kan hold them for that all subsat and soy memo begenari unum soy sum soy so bara kadam kamu tek messen to never them ke print ti manu the sek never tap in the three and oil operim shishali never talk I come taku se sek tamu subtek كمان من بروبك يو seperti mhotep يو seperti mhotep tempati masu pati utapiu mat ke tradek sham tu mutek nutrom num nukuna param num mutapun num shishani aparam kuna triguni am samrami omdani ten Kabernam tad martpatari tot sat kabram peta wajam dela dunami unu ak musiku shomore tek so ipertiko pete asu par kemna metu kan tak su eksek tekno tek wedem param num kap track on parker to ayek kunuk tam Gubson Washing toy promo chu tu na pri ensemble in win bed boy who na mana mai si prap them su and set yes set sana tek net tadi tap tap them sok ke per nu tap tro tarap sana ke ti ko ma kai o ke per nam mesa su kin duai per ke mu tap na bu na ke ti ke su di sana na ki au benen Sekirnek time on hoik netritium sekimi penetrum in as who in music ekjuri net sade my call my injaru net reward utetsu meset to bejarayan et no patient and we have capront war brana tall for moment ida masaru was attempt maru nefrenish la corruption kukiari dies mamun in zakapruta from tafumutu Dapat klosom na tro nemarek krona bu pisreka neme shi Shekek kefna tru nishu jorik torak neb Shepek topam kinkarek nemarek kamutupis Keftek kotepik now jota to napru waking into it you wash at your way that never wash up seven shosar Minor perna serapini second on in secutini seti dois or patai boys rapatai sheni serionam sek lupu kapram kaprik kaprak kaprak kapru kaprak kapru nebem kikrasik kapram param mutam bam yasuna una Akan mansen kan be att uno att man kan be det så då så vi så bara kuken man kan be mer du är ju tu tara dit interessa be what to nine abe se bara för såna kunna ringa från att tror jag så att det finns ett år man så bort sig på tid så bara den för någon ki skarket jag kan ju så här tu amo petten toim net to karta man kuru amo nepsen tu nebi jag kunna nebru asroi roshan tu amo amentum sikete brand kemaru amo nepsen tu nebi samraf sikena kan wabe ko ba ko sikena kan kalrani wabe kam netru samraf sikena kan matka ka Eric Podcast kurish po next year ba ko sa ti kabier in kana ba ko no atin ba ken kabier Mike netru on nation Asian bet shibet kiti het na nek ku samonu hem shipment ti take you het up since kana shabi to anema ku sana kabier men reduce na ba sana ni septem kati na kapka akwa tag na rasha ruon ura kwa para maken peden said no let's be to me no gora kesop ta pek tek en chuna tu ni et biatini of nep identity weapon up and to men mess saras to bracket no to the deep some but daddy weapon up and in that room as a cat and had to no deep some movie formats like episode to mapus jara mapus carapes to pepes or sa pesarina capruaso to give I keep them hold up to rap one to net tuning at biatini and net friend we mess mess poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, I peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in my flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that we may offer, but they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May we drink the shadows from this holy well, whose waters rise from deep within us, and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare we peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. We can only offer a heart of innocence and a seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. We pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Zikir Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Nath, Bakar, Gib, Newt, Kansu, Kepra. Resmi kisha bukan Islam terwena. Resmi kisha bukan Islam terwena. Resmi kisha bukan Islam terwena. Africa. So I got something else to read and follow up with that. Though before I do, in the middle of going over all of that jam and awesome sauce, realized halfway through certain ones, like these ones are not needed anymore. They were called upon and they brought a great force. But we're here to play. And so that makes me think of the Divine Mother. And that's exactly why some of the, you would not have noticed it, though some of the incantations and blessings I was going over, I stopped halfway through and just moved to the next one because it's not needed for the new formula of fun and good, and those old things aren't around, so things get outdated. And anyways, just following the music in my heart. This one is up to the Divine Mother specifically, and it's in English so you can understand it. And this one, anyways, I'm just going to read it. We beheld a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of the 12 stars. Hear us, O Lady Kinamadonket, the Divine Mother, the water of life, hear and save. O thou Queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with the throne, thou holdest with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear us, Our Lady Kinamadonket, the water of life, the fountain of youth, the Divine Mother herself, hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bride and queen as thou art the mother and daughter of the slain one, O thou who art the lady of the earth, hear us, O Lady Kinamadonket, hear and save. O thou lady of the amber skin, lady of love and of victory, bright gate of glory through the darkening skies, O crowned with the light and life and love, hear us, Our Lady, hear and save by thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by our desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old, hear us, Our Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy children, stretch forth thy arms, and strain us to thy breast. Let our lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear us, O Lady Kinamadonket, the Divine Mother, the water of life, the fountain of youth. Hear and save. Lift up thy voice to aid us in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save us from that we fear most. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously to initiate our Kalana, our soul, the whirling of our dance. May it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in us and bring us to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Kenmentonket, the Divine Mother, the water of life, the fountain of youth are we, and from our life are fed all showers and suns, all moons through wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. We are the mother. We are the speaking sea. We are the earth and its fertility. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us. To us, Kinematonket are we, and to our beauty draw. All glories of the multiverse bow down, and blossom in the mountain in the dawn. Fruits blush, and women are creation's crown. We are the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. We are the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness are surely ours, are ours. Kinema Enquete, the divine mother, the water of life, the fountain of youth are we. The love and light of Gab and Gaia, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the bold pleasure never come to birth, the endless infinite desire of years. We are the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. We were sung music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. We are the grail and we the glory now. We are the flame and fueler of thy breath. We are the star of Hikukatera upon thy brow. We are thy queen enraptured and possessed. I do these sweet rivers welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness return to us, to us. Here, Lady Kinamadonket, and receive our prayer. Thee we worship, invoke, and evoke most graciously. Hail to thee, sole mother of our own. We are Kinamadonket, mistress of the whole land. We were instructed by Tahuti, and with divine wisdom we invented the writings of the nations in order that not all should write with the same letters. We gave mankind their laws and ordained what no one can alter. We are the eldest daughter of Gebenicord. We are the wife and sister of the king All-Sword. We are she who rises in the dog star. We are she who is called the Netaret of women. We are she who separated Aru from Geb, heaven from earth. We have pointed out their paths to the star. We have invented seamanship. We have brought together men and women. We have ordained that the elders shall be beloved by the children. With our brother Al-Sad, we made an end of cannibalism. We have instructed mankind in the mysteries. We have taught reverence of the divine statues. We have established a temple precincts. We have overthrown the dominion of the tyrants. We have caused men to love women. We have made justice more powerful than gold. We have caused truth to be considered beautiful. Come unto us and pledge unto us your loyalties as we pledge ours unto you. O Mother Tonket, great art thou in thy splendor. Mighty is thy name, and thy love has no bounds. Thou art Tonket, who art all that ever was, and all that there is to be, for no mortal man hath ever unveiled thee. In all thy grace thou hast brought forth the Son, the fruit that was born forth for the redemption of man. Ra himself. Oh, he said, all said, all said, all said. Kermitonket. Graciously hear our cry unto thee. We mourn for thy blessings on us this day, every day, to nourish, to aid, and to fill the emptiness within that only you, our beloved Mother, can satiate. Unto thee do we pledge our solemn oath of dedication, and for the power and glory of Unalum, the unknowable one, to witness our devotion to thee. For as we now receive thee into our hearts, we ask that you never leave us in times of trial, in joy, in death, and even through into the next life. The Persians received from the Indians the doctrine of the three principles and changed it to that of a principle of life, which was individualized by the sun, and a principle of death, which was symbolized by cold and darkness. Parallel of the moral world, and in which the continual and alternating struggle between light and darkness, life and death, seemed but a phase of the great struggle between the good and evil principles embodied in the legend of Ormuzd and Araimar. Ormuzd and Araimar. Ormuzd and Araimar. Mithras, a Median reformer, was deified after his death and invested with the attributes of the sun, the different astronomical phenomena being figuratively detailed as actual incidents of his life. In the same manner as the history of Buddha was invented among the Hindus, the Trinity of the Hindus became among the Ethiopians and Abyssinians Neph, Almon, Ptah, and Nath, the god creator whose emblem was and is a ram, matter of the primitive mud symbolized by a globe or an egg, and thought, or the light which contains the germ of everything, triple manifestation of one and the same God. Athum, 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 considered in three aspects as the creative power, goodness, and wisdom. Other deities were speedily invented, and among them Alsar, Osiris, represented by the sun, Iset, Isis, the Divine Mother, his wife, by the moon or earth, Typhon, his brother, the principle of evil and darkness, who was the son of All-Sor and All-Set, and the Trinity of All-Sor, Iset, and Hiru became subsequently the chief gods and objects of worship of the Egyptians. I will say it in their plain tongues, and the Trinity of Osiris, Isis, and Horus, Greek. And I just want to be clear, it's not pronounced Isis, it's pronounced Isis. Correct Greek pronunciation of that name would be Isis. So it would be them three that became subsequently the chief gods and object of worship. Osiris, Isis, and Horus became subsequently the chief gods and objects of worship of the Egyptians. The 9-star houses. The Druids were acute in knowledge of the stars and their calculations, using devices to bring down their light to view. Diodorus Siculis. The 9-star houses, decoding the ritual zodiac of the Druids. There has been a great deal of fascinating material written over the past 50 years concerning astronomical speculation related to the Celtic or Druidic mythos. This fact the author discovered while pursuing the key to an obscure zodiacal chart shown within the Frilet scripts, about which he had no clue whatsoever, save that it was taken from an earlier manuscript dated 1577. It is given on the following page. With neither skill nor special interest in astronomy, the search to unlock its symbolisms opened up a whole new and fascinating world. From the 16th century writings of John Dee to the later speculations of Samuel Norton, Robert Graves, Anthony Roberts, Catherine Maltwood, and Helena Patterson, an interesting fact gradually emerged. None of their work in the field of Celtic astronomy shed any light at all on the strange chart, cast into strange units of 8 plus 1. Of course not. The silent scream of the skeptics sneered forth until, in desperation, we decided upon writing to a friend in England, long versed in both obscure documentations and ancient astronomy. Then, within a month, by chance or fate, came a reply providing the needed clues. They were not answers, mind you. But clues, the final piecing together, would conclude over the next 5 years. The Celtic calendar divides the solar year into a system of seasons that coincide with the Celtic seasonal festivals. The purpose of their calendar was in fact to schedule these sacred events rather than simply to mark the passage of time. I'm going to stop here for you, bro, and I'm going to tell you you need to get your pen and paper and you need to mark down the times. Look, count the time, get a clock or whatever in front of you, and you're going to write down the times that would have been in the video of when you wanted to take a snapshot of the screen so that you don't have to touch it. So if you want to go back and take a snapshot of your screen, you can pull it back up on YouTube 2 hours afterwards, later tonight or tomorrow. You'll have all the times marked down in your book, and you can pull those up at any time. So The real confusion centered around the fact that all research to date neatly boiled down Celtic astrology into either a 12-month Greco-Roman solar year or a 13th-month Sumerian Celtic lunar calendar, both requiring intercalculatory time. Additional confusion concerns the Celtic insistence on placing New Year's Day on November 1st instead of on the winter solstice as might be logically predicted. But the Fairlight diagram indicated something else different from all of this, dividing the year instead into 8 festival constellation periods plus one intercalc phase of 5 days preceding midwinter. The numerology, at least, was interesting. 8 plus 1 equals 9, the holiest number in all Celtia. Then 8 divisions added to the 5 calc days, intercalc days, equals 13, the lunar calendrical number. At this point, the author also suspected that a mythological story cycle might somewhere be intermixed. Then finally, through much input, a complete picture seemed to have emerged. The problem was not the symbols themselves. They were clear. Ogham signs and constellation images easily recognizable throughout the Celtic pantheon of totems and gods. No, the task was trying to equate the Druidic version cast in units of 8 plus 1 with the other standard Meso version in 12, which had come down to us via Greece and Babylonia, a version based upon the ancient Gilgamesh epic, or worse yet, the 13th month lunar version. The comparison process seemed futile until we were told just how many times throughout history various cultures had adapted and modified the original 3000 BC Babylonian creation. Substitutions, additions, alterations, both the Greeks and the Egyptians had done. It grafting their own heroes, gods, and ritual schedules onto the earlier framework. And then the key realization, the Druids had done it as well. Let there be light. It was a ritual calendar of constellations. The writer of the Fairlit script had provided key glosses for each stone. Gilgal, Gilgali equals celestial stone circle. 8 45-day constellation periods plus 1 5-day intercalculatory time, true Celtic form, but nothing more. It might be supposed that additional interpretation was thought unnecessary, common knowledge at the time. These said glosses will now be given, followed by the author's augmentations. The reader may follow the above diagram as the white roebuck is chased out of Onwin's round the 9-star houses. 8 of the stations in Gilgali have 45 days each, based on the solar year. The Druids were a solar priesthood. The final one, the 13th, lasted 5 days, total 365. So what we have is 8 multiplied by 45, which equals 360, plus 5 equals 365 solar days. Pay attention. First, Gilgal, the stag of 7 tines, bringer of life through the thicket, barrier of Odwin, arrives at midwinter bearing the spirit of the Holy Child into the world. Celtic rebirth of the sun, Ogham, birch, birth of the divine child. Capricorn, midwinter. Then on to Imbolc, second Gilgal, the flame of Matrona, divine mother of Mabon, who carries and protects the child through the darkest dregs of winter. The Celtic candle festival, Olcom, Willow, protectress of the divine child, Aquarius, Imbolc. Then on to the spring equinox, third Gilgal, the raven of Culturland, bringer of destiny into the world, Celtic festival of the birds, Olgham, hawthorn, fate of the divine child, Aries, spring equinox, then on to Beltane, fourth Gilgal, the flowers of Math, bringer of beauty into the world, illusion, however pleasant, the Celtic flower festival, Olgham, wild apple, instiller of beauty in the divine child, Gemini, Beltane, then on to midsummer, fifth Gilgal, the red dragon of Arthur, bringer of victory and material accomplishment into the world. Celtic festival of the Oak King, Ogham, Oak, 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 granter of nobility and bravery in the divine child. Cancer, midsummer. Then on to Lugnasad, six Gilgal, the eagle of Ulu, symbol of the fruits of one's labors. Celtic grain festival, thrashing, games, feasting, Ogham, vine, 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 granter of rewards to the divine child. Leo, Lugnasarda, Lugnasard, Lugnasard. Then on to the autumn equinox. Seventh Gilgal, the cauldron of Taliesin, bringer of self, transformation into the world. Celtic festival of the harvest, growth within the spiral of life, teacher of self accomplishment to the divine child. Olgham, Evie, Ivy, Ivy, Ivy. Libra, autumn equinox. Then to Samhain, eighth Gilgal, the head of Brawn, the head of Brawn, bringer of safe passage out of the world. Soul and self pass on. Inside, the divine flame burns still. Celtic festival of the dead, when the flaming door between the world opens from dusk to dawn. The roebuck escapes back through the thicket doorway with the old year, yet pursued by the hounds of autumn, initiator of the divine child beyond the realms of death. Olgham, blackthorn, blackthorn, blackthorn. Scorpio, year's end, winter begins. Samhain, Samhain, Samhain. Then 45 days of dark gestation. Then 45 days of dark gestation to Swin Anwen, the time of ghosts. The ninth Gilgal, the hounds of Anwen. Swin Anwen, drivers of fate and destiny before mankind. These dogs arrive back into the world the moment of the winter solstice, after a blind 5-day chase through the thicket doorway, between the worlds in pursuit of Roebuck. The otherworld stag bears upon its back the holy sun of the new year. Some legends say that the underworld king Guarap Lord, Guarap Lord, Guarap Lord leads the hounds. Emerging on the solstice, the sun is reborn. The wild chase continues on throughout the remaining 7 constellations of the year. only to plunge back down into Onwin once again at Samhain, when the flaming door stands ajar. The old year is thus returned for renewal to Onwin, a cycle completed. The 5 unnamed days, the dark grove of 5 elders. The 5 unnamed days, the dark grove of 5 elders, in which hide the triple goddess and the dual god of light and dark, extend variably in our calendar system from December 15th through the 20th, but precisely 5 days before the solstice hour, it was the dreaded time out of time, time out of time, time out of time, time out of time, time out of time. The dregs of winter before the sun's triumphant rebirth on the solstice. Recall the old saying, it is always darkest just before dawn. Well, hey bro, where did I try to whisper if you think this is still early, but where did I blank out there? I know there was a gap there. Was I at the ninth? Did I read the ninth Gilgal yet?
Like the last 15 seconds, bro.
Okay.
Is my audio good, by the way? Am I too loud?
That's actually perfect. That's perfect. That's perfect.
I tried to make it work good. Awesome, awesome.
Super cool. Well, I'm gonna read the last paragraph again, just in case that was missed. The 5 unnamed days, the dark grove of 5 elders, in which hide the triple goddess and the dual god of light and dark, extend variably in our calendar system from December 15th through the 20th, but precisely 5 days before the solstice hour. It was the dreaded time out of time, the dregs of winter before the sun's triumphant rebirth on the solstice. Time out of time, time out of time, time out of time, time out of time, time out of time. The dregs of winter before the sun's triumphant rebirth on the solstice. Recall the old saying, it is always darkest just before the dawn. Well, the essence of this verse surely applies to such a dark, dead period preceding birth, the fearful time of labor. The Oham is elder Sagittarius. Once I understood what this simple scheme implied, the beauty of its clear simplicity left a deep impression. Here was the Celtic ritual year laid out the way it should be, solidly solar, not based on another culture's mythology. Since the Druids were primarily a religious priesthood, it made no true sense to end their year on the 31st of a month or begin it on the 21st of another. This was merely squeezing the Celtic system into a foreign one. The mythological birth of the year should start on Midwinter's Day, and the regular increments of days from that point onward should be measured straight to the next cross quarter, 45 days hence. And here it is, and here it was, and is an astronomical calendar based only on the Celtic ritual year. No more trying to fit 8-part Druids into 12 parts Roman. In addition, there exists a broad consistency between the symbolism present in Druidic zodiac and those of the 8 Grove festivals. They are nearly identical in overall content. This makes an interesting cross reference. The great poet and scholar Robert Graves once spoke of entitling an entire book the Roebuck in the Thicket. He never did, save a single chapter. But were he around today, he would surely be fascinated to know that a prose by the same name is to be found within the Fairlet system, interwoven amidst the remnants of Druidic astronomy. A wonderful verse which recounts the entire astro-epic cycle. So, Mr. Graves, this key allegory, penned by an unknown poet, is fondly dedicated to you. The Roebuck in the Thicket. I am a stag of 7 tines. I am a roebuck in a thicket. I am the pursued messenger of life. 5 days at year's end I turn. 5 days the thickest door stands open. 5 days the hounds of Onwin open my heels. Hasten, ready, the sun awaits us. Quicken, race, a sun is born. Burning Yule with bells at dawn, flying windsong across the sunrise. Past the winter sea we sail, far behind us weep the birches, bent with ice and branches frail, past the cottage bright with candle yellow flame against the night, matron mother mobbing, cradling willow guard by pale moonlight. Faster onward, New Year beckons, brave fool to lane best the spring. Locks of raven circle over, blooming lofts of hawthorn bringing, hounds a streak of pink and white, bellow like a tempest baying, fires bellow on every hillside, moth of flower, maiden making, king of oaking, summer lord, glimpsed along the tables feasting, Arthur shining mid the horde of dragon red, of dragon red. Oh, dragon bread, and mirth unceasing onward faster, lest they falter. By the side of law and long garmenting, vine and snaring, prowess sung in August song. Round the ivy path the autumn turns the trees aflame with color. Palisade wise man fleeing from the wrath of cauldron mother. Final stretch, hasten race, the head of Prana, shining face, passage through the blackthorn night. Chase ahead our ending flight. Looms the thicket, mystic doorway, forest elder guards the way till the next midwinter's day. And there it stands, a poetic key to the entire zodiac system. Our long time suspicion finally worked its way out. There truly was a story cycle behind it all. But for those readers and listeners yet unfamiliar with the great Celtic sagas, let us condense the above bardic prose into simple terms. Here is the story. Once in the time of legends, long ago, mankind ran his life according to the cycles of the sun and earth. Each year at midwinter, the stag of seven times, a magical roebuck from the other world, crashed his way through the dark 5 day thicket into our world, carrying on his back the spirit of the new year. Why did the roebuck do this wonderful thing? He had no choice. He was being chased by the dreadful hounds of destiny. Then he leaped a mighty jump, made it through the thicker doorway safely, just in time, just at the moment of the winter solstice. The bright sun, the holy sun, was born, but the chase was not over by far. For 45 days they ran. 45 suns crossed the cold sky as the birch trees bent heavy with ice all around. But where was the baby? Safe behind fire and hearth, Malborn, the most beautiful spirit of youth, rested quietly in a mother's arms, deep within a willow woods bathed in moonlight. And then he was gone, onward to chase 45 more moons before resting again. Now the sun had grown, framed in hawthorn blossom. Brave Fu Churlain stood amidst the tides of spring, watching birds return in flocks from the sky. Then, alive with the spirit of adventure, he waited as a solitary raven circled down to perch upon his sword arm. Raven, Raven. The raven bore a message. Life rushes on. And so on they ran. 45 days distant until the boy was a man. How did they call him? Moth, son of Motherly, gathered May flowers into the most beautiful maiden ever to walk before the fires of Bel. Then from amidst those magical fires rose a great red dragon, saying, "Go on 45 more till the oaks flower. 45 more." And the hounds raced, and the roebuck panted round the next turn. "Arthur, Lord of Summer, King of Oak and Dragon, is it your feasting there? How you have changed! Yet there at golden midsummer they could not say. Already there were 45 more days to catch, driving through the fires. Catch, fast, faster, flies the spear of love through the air before him. Fruit of the vine darkens heavy in the sunlight. Ripened grains fall softly to the thresher's sickle. Harvest time has come. Grain and gratitude join on in 30 days of celebration and song. Yet the hounds are heard behind the heel, growling that time ahead cannot wait. Day and night meet in his eyes, equally for the full equinox lay upon them. Tolosine, bard, sage of autumn, lifts a hand as faithful hunt cannot pause. In their wake, leaves of time and brilliant colors rush into shadows left behind. Day to night, summer to winter, the final season lay all around. Phantoms shiver and turn away as fresh cut eyes glare out, orange and warm from cold hollow shells of turnip and gourd. Samhain, Halloween is come. Halloween is come. Halloween is come. giant broad smashing a path through blackthorn wilderness shows the way. And then the finish, the thicket, otherworld entry looms elder red like a line ahead, birth to boy, to prime, to sage, old yeet, old year, to the fountain of youth must return. Kermit don't and the child once more upon the roebuck's back, sure to come renewed again with the first rays of new midwinter. And so the legend throughout it in chronological sequence lies buried many wonderful old Celtic tales from what has come to be called the four branches of the Mabinogion. I must, I must, I must, and yet I'm told not. I just saw, and it's beautiful. And I'm gonna read the last paragraph again. And then the final, and then the finish, the thicket, otherworld entry looms elder red like a line ahead, birth to boy, to prime to sage, old year to the fountain of youth must return upon the roebuck's back, sure to come renewed again with the first rays of new midwinter. And then the finish, a thicker, otherworld entry looms elder red like a line ahead, birth to boy, to prime to age, old year to the fountain of youth must return upon the roebuck's back, sure to come renewed again with the first rays of new midwinter. I read that again for myself. I was I was completely for myself. So the legend throughout it in chronological sequence lies lightly buried many wonderful old Celtic tales from what has come to be called the four branches of the Mabinogion, the young men's adventures, the four branches of the young men's adventures. Look them up, read them yourself. The oldest surviving European literature, they remain fabulous examples of colorful imagery and magic, a storyteller's dream. To quote the author, Frank Delarnay, in his wonderful book, Legends of the Celts, Sterling, 1992, quote, story means everything in the Mabinogion. The tales possess pace, imagery, and action. The characters and incidents reinforce the peacock display, the intellectual games, the stylish valor, the famous Celtic flaunting that made them such a bright, if nomadic, color on the map of early Europe. Obviously, the intention here is to entice you, the reader, into reading these, and with your interest, you should. So, for easy reference, those stories specifically mentioned within the prose were. I'm going to read all of these. So, if you're watching and you're like, man, I want that information, I'm not touching my camera, so it might not come out. I'm going to put the page in front of you. It might be backwards, but we'll see. And I'm going to read them, just keep up or not, or whatever the case. The name of the books are The Hounds and Stag of Onwin. Onwin is spelled A as in apple, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy, W as in Wesley, and N as in Nancy. From the first branch of the Mabon Gordon, the Lord of the Divide, Mabon, M as in Mary, A, B as in Barry, O, N as in Nancy. Conjuring, CU space CHULAI, N is in Nancy, N is in Nancy. the greatest warrior who ever lived from the cattle raid of Cooley. The cattle raid of Cooley, Cooley. This is one for you. Moth, the sun, the bright sun who was given the name Moth, is literally spelled Math, exactly like math. Put in the correct sound, and you get moth. And that was the sun's name because he brought intelligence to this world. The Tales of King Arthur, La of the Long Arm. La is spelled Lugh, and Taliesin, Taliesin, as in Nancy. Braun the Blessed. Braun is Bran, Braun the Blessed. And now to the astronomical element which generated all this in the beginning. While the author has already claimed no special expertise in this area, others have pointed the way. The following material, therefore, is the fruit of others' work, for the inclusion of which we are indebted. The 9-star houses are most primarily visible during the festival period with which they are associated. They are at their height upon the Grove Festival night itself. The astronomical charts which appear below pinpoint the viewing dates, direction, and star configuration, the pattern for those wishing to locate these. I will share them. I will show them through succession. So if you want to take pictures, screenshot, or mark the time so you can do it later. And yet one mystery remains which the author has had little luck in unraveling. The concerns of the cover page for the chapter under which the preceding information was found. We are told that the script is most probably ancient Iranian Mesopotamian, the birthplace of the 12-part zodiac. I include the page here in reduction in the hope that someone may be willing to tackle the mystery. Now, interesting enough. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. What's interesting? I'll read your story in a moment. A good story. This is Brussels sprouts on the vine. They were good and healthy to eat, and now they're dried out. It's brittle, no mold. It should have been mold. It's hard like wood. Cracks. Still green. If you put water on it, it's good. You want to know why? Because if you take the water out of something, it weighs a lot less when you ship it. And then you just need to add water when you get it. It's good forever. It's good forever. I don't have to do anything but exist in love. And my brother right here doing the same thing from up above. His head doing the same thing. His body's doing it. You don't need an altar. His body's doing it. We can actually produce things without electricity, without power. We can save money on shipping by just taking the water out of the crap first. Just saying. I know what I'm going to do with that. That's going to be fun. So here's the cards that were on the ground. The World card and an Ace of Swords. I think that's a pretty good omen for the day without even looking at the meanings of it. I don't know the meaning of the Ace of the Swords off the top of my head. Definitely something good. Let's just talk about the pictures, huh? Rather than reading a book about what it says. So we got this hand coming out of clouds, and it's holding a sword as a crown with greenery coming off of it. And he's loving and playing at all the animals in the world. All right, let's read it. You want me to read that? We read that one already. That was a nice one we read yesterday, the Golden Book. Ooh, excuse me, the Golden Book was a very nice sale. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do a guided meditation and see which direction the good mother would like us to fly. And so we'll bring in fairies a part of the thing here. Now, this is Parashakti, the Eternal Mother. This is 5 snakes at the top of her head. We said 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. These 5 snakes sit on top of her head. So I'll just let you munch on that one. Let's get some fairies and let's get some mama. We got a beetle on the Egyptian deck, and we got butterflies on the other side. That's interesting. Ooh, interesting. Wow. Wow. If you hear you don't want to stick around, it's going to be a good guided meditation. And I'll just leave it like that. Anyways, bro, you're going to like this. Yeah, you're going to like this one. You're going to like this one. But something jumped in my head, and it was like, butterflies. Well, butterflies have nothing to do with butter, and they have nothing to do with a fly. Like, they might fly, but when I think about fly, get that away from me. I don't want to fly around me. So why would you call it a butterfly? Yeah, I'm just going to call them fairies. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to change that word for myself. I'm going to write it down. That's how much I feel about that. I've been making a lot of change, dude. I quit meat. I quit tobacco. Now, when I say I quit tobacco, there are times in the defines you want me to partake. I'm not up for it. And the last time they asked me to, I was like, yeah, it's kind of old paradigm I don't like too much, and I don't care to do it. I don't want to do it. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to. Ain't hitting that dumb vape no more. Ain't going to go back to that stuff no more. If I burn tobacco, it should be in a cauldron. It should be as an incense. That's how it should be done. Not into my body. My body is sacred, and I'm honoring my body as I honor other people. And so, in that vein, fairies. For me, fairies. Just like at night when we sleep, I say that I have memories from my travels, from my astral traveling. I bring back memories. Interesting. That's nice. All right, I'm going to read this one. Let's pop out Inner Power. Past Life, Present Power. The many spiritual faces of you, your inner power. Like just hanging out on the moon, man. Oh, I'm gonna give me some coffee super fast. I even changed my coffee mode. So it's a little one. Look, that was my other coffee cup, and that's this one. It's a lot littler. I'm always leaving some coffee in my coffee mug, and it gets cold, and then I throw the coffee back in the pot so it can get hotter again, and roll on, just get a small cup and drink what none I like. Right. So that card, that fairy card on inner power, that's pretty straightforward. Let's see, I have that other book right here in front of me. Just give me one moment while I grab that book. I did the worst thing in the world. Well, I guess it ain't the worst thing, but I'm just a kid. I'm having fun, so it changes. It's not like it was in the past. But I sat on my book. I didn't mean to do that. Maybe Mama needed some fire. She said, that's okay. Dad, wow. Look, I just opened it up. Look, I didn't flip through it. It's just big. It's like, boom. And I was going to like start looking at it, and it was like past life, present time. All right. So the many spiritual faces of who you are. When the soul is growing in service to humanity, in service to the great feminine and her call that all beings be healed and free, it gathers internal resources to assist on the path. These resources include powers and gifts from other lifetimes. You're currently integrating past life abilities and you're guided by the oracle of past life present power to be open to shifting internally and in your experience of your own levels of power and spiritual ability. Talents, abilities, and powers wish to be restored to you now from past incarnations. This will help your path. You will often be able to recognize this because you will feel some instant fascination or deep interest for a culture, philosophy, heritage, or even place on earth or beyond, which is deeply compelling. This is your intuitive recognition that a part of your soul connected with this passionate interest is being drawn into integration. At such times, there can be emotions, feelings, and even phobias or fears that temporarily arise. You may even find your tastes for food and clothing and your sleep or other habits change quickly and noticeably for a time. These can all be signs that a past life energy is being integrated. Once it is digested into your current incarnation, you will feel more like yourself again, but in an expanded and more whole way. You will just feel like you're more of yourself, more stable, more full, and more at home in your own being. It is a lovely state of being to enjoy, which makes any ups and downs in the integration process more bearable. This oracle brings specific guidance that some of these past gifts from other incarnations are associated with ancient Egypt and civilizations connected with the ancient Egyptian earthly and beyond, including some star civilizations such as Sirius and the Pleiades and the fairies. Look for the symbols, books, crystals, or colors that interest you and pay attention to your dreams. It is helpful to be conscious of any issues around the past life skills returning to you now. You will become aware of them so that they can be acknowledged, accepted, and released. Often, when integration is occurring, people who have been connected to you in such lifetimes become a more prominent part of your life. It is possible that they will remain thus or that as the integration happens and you continue to grow. Some of those relationships will fall away as you have completed karmic healing and integration of the energies associated with that past life, distilled the golden gift, and are ready to move on. This may take weeks, months, or in some cases, years. The ritual below will, however, facilitate the process with some more efficiency. But you must trust in your timing for such matters as your own soul is guiding the process and knows exactly what it is doing. To enable this soul awakening to occur, purification and time to assimilate the healing is recommended. You can accomplish this through rest, time in nature, prayer that you power be exercised with love, prayer that you prayer that your power will be exercised with love and mercy and a willingness to be guided by the Divine Mother, Lady Allset, whom loves you unconditionally, the water of life, fountain of youth herself. Use the prayer of past life, present power below in the healing ritual whenever you intuitively feel you are needed or whenever you feel you need it. Also know that well, I'll just say if you're sticking around and going to listen to it one time is going to be sufficient. Trust me. Trust me. Anyways, also know that what is well, actually, you can pull it back up on the replay and watch the whole darn thing again. So yeah, that was cool. Yeah, we could apply that there. Also, know that as wonderful as it sounds to retrieve past life power and ability, it is not always without challenge. We often need to be willing to be fluid in our understanding and experience of ourselves. We need to be open to reframing our idea of ourselves as more spiritually connected, more powerful, and more responsible for our light on this earth. That can be confronting at times. We often have to let go of any fear or disappointment we suffered in the relevant past life before the gift can be restored to us in a useful way this lifetime. You can rest assured that anything you need to know in order to heal will come to your awareness. You may or may not see the whole picture, and if you do not, then it isn't necessary for healing. We are always given more than enough to be able to heal. It is just a matter of being more attentive and aware of what is happening right before us in our lives and realizing that if we follow any pain, we will find what needs healing. Then the gift hidden within the pain can be released. Release. Release. The oracle of past life, present power indicates that the gift found in our healing will be past life talents and abilities. As with all spiritual instruction contained in this oracle, as a whole, the Lady Allset will watch over you and assist your process once you ask her in love. So we do have this. They call it a ritual. I like to call it guided meditation. Guided meditation is jam stuff we do all day long, telling stories and whatnot. And let's see here. Just kind of going over that because sometimes calls for something or another, has something spoken out of place. So I don't want to get that mixed up. So I'm just looking over that. There is a portion where it says to say aloud for yourself. So before I speak, if you would allow me to speak on your behalf or accept that offer, then I will say D before I read those words. So before I say D, like boom, and then I'll read the words, and then I'll say D as a conclusion, and then I'll just keep going on. So that D is like a separate portion, not a separate portion, but speaking on your behalf. Your body, your soul, your energy just makes the whole process a little easier, a little smoother. As you're sitting comfortably and breathing comfortably as well, close your eyes and visualize or sense a wheel like structure with many spokes, like the wheel of a bicycle, but made out of light. Imagine that you are at the center of the wheel where all the spokes meet. There is a vast circle of light that forms the outer section of the wheel, and this represents the boundaries of your soul. The light around the outside grows bright and luminous gold until it begins to overflow, flowing as pure light along all the spokes of the wheel, sending light into the center. From your peaceful position at the center of the wheel, you notice that certain spokes are beginning to glow more strongly than others. Allow yourself to open your heart and receive the light from these spokes of the wheel, representing different lifetimes flowing its golden light into the center of the wheel. The I now call back to me through unconditional love and grace all past life, skill, and ability that can assist me in my high destiny. I pray for mercy and compassion as I grow in wisdom and ability. Help me now, beloved all said, who loves me unconditionally, to experience this process easily and exercise its effects with love and mercy of my own free will. So be it. D. The light from the spokes glows strong and close to you in the center, into your heart is pure golden light. You will receive the perfect amount of light that will feed your soul. You may feel a lot of sensation or not much at all, and either is fine. Just allow your process to be as it is and know it is happening. Finally, see, sense, or feel the entire wheel filled with light, turning and flowing in its own natural way, with you at the center, feeling the vastness of you. Indeed, I call back to me through unconditional love and grace the past life energy that fills this situation in place. Let my life and present life ability help me reach my highest destiny. I call for clarity, insight, and peace, a place of empowerment I now reach. I call back to me through unconditional love and grace the past life energy that fills this situation in place. Let my past and present life ability help me reach my highest destiny. I call for clarity, insight, and peace, a place of empowerment I now reach. I call back to me through unconditional love and grace the past life energy that fills this situation in place. Let my past and present life ability help me reach my highest destiny. I call for clarity, insight, and peace, a place of empowerment I now reach. When you're ready, just open your eyes. Dreams do come true. You're you're what my dreams were about. You were in my dreams. I was in your dreams. Just reams, just reams of paper. in a book. Just a story. New opportunities. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. At your volume level, bro, you can chat it up if you'd like.
Wow. Hey, I was waiting, bro. It's a wonderful. It's been already. I'll start it with a beautiful thing. By the way, is my volume fine? Can I speak like normal, like that, or a bit lower?
Great.
It's perfect. Okay. So I'll start it and say that already it's been the best day yet. Yeah. I woke up extremely early and I woke up super dehydrated at like 5 a.m. or something. I was so dehydrated, bro. And I just drank some water and coffee and orange juice, and I was like, awesome. And stuff was unfolding. I was like, wow, and beautiful stuff. And then you come in with the jam and you say, like, oh, it's a new era. Some of these things that I'm reading over, we don't even need them anymore. And I like resonated with that because I feel it. I feel that we have defeated the big obstacle stuff. Like now it's just playing and flowing and letting it align. And yeah, wonderful. Like your card pulls your everything is just, yep. Oh, very interesting detail. As you were reading, like very small snowflake slightly started falling, and it's not snowing like for the past day, but like as you were reading, it was, and I was just, and like a bee came up to me that like next to a flower, and I was, yeah, I was just like, yeah, awesome.
I hear birds chirping. I've heard them chirping, and while I was reading, and I thought it was coming from your audio or something. But the things are right outside my roof, like right on the roof on the branch or something. And then I hit the gong real soft, because it's still early. But something was like I just had to hit it. That moment was so nice, and um, and I heard a chipmunk circle.
I I swear, I don't know. I think I heard an owl, but like, so last night, I think I heard a legit owl. Like when I woke up, it was still dark, but I'm sure. No, I don't know what bird can make that sound like other than an owl. So yeah,
I heard um, they sounded like swans to me. I don't know, or seagulls or whatever, the birds that they hang out around the ocean, I mean, seagulls or swan, I don't know, whatever. I heard them though, but they flew right over. That's why I hit the gong because I heard them flying over like when I was at the beach. I'm just like, there's swans where I live, so like, or I don't know, I seen them around, anyways. But yeah, that's why I hit the gong because I heard them and I was like, if I hear those guys, shoot, I know I'm doing something right.
uh, everything that's been happening is like just confirming to me we're
Bro,
one with nature.
bro, yeah, bro, don't you know? Like with
Yeah,
the laurel of the ace of swords, man, that you're an ace of swords. I called you aces yesterday,
yeah.
and today the ace of swords with the world. I
Oh,
was like, here's what you are.
bro. I'll
Hold
say one
on,
thing
let
that.
me read
Oh,
it.
sorry, sorry, sorry.
Hold on. I'll be there. That book's that book's over there. That's actually interesting because I just remembered another deck that I have, and the back of the deck has white stars, it's blue, and has white stars. So I gotta pull that deck out. I gotta start using that deck. Huh. You know, it's funny. We talking about the proper calendar system and all, Mister I Ching Master. You are, and I happen to pop the tarot deck
Whoa,
to that. Uh,
bro.
like I studied this calendar system, bro. I studied this system of what I read earlier to you, and I started living my life by it. I said, screw what everybody else is doing. I learned what's wrong. I learned what's correct. And I said, you know what? I'm going to do what I found to be correct by people that were thousands of years older than anyone else I knew. So,
Yeah.
anyways, Ace of Swords is.
On the note of colors and I Ching, I have a fascinating thing. I just like, yeah. If you want to hear it. Oh, you're gonna read something. Okay, sorry. Already awesome sauce square day.
The Ace of Swords. A hand issues forth from a cloud holding a double-edged sword. The double-edged sword indicates justice on a higher level, a crown from which a laurel and palm of victory, Victoria, and the red and white roses, rosemary, of desire and freedom hang, circles the sword. The crown is the symbol of prominent spiritual action and attainment. Gray mountains of intellect and reason are in the background. Clouds billow and form in the air around the sword. The triumph of positive force. Victory, 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 victory. J, J, J. Victory, victory, victory. The beginning of a struggle for a noble cause. Action, power, great force, and championship.
How complimented.
That's my bro, don't you know?
We know. Okay, so the I Ching. I was like, it told me everything we need to know. Like, I didn't feel like usually compelled to read it, but I took a shower this morning. And for some reason, like after the shower, I was like, maybe I should, maybe. Yeah, I'll just flip open a page uh, randomly. And like, as you told me, like wherever I first focus, I'll read it. And if my mind was like, not throwing coins, not anything, just do that. And I opened it. And as I was thinking, like, gosh, I've been in like the same clothes for a few days. I need to change something. So I got this new shirt and these pants. I was thinking, like, oh, should I change them? And I opened my I Ching and I can find the exact sentence. I think I took a picture. It literally said something along the lines wearing a yellow lower garnet, supreme good fortune. The first thing I saw. And I was like, I've been wearing this for a while, so I'm gonna keep wearing it. And I left the Ching and it told me everything I need to know. I'm no longer compelled to read it. We figured that it let us here. It's good. When the time is aligned, we'll see. But for now, it's supreme good fortune, bro. Supreme good fortune.
I want to shoot something to you, bro. And no matter, you already know. But You keep following that heart of yours, no matter what, all the time. You keep following that heart because that heart, like you said, it took you to the I Ching, and you were able to come to an I Ching reading to an or you used a or I want to clarify something for you because you may not understand the awesome sauce that squared that you are, but you you, you like to copy me, and you you know what I say comes with your heart's gonna do the final layer. It's my word is not final on your life. Your life is your heart, and whatever comes down to it in the moment, you follow that heart at all times because you just operated an oracle system by
Yeah, did it yesterday on the stream as well with the 55. Remember? It's literally live streamed. I just opened it like that.
this. This is my dream for the world. This is the reality that is happening and that can happen for the entire world of humanity. Every human can experience this. Look, I I've been for what? Let's just say 30 days. We've been doing tarot cards and books and stories. And you don't work tarot systems. You don't have tarot cards, or else you would. You would work it if you had it. Tarot, generally speaking, comes before or you gotta understand all the intricate stuff of tarot. You gotta understand all these things, plan tarot, all that stuff. And then you're able to operate an oracle system because of the understanding you have of the tarot system. You you literally started at the oracle system. You started working at teaching before we knew each other. You started with an oracle system, and now I show, and now you can just open up the book, find what you want without being slowed down by coins or sticks.
If it's a serious matter, I'll still throw the coins. But I was like, before the shower, I'll just like see where it lands me, and like it was so synchronistically perfect because moments before I was thinking which new pants do I want for today to be, and it just told me wearing yellow lower garnet, supreme good fortune, like the most best fortune ever, and I was like, okay, thank you. Don't need you anymore for for now. I'll keep using that like to align, but
Huh. I wrote this a long time ago. It says, ah, yes, if it were to be I, what honor to incur, what an experience of a lifetime. Such worthiness should never be mine. Stories of ancient tales of old that is seldom told, the heroes of such or even standing role, could never such fate truly rest for my soul. Even now so much has happened, I am that one. I must embrace every truth as truth has been done. I ended someone's life's joy while I ended someone's life's while joy surrounded me. I am lost in this thought without a key. Words I desire to express out of my spirit. Words no one has ever known to be of any merit. An extreme sense of awareness of Larry. I have begun to feeling a tingling of bliss. No, I have had love in the past and now seems so different. takes me back to my mom. Said I left and someone's life ended. My mom had brain cancer, and against her will, they were doing chemo treatment. And I won't get into all that detail. But me and my mom, I shared with you how close we were, friendship, best friends, all everything. And it was always me and my mom against the world, like just the way it was. Everything was cool at home, but the world would be all crazy. We'd be all right at home. And and at the end of her life, the details. Well, I'm gonna share them anyways. But my brother was asking about insurance money crap questions. And I'm like, what the hell are you asking about life insurance, man? Mom's about to freaking hit the freaking can, dude. Who cares? And he was like, I want her at my house. I want her to be at my place. Blah, blah, blah. I'm going to leave the extra details out. I'm not one for fighting. It's the end of the road. I was part of her life. It could be part of her death. That's on their shoulders, not mine. I gave them what they wanted. I just did what they demanded of me. So, you want it? Take it. And today I was driving up to North Carolina from Texas, from San Antonio, Texas, all the way up to North Carolina. That night, that evening, we took off in the morning. That evening, my mom let herself go. My brother called my dad, didn't even talk to me. My grandma made it a point to call me some weeks later and make it a point that my mother did not die on the 23rd of the morning of February in 2012, that the doctors or the EMS, whatever, marked her death at. She told me very specifically she died before the evening hit midnight. She died on the 22nd, so that I would know those numbers. But she did it with a motive that I only found out after I became psychic. She told me that because what she felt and what she thought and what my brother felt, what my brother thought. Well, when I left, my mom knew I was gone. She knew I was moving with my dad, start a new life for my kids, my wife, and all that. She knew she was going, heading out. And she let herself pass on the day that I left, that night that I left, that same day. Less than 20 hours, less than 16 hours apart. So, so I left. I told my mom I'd never leave her. And I knew that my energy was connected to my mom, but I didn't know everything like that. But there was just one night, I'm going years ago into the past. And I found out that my mom never had a Barbie doll, a doll. Never had a doll, no dolly, her whole life. Not as a kid, not as an adult, nothing. So I went to the store and I bought Barbie this and Barbie that and Kindle that and all the accessories. And I put it all in her bed. When she got home, we played with her dollies all night long on her bed. Every every girl, every woman deserves a dolly. And that's what those words were talking about.
Yeah.
I actually found a place of solace because my mom was no longer in pain. Her body wasn't suffering. So I could relax because my spirit was tied to her spirit. Our souls were linked, are linked together, or are, will always be. And Rosemary, that beautiful woman, that goddess of a woman, We talked about it yesterday. She instilled into me confidence. We could boil it into a lot of stories and words and everything. She gave me self confidence. She taught me how. She taught me how to have. She gave me self confidence. She didn't teach me how to do it. She just teach. That's what I'm passing on to you. Be confident in yourself. You were so confident in yourself, man. You pulled the I Ching. You were like, boom, I'm just going to do it. Boom. You would not have gotten an accurate reading if you were not confident in your own heart of existence to do it.
Oh, bro, it's like replication, and the whole world shall indeed know her name and her love. Like, it's the replication started, and there ain't no stopping the cell replication. I'm just gonna, yeah. They might have tried to stop to replicate the first one, but once the first replicates, it's just on and on. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256. No, I don't know anymore. Yeah.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Since one became two, could you imagine if that was actually happening in the world right now?
It shall.
No. It's
Oh,
happening right now. That replication is actually happening. There's
yeah.
people very ahead, very much far down the path on their spiritual road. Okay, everyone's awakening.
Feels like it.
The replication is happening. Say it with me. The replication is happening.
Bro, what you said about your I, Brussels sprouts, or what did you show? Like, dehydration makes it much more easier to transport because it's less weight. That's why you get dehydrated when you teleport and stay alive, like with their technology. Literally, you're so right. And it's some kind of like a consciousness teleportation, I think. And I was when I tell you I was dehydrated. I usually sleep longer than I did. Like, I didn't sleep for long at all this night, and I woke up dehydrated, like very. And I always drink water. There was no reason for me to be dehydrated, and it felt great to just drink cold water. It was awesome, but I was dehydrated, and it started off as the most amazing day already, even before the jam. And as the jam, it just kept going better and better. But like, I'm connecting that I was dehydrated with something, like, and I don't know.
So we have Zochorten, is number 35. And yes, importance of water, yes, you got it. Protector of the South who promotes productivity and growth. You're in a period of rapid growth and development. If you make the effort, you will get results. Find people to help you. Strike a balance of power. Just as crops stretch and grow to the skies, you are now in a period of rapid growth. The time has come for your labors to finally bear fruit. An offer may come to you suddenly and out of nowhere. It is important to prepare yourself for undertaking it. If you may take on a central leadership role in this scenario, it's possible that a powerful supporter may take the lead. Oh, let me repeat that. You may take on a central leadership role in this scenario, or it's possible that a powerful supporter may take the lead. Whichever happens, know that you will make a unique and powerful team. Don't forget to be in good standing with your team members. Zochotin is one of four heavenly kings and a deity who protects the south. And Jafar, he is often depicted as a powerful general holding a spear and wearing armor. Of his messengers, he has a fierce demon who interrupts the sleep of humans and causes misfortune, as well as the spirits of the dead who are demons of the hungry ghost realm. These messengers are often shown holding swords next to Zolchotin in mandalas. The name Zolchol means enlargement and growth, and his blessings are believed to be growth and the creation of productive grain, which for which he is worshipped. His blessings are protection, growth, and productive grain. And so, mentioning that growth and that production, not production, but the growth, the, the rapid growth, and bringing in the Brussels sprouts, any tree or any plant that it's going to grow, it needs to be supported, fed correctly, the correct amount of water, light, water, the correct amount of water. I'm going to do it myself. Because I've been drinking coffee, and I'm going to get another thing of coffee. But before I do that, I'm going to stop what I'm doing, and I'm going to do the healthy thing, because I've been doing that a lot lately. I've been changing all sorts of stuff, I keep saying. Anyways, I'm going to go get my cup and fill it up with water.
And I'll go get my coffee because I've been drinking water. Balance, yin and yang. Ah.
And I'm going to add in some lavender. I'm not recommending to anybody to do that. But I like to put in it like lavender, frankincense. No, it went somewhere. Let's see, what shall we read next? Ooh, I got it.
Okay. We got both water and coffee.
Yeah. Well, to match you, let me go grab a fresh cup of coffee real quick. Won't take long.
What a balanced day.
Most indubitably.
Getting teleported makes you dehydrated. That's the lesson of the day, for sure.
Where's that other one? I got one more after this box, and then I'm gonna start reading. Well, I'm gonna go with the flow, and I'll find the bottom of the box when I come across it.
Yeah, just go with the flow, as we know.
That's it. That's it. Boom. Now time passed, and their life together was cold. King Atley pondered the whereabouts of the hoard of gold that Sigurd had owned, but of which only King Gunnar and his brother now knew. Atley was a great and powerful king. He was wise and had a large following. He took counsel with his men as to which course of action should be followed. He knew that Gunnar and his kin had more wealth than anyone else. He now resolved to send men to meet the brothers, invite them to a banquet, and honor them in many ways. A man called Vengi led King Atlas' messengers. The queen, aware of the king's private meeting with his counselors, suspected there would be treachery toward her brothers. Gudrun cut runes and took a gold ring and tied a wolf's hair onto it. She gave it to the king's messengers, who then departed as the king had ordered. Before they stepped ashore, King Genghis saw the runes and changed them in such a way that Gurun appeared to be urging the brothers to come and meet with us. Yes, I guess I have forgotten, was all I could think to say. Our conversation was interrupted by a sudden gust of wind, which brought the dragon's voice spinning to life with its eerie clamor. Ah, time to go. Merlin spoke almost in jest. The gods speak to us. But do remember this one final thing about time. The present is a point just past. And my head spun even further away. If I've read this one before, you're ready to hear it again. For we always got that one. On the On the shore stood the opposition with its dense array of robed figures, while between the ranks dashed women in black attire like the Furies, hair disheveled, waving brands. To my honor, I suddenly found myself surrounded by Roman legionaries. In fact, I actually appeared to be numbered among them. My name was Tacitus, and my appointment to Britain was as royal chronicler to govern Gaius Suetonius Paulinus, sent to record the triumphant conquest about to take place. For all time and glory of Rome, to drive the Druidic plague utterly from the shores of Albia, to wrap the foes in the brands. The year was 59 since the Christ, and this was but one of the questions to which my mind sought answers in those cold pre-dawn hours, awaiting transport across the straits. The legion to which I had been assigned was standing rigid. Then at last the torrential rains which had soaked man and beast throughout the night ceased. The trees dripped, our road a single smear of thick puddle. It was as if the very elements themselves were trying to snuff out the festering fires of the Roman armies. Though caution and stealth, we had advanced steadily towards the Isle of the Holy Head until dawn was nearly upon us. The constant threat of encountering Roman soldiers scattered everywhere had worn our nerves to near frailty, and the old priest was not well, although his non-complaining determination was a monument unto itself. But the worst thing of all was the simple air around us, damp and black, thick with the foul smell of charred hair and flesh, full with the tormented death cry echoes of anguished, half-burned men, full of Roman taunting and laughter. And yet, despite it all, we had almost succeeded, the priest and I, as we stood exhausted on the far western shore of Anglesey, in between labored langles of the tainted air. We surveyed the misty shores of the other island, the sand-smooth banks of Holy Head, an apparent haven, which had somehow eluded the attention of the legions, at least thus far. The gods must surely be with us, the Druid spoke, breathless, through a slow nod, for all seems undisturbed, all except that fishing boar, or all except that fishing boat docked over there. He pointed a bent finger at a nearby patch of beach in between two huge boulders, and sure enough, there it lay. Old as he was, the priest had his eyes as keen as any raven. Then all at once those same eyes widened in fear, and he reached over, covering my mouth. I tell you, I heard voices over there. Came a deep rumble from somewhere close in the twilight, hushed suddenly into an intense whisper. Come on, Arnon, help me look. And the ground around us trembled heavy with footsteps. Aradnor, the druid echoed softly to himself. Aradnor. Suddenly standing forth, he pushed himself out through the wet branches. Thank the guardian you have found us. And we were quickly surrounded by strange men in white robes, offering helping arms and concerned faces. We fear you dead at the hands of these barbarians, said a man whose voice I recognized from the brush. Yet never once did we give up hope. For the past quarter night we have been carrying survivors across the channel, across to safety at Nematar. 19 in all, you make the 20th, or perhaps 21. He tacked on, glancing over at me with a curious suspicion. This is Tarquinius, responded the old man, as an audible gasp of disbelief spread over the others, who has proven himself a friend despite his Roman trappings. Had it not been for him, I too would have suffered the fires of Caesar. He will be allowed to accompany us. He can be trusted. Following a low, controversial grumble from the men, we all made our way to the waiting boat and pushed off. In the distance from the water, the terrible orange glow of the fire still outlined treetops as far as the eye could see, and the choking black smoke which stained the sky into a mantle of gray clouds just above them. But the other men were not watching what I was. They were consumed with a cloud of their own, listening intensely as the old Druid outlined the plan of hope he had alluded to me earlier that night. But we must hurry. I heard him sigh again, falling back against the bow and closing his eyes. The other Druids traded brief, worried expressions, then quickened their pace across the water. Once ashore, it became clear that this island was distinctly different from Anglesey. The trees, rather than the predominant oaks and beeches, were mostly pine and smaller kinds. The landscape itself was flatter. I could see no hills, and everything seemed to have a barren, exposed, wind-swept sort of look. We hid the boat in a bush-covered cove, making our way with nervous unease towards the nearby woods. The only thing which followed us was the sound of awakening birds. The island seemed full of birds. Against the always steady, distant crashing of the sea, no one spoke until we were well hid within the tree line. "There's the path." One of the priests broke silence, pointing down a worn expanse of road. "The Nemeton lies over this way. With fortune, the others may be there to meet us. But in either case he will be present," and the others nodded a slight affirmation amongst themselves. "Nemeton," I whispered to the old Druid, whose hand rested still upon my shoulder, "where do we go?" I was not overly familiar with this antique word, wondering perhaps if its use was particular to the Kolhoi. "It is a place, our Holy of Holies," he answered as if the very act of speaking was painful. With a look of great gravity, the Druid then seated himself slowly on the bare trunk of a fallen log and drew a trembling breath. "I feel it best if you know all there is to know," he began. "For you, Tactiacus, my friend, will some day bring our account before the world for fortune for future generations to see. You must understand something of our past." And I sat back quietly. Long ago, in the time of legends, before the washing ashore of the Fairlet from drowned Atlantis, were the days of the giants. In those days there were giants in the earth, and the greatest titan among titans was named Braun the Blessed, king protector of this island of the mighty. Long he reigned in glory, and long did the land prosper under his hand, until a warfare against the Red Isle ended with his great body being pierced through by a poisoned spear. Then, being also a master of the magical arts and not wanting to bring despair upon his people, Braun ordered that his head be severed from his body, knowing the head to be the true seat of his soul. Thus the sacred head set forth uncorrupted from the Isle of Erin for the shores of Britain. Erin, guiding and protecting its subjects en route even as in life. And for 7 enchanted years they feasted in rich splendor upon the shores of Tir non O, Tir non O, Tir non O, the blessed realm. Then fourscore more upon the high seas, but at length the perfect spell was shattered by human folly, and the head needed return to the bosom of Albion for burial. Yet before the eyes of Braun closed their final time, it was devised that a great enchantment of protection should cover the land so long as the head remained buried with its face to the sea. And so it was done, brought here to this place for final resting, here, to this island which has come to be called Holy Land. But there is something more. A great secret key remained behind with the priests, taught once each generation to a carefully chosen successor. The secret rite by which the head of Braun might be awakened in hour of gravest need, and which he added while rising stiffly to his feet, has never once been invoked to this day. But now our plight is grave indeed, and he headed slowly back down the path, the others following silently from behind. I had just lost sight of the old Druid when ahead in the forest something remarkable began to happen. Birds, great black ravens, dozens of them, settled like an approaching army one by one into the trees above us. The deep sound of their croaking voices filled the air until it buzzed. "The ravens of Brawn," yelled one of the awe-struck priests to the others. "They have come! Surely then the mighty king knows of our plight. All might be yet saved. Quickly, brothers, to the Nebaton!" And we emptied into a clearing as fantastic as the great ravens themselves. It was a grove, a grassy clearing set amidst a vast stand of aged alder trees, flanked on all sides by the watchful eyes of ravens. In its center stood a remarkable statue of stone. I say statue, for want of a better description. An enormous two-faced head dominated the field, looking as if the rest of its body might possibly lie buried beneath. Apart from this, to the western side of the monument stood what appeared to be an ancient stone well, crumbled and falling apart. There the old Druid knelt in front of his curious pair, head hung in the reverence or perhaps in exhausted prayer. "We have come, great protector," he called out suddenly after a long silence. "We who have been your faithful upholders for generations, we who soon may be no more." And with this, three lone ravens glided down to perch atop the statue. The men around me gasped in awe, stepping back. A sign, they whispered amongst themselves, as truly beyond all doubt it appeared to be. Slowly the priest bowed deeply, turned and walked over to join the rest of us. "Braun will come," he promised, looking pale and worn, "for his three messengers have foretold it. But first sacred fires must be raised. Come, brethren, we must build our blaze to combat the Romans. One fire against another, every moment we lose spells sacrifice for the lives of many." So together as a team of bees were working, gathering what dry wood could be found into a high pile between the statue and well. Then, when all stood in readiness, we formed a broad circle around the site, few as we were, and turned our attention to the elder priest for direction. Raising his arms high into the air, the Druid called forth from this world to the other the ancient worlds of manifestation. All often told where ascendido sarig war forrig noin o sarig asaker tupur ashlen mo na tromblu. All have been told where ascendido sarig war forrig noin o saris arsaker tupur ashlen mo na tromblu. Alpentue duercertin dorse rig where for ring nor win orse red as a fear two for Ashlyn mon rom war and the bonfire burst at once into violent flame, sending the three ravens scattering off into the forest roof. Within moments, it seemed the fire had reduced itself to a glowing circle of embers. Not knowing what to expect, I hardly dared draw another breath. Then my heart nearly stopped. Tacitus, born of Rome, stunned apart, ordered by the priest suddenly, for what will now follow is deep magic, secret, forbidden to you. Unsure of what was expected, I backed cautiously away until well out of sight behind a stand of altars. And the old Druid was right. It was many years before I fully comprehended the bizarre sequence of events which immediately followed. The early morning sun seemed pale and still powerless against the heavy cover of cloud and smoke, making things difficult to see from a distance. All appeared hazy and far away. The ravens, however, were clearly there, watching, themselves like stone statues from every treetop. The gargoyles of Brahm, the gargoyles of Brahm, the gargoyles of Brahm. I soon realized that the priest had begun a song, a slow chant of sorts, rising by inaudible degrees until a powerful sound was raised. The waking songbirds answered innocently from the trees, all except the ravens, that is, they never seemed to react casually at all. Then the high priest clapped his hands together 3 times, and all was silent, even the birds. Braun the Blessed, king once and king yet to be, his voice echoed through the glen. We ask your counsel as promised to us in this, our honor of greatest need, as you have been our silent protector since the dawn of time. Hear now our silent call, those sacred words which must never be heard by the ears of common man. Then the strangest of episodes took place. Starting with the elder Druid, each man held forth his palms before him, slowly touching various portions of his hands in a slow, repetitive pattern that in time I would come to recognize. It was all obviously a mystical code of some sort. One priest signaled to another on the opposite side of the circle until the other caught the sequence, which was then relayed across to his opposite like a children's game, until the cycle came round full again to the head. When this was done, the entire group raised their hands in unison overhead. Unless you be acquainted with the powerful name, be silent, as to the lofty name and the powerful name. So called the high priest. Come, foremost spirit of great brawn, to which the men answered, Yo, 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 together over and over again until the very earth under our feet seemed to resonate with the sound. Then, for more times than I could count, the chant sequence was repeated while another sound entered the scene from above. My blood went cold as a gradual wave of understanding swept through me. The stay raven sentinels had suddenly broken silence and were croaking and calling and launching out in a wild frenzy over the nematon field. When finally the air seemed a storm of black feathers and wings, a great dense shadow descended down from their midst to fully envelop their massive stone head. I crouched to the ground in sheer terror as the man, the colossus, everything was swallowed up by behind that veil of gray. All disappeared, all except for the ravens. That is, they continued to circle madly overhead until 3 solitary birds again broke away and darted down to perch upon the edge of the ancient well. No sooner had they alighted than a sound like a vast wind billowed forth from the mouth and spoke. Mortal men, What do you wish of me? Came a deep, labored voice echoing up from the very depths of the earth. Winds stopped short, birds fell silent, an avalanche of dust and leaf settled uneasily to the ground. Then all things were still, once again, all but the ravens. The story continues. When at last the storms of dawn were silent, as ravens settled back into the trees with a great triumphant noise of acclaim, our ancient lord is once again joined to the land of the living. Ever so cautiously I raised myself up off the ground, wiping dust and debris from my eyes. No one spoke, nothing moved, no one dared disturb the tense silence which hung over the Nemeton like a heavy Welsh blanket of wool. Then all at once, as if sensing what was expected of him alone, the elder Druid stood, adjusting his robes, pulling his frame painfully into a dignified stance to make his way by slow, deliberate steps across the field towards the statue. It was clear he knew well this old priest, the great weight of destiny which rode upon his shoulders at that moment. Spokesman for the Druids, voice of the Celtic people, he only could address this plight. He knew it, so did all present. Even the head of Braun knew as if it followed his approach with eyes cold and unmoving, yet all kept still under the priest. Yet all kept still until the priest halted 2 lengths before the stone and raised a hand to trace some mysterious sigils into the air. Between then all shifted tensely as if ready to strike out. War night! Orchard night! Can you please silence your audio? Thank you. War night! Orchard night! He intoned loudly with a deep bow of submission. War night! Orchard night! Braun the Blessed, the oath of protection you once uttered to this land so long ago, has now come upon you. Keep your oath, heal your land, awaken the deep magic. The time has come. And the old man's words died away into the trees, leaving an electric silence which burned like a blowing reed in our ears. Then slowly a dull vibration began to emerge from the ground at our feet, filling the stone well until I thought it would crumble utterly. 50 generations of my people, came a voice, dark and low from the earth's shaft. 50 generations have lived and died since I was last called among you. The deep magic decrees my ancient oath to be binding only in times of greatest calamity. Druid priest, all magi know this. What then be the tidings from the world of men? The tidings be grave indeed, O under earth king, answered the priest solidly, for dread has come upon us all from the east, dread which could bring an end to your loyal people for all time. You with your all-seeing eye, look about. Can you not justify us your aid alone by the death cries of your own priests? If not by those, then what? Tell us, help us. And his words hung desperate and sharp in the air. Almost immediately, one of the largest ravens perched in the tree line flew down with a loud croak and landed atop the stone head, creating things an instant blur of wonder, as if the very spirit of the bird melted into the ancient stone. A hazy cloud of gray, mist-like substance descended down to surround the head. Then the raven flew off. What remained was a monstrous thing, a face, shadowed white, eyes closed, bearded, dark, a noble image like a spectre from the world. And so it was, so it truly seemed to be, as the eyes opened abruptly as if startled from a nightmare. They looked about steadily, studying the landscape and people with a fixed, steely attention. One could feel the power in his gaze, in Braun's gaze. The old Druid dropped to one knee and lowered his head in mystic submission before speaking. As of this night, your priesthood is no more, he pronounced with dark authority, meeting the statue gaze to gaze. We have struggled our way here, all that be left of us, to hear what counsel you might give in this grave hour. If you cannot help us now, truly no, truly none else can. Then gradually, as if summoned forth, the final remnants of the Druidic priesthood crept out, gathering into a haggard assembly before the head. None spoke, yet all were carefully studied as the eyes seemed to search unceasingly the very souls of those standing before them, and then closed. Men of the oaks spoke, the voice of Braun, low and calm. Priest of the old order, the tides of the world are again changing, and I am powerless to stand against them. Even the greatest of kings must bend a knee to such forces as order the universe. Even we are but the merest reflections of the divine pattern, giant and man the same. But there are ways, so that the spiritual progress of mankind may yet be salvaged against such tides of time. Ways, integrations. And the words seemed to echo from mind to mind for one brief, potent moment before the high priest unexpectedly broke silence with a call. Tell us, great one, he said between labored breaths. Tell us how our ways may be. And the coughing returned in such a fit that all wondered if the old Druid would be able to go on. Tell us how we may survive the Roman pestilence. He recovered at length. Suddenly the stony eyes opened up again and glared down strangely as if contemplating an unexpected question. For you, it announced with certainty, for you there can be no hope. The eagle will reign victorious before dawn. But for the old order, for the elder code, that is another matter. Go all of you now and gather together 50 flawless skins from the alder groves which encradle us, 50 parchments on which will be recorded the final oracles of Braun the Blessed. For know that after this day, my voice will never again be heard in the world of man. In this land which was once mine. This is that hope of which I have spoken. These words, if heeded at their proper times, will allow the priesthood to emerge again, to set right those errors which have doomed you to frozen sleep. Oakmen, high priest of the order, prepare your pen for its final and greatest task. Use the signs of Og, the script of Pythagoras, and make haste, lest dawn overtake all, truly sentencing you to eternal oblivion. And the ghostly face melted back into the nothingness of cold stone. Without a moment's hesitation, the elder druid turned and dispatched the assembly into the forest with a wave of his hand, then busied himself with the contents of a woad blue leather pouch hanging from a belt about his waist. What be the mettle of the Thralgo? He chanted to himself while working. The voice of the dragon must again be heard, the voice of iron. And he paused to quickly survey the array of men busily scattering throughout the brush, calling to the closest. Bring me the dragon's voice, quickly. The dog glass. Where has it been hidden? The dark glass, the dark glass. Where has it been hidden? The group, overhearing, seemed instantly to grasp what the old druid wanted, for they spoke briefly amongst themselves before heading off rapidly into the far woods, a dozen ravens setting off after them from behind, and, so it appeared, carefully wrapped in white linen, the great iron trigon then hung low with grave ceremony from a branch of the greatest of alder trees growing within the Nemeton. Soon after, one by one, the delegation regrouped in front of the head to await the god sign. The task had been completed. Delivered into the hands of the priest were 50 carefully cut pieces of altar parchment. A small fire had been lit beside the well, with which the high druid was busy to one side, feeding handfuls of something onto the coals. Dark smoke rose up, nearly obscuring the entire statue. The old man breathed in profoundly with eyes closed, becoming one with the magic. Smoke rose higher into the sky, seeming to blot out the very sun itself. The field slowly clouded over, growing darker, the ground underfoot quivering with ecstatic energy. Just below the cloud line, bronze ravens had formed into a tight circle of black, soaring round and round without movement of wings. And amidst it all, the phantom face again overshadowed the stone. The deep voice from the well again echoed forth. Hear now, keepers of the oak grove, the final legacy of Braun. Hear and remember the ancient code. Let all who have attained the sight now attend. Until the final days of the great millennium, so shall my ladder of 50 steps lead those who can truly follow, who can truly see. Lose you not one single word, faithful and most beloved of the King. All those seeing, the eyes closed heavily, as an expectant spell of silence fell upon the grove and all within. The ravens settled and the wind ceased. Stylus in hand, the old druid closed his eyes in perfect attunement. Then, for one brief moment of eternal thereafter, the mass of stone being breathed out in enigmatic messages into the waiting air. In 462 stars will burn over Albion. Draco will enter the world. A great city will arise and fall. Fire fathers brought low by the queen's hand. The eagle shall have his day. 20 plus 1 escape the tyranny. In the dawn, a sun packed of blood, a voice of iron to call them forth. A boy to magic will be born. Island sun and abbot's bane. 7 years the caveman's heir. Final hope against the siege, the Celtic fathers, time honored, brought to their lowest level, called to return by a dying world, an army hidden for future dreams. Giants in the earth will settle, seaside tomb will teach its wisdoms, sunken ship will ferry some over, a new land will blossom. From the sky, a new wave breaks, fresh order among the trees. One brought back to teach the words, his name written across 3 books. A simple box of wood will be heard in green field. The Song of Solomon, 2 great spirits under one tree, their destiny divided. The white oak plundered by the black cross, captives move from lowest dungeon to highest tower, middle years the worst. 2005 rising out of the mire, 21 victors close the age. A new state yields a new forest. Lone giant leads an army of elves, shackled within a keep of steel. After the blood of three covers all, of wind, sea, fire, and stone, fire shall reign supreme. The thrice lost will reappear, son of sun, to heal the Dragorn. The moon will vanish 3 days without a trace. The sun god will falter. Then will a great dragon rise up from a city bearing the horseshoe falls. Yet the sea shall not have them, those who will lead a great people. The scourge passes, uncertain victory awaits the younger. The greatest of new prophets shall make deepest forest his realm, will wander hidden in his final days. Only the apple isle as solace. An army of academics condemn the dweller from the river row. 99 passes into 2000. 21 into the 21st shall be rearmed. The haunted mountain will live again. A new law in a new land. Not far from the millennium, the once burned shall rise from their own ashes. Dark moon summons old friends together. One faltering sun rekindled a while. Armies of fanatics lost in the mist. Beneath the apple hill, an ancient book in ancient hands. Upon this hallowed ground, a once great spirit will be awakened. New Hill begets a great spokesman. The world again his stage, when rules a son of the dragon. Bones of the future king are found, a tomb beneath a stone. Ends the reign of a dreaded queen. The garden unhappy and abandoned cries out as the sun rises. The earth trembles, all await the equinox of autumn. Following the long years of hope, he will never come in Albion. Born again in the lands of Corlom, the old province yields the new forest. Sacred night again overcomes the wooden cross. An age of ritual sacrifice ends. New clergy don the white of old. Law no longer dictated by the Black Book. To save Gaia, a mighty challenge issued. The voice of a rare song will be heard, seized and sung among green, the world forced to drink sacred waters. All that glitters is not gold. 20 plus 1, freed from the hunger. David and Solomon rule once again. Legends born of three guided flames, past and present, join, weeping a circle of stone. Stops Dragon Hill, plundered into foundations of Mary Isle, lost to the summer sea. Great lodges of stone and timber, old names restored to 20. Forgotten oracles will whisper among the trees. Words of bronze shall live again. A time of confused identity will come. Women wishing to partake of manhood, men attuned to the lunar sea, one born to walk between. From an ancient list, three counted as one by Dragon sought in the land of sweet death. Tree words buried within one soul, mined by a foreign worker of wood. Then shall a Roman come forth, beloved protector of the bear, falling star from the frozen north. His light will uphold a great darkness. 7, 6, and 11, the numbers of the letters of the name. 3 red ones will stain 3 parchments after adorning. A great wonder is seen. Beyond world and deed, a book of 21 will forge the path. 3 lost scrolls are made as one. Then 4 new hands elected to cross. Late into blackest night, silver tree knocks, silver boy forgotten, words call forth a sudden flood. Voices long dead from Golbarnil, song spells resound from a forgotten lake, echoes so beautiful one will awaken at midwinter in unearthly thaw. The old bard plays his harp, making 20. Slowly the great blue temple falls. Sky stones yield up their power. Those who seek to wear the stones find refuge in the new forest. Deadliest of her species, a queen resplendent wounds without weapon. Sitting in sleep, the clergy smile, vows no longer honored by the king. The anointed trapped between two worlds, a perfect child chosen as successor. As the century approaches rebirth, wondrous scandal in the form of Christos. Echoes of ancient stone cry forth, a vast gigantum slowly crumbles. Church and state, plundered by ghosts, fresh forest winds cause the siege to be lifted. Dragon Isle will regain its honor from the needles three found by one, bound by serpents, blood burned in iron. After 91, a strange era among the 20. All the gods will become as one god. A comet stands, burns alone in the autumn sky. Wood and stone forge a tower, a new temple, not acceptable to the clergy. Born during Hunter's Moon, the Battle of Marcus rekindled. Third homestead will prove the one. An ancient priest from the frigid north descends. The power of a word turns back the eagle. Rightful heiress regains the apple cottage. Two hearts with one soul, sword and chalice again united under the oaks. Rites of passage from the wizard's hand. Two will be born forth, awaiting a final dialogue between countries. North and South meet in the third. The world lingers between the worlds. Great masses lament the ancient teachings. Fire again kindled in the king's head. 20 old trees planted anew. The north rose is bluer than ever slowly. The chosen awaken from their dreams as suns run and swing amidst green forest boughs. From towered high, a giant descends in white. Beyond word and deed, beyond past and present, written verse sets forth forgotten lessons, dead men reborn of three tales. The mouth of Pharaoh speaks once more. 20 plus one called to the promised land, old lodges of timber and stone erected like a shadow the tower rises from slumber. Wildfire will burst over the forest, elder trees singing out their marks. Ogma returns with an army of poets. Voices long lost echo throughout the world. The song of the forest trees summons forth the forest's greatest prophet. Many condemned his mind as troubled, yet a great clan is liberated. And the trees walked where he walked. The priest sang a new song for an age. The wolf howled at night, stone hanging from a tree. His voice returns. Refuge of fire and blood causes death cries to be heard within the 20. A terrible tumult stirs the isles, gold hidden within the mystic deed. Nebaton remembered, quest set forth in dreams. A great fire is seen amid green rose, fill the night air with poison. The head falls forever silent until the moon truly falters. Then eagle and sun will both be victorious. True flame consumes a lady of water. Darglace, the flying fire, tongues of flame, the prophet's song, craven faces outshine the dark. Ancient circle messages hidden within a stone. The silver branch will be the key. The golden ball upholds white for black, old or new. The newly anointed bring a long peace. A warrior angel will be chosen, saying nothing. Devil above ground, angel beneath his wings will bear ruin upon the greatest. At long last, the summons, his family nearly torn asunder, ancient gods, thunder from the tallest. Love for a chosen one upholds the new state. Behold, all flesh will be reborn. Roman and Celt work side by side. The Duke of Camel rebuilds his throne. Shurnam Tiesum, the key to all. The mists of Colan draw down. Time becomes one through one. Unity, peace, and change. The new triad. Four Albarns upheld among the 20. From nothing, nothing comes. Beginning and end must echo. The wheel, he who races against the millennium need the cipher of brawn. And then suddenly time seemed to start again. Men shuffled about in the grass, great black birds scattered back into the trees. Gray stone was once again mere stone. But alive as the world seemed at that moment, too, great lives had forever vanished from it. Never again was the voice of Ron to be heard in Albion. Never again the voice of his high priest. The old man lay quietly dead, stylus still in hand and parchment scattered within the weeds all around him. Almost at once a group of brethren moved forward and bore the body of the edge of the well, where it was laid in state with grave reverence, all working together. A tall wooden pyre slowly took shape in every center of Nematon, and the remains of the elder Druid placed upon it. Long into the twilight hours it burned, the pyre, until at last nothing but a great pile of golden ash remained. Nothing of the high priest, save the skull, save the head. For some strange reason that none but I seemed to question, a white skull remained intact among the embers. Then once the late night drew had nearly cooled the gold to gray, the Druid I had come to know as Justinius picked the skull out and carried it out to the edge of the stone well. Now it is done, he called out loudly, and it seemed unnatural to hear a human voice in that place after so long. Now we must wait on the future. And he dropped the once head down the shaft while making the sign of 3 rays. But the well was not content with silence. No sooner had the splash of bone into water echoed back than a strong gust of wind burst up out the mouth, fanning across the meadow in all searching directions. The ravens of Braun departed in a whirlwind of dry croakings, never to return. The leaves blew wildly to and fro, and the branches moaned and twisted. And finally the gale made its way in invisible leaps and bounds to the far edge of the Nematon, to where the iron trigong hung heavy from its altar bough. The dragon's voice was filled with instant fury. The cry went over the woods, across the water, and onto the parched mainland, where Roman fires and Druid bones lay smoldering still. "Murderers!" it cried out. "Savage barbarians!" it screamed, and on into nothingness. But Dragon Call did not fall upon deaf ears. No, it was heard. Somehow, amid the moans and pain and smoke, back on Anglesey, heads lifted up and took hope. I must live. Somehow I must survive, they thought, and struggled onward, those right few. Somehow they realized that, back on the island of the Holy Head, something awaited them which could not wait. The end of an age had come for certain. But still, as the final Roman barges pushed off after a job well done, something remained undone. Something unknown to them, which could easily turn imperial gold to glitter. Yet for what remained of the blackest of nights, none knew, none even suspected, that secret flame which lay just beyond. None save perhaps the spirit of dawn, which was soon to touch all with its bright rays of morning hope. Usuva Genova Geni Precious Thasto Manjujajva Granava Makori Prarani Derviu Varti Prandi Aranu Fratam Charasi Vishvar de Usho Devya Mortia Vipar Di Chandrar Tar Yusu Nostra Raya Tiar Bahompu Suyamaso Asva Heran Hariavar Nha Posopar Jasurye Ushar Pratar Chi Buvarni Vishvora Vlaha Tishtasia Martasia Ketura Samarna Mortarm Charani Yariyama Arna Chakrami Vam Navyasia Varpasia Avasyu Merva Chinvarti Margori Ushara Yarti Svasarasia Partnihi Svarajarti Surharkar Surhama Saratarn Diva Papratad Pritya Chahavor derevim ushar vasarm vibartihim pratvo barad vam namasa sorak frimorod vam maur vardi viparancho eshrata prarochar nauro sharan vasandor ratar vitivo kera bora yaura parti rasi chirama sahar pradia ir magna washasam vibartihim Parma menshi travi nam berk sharmarna Ratasia Bornano Sharsa Adni Sharnian Vashaha Marki Yarmatasia Vavunasia Maria Chandreva Barndum Pitar de Purana Fra. Darkness moved slowly out of darkness, and dawn came at last. All the land seemed to moan under its heavy burden of blood. Finally, they have departed, whispered the voice of Justinius from where he sat at the far head of the circle of men. Listen, and it was true. Slowly, as if waking from a painful dream, the remaining druids dared to look about them, dared to confront a new world full of strange, darkened corners which the newborn sun shamelessly revealed in varying shades of bloody pale yellow. Overhead, just above the clearing, drifted foul-smelling tufts of black as smoke, night demons haunting still, yet the circle of men was calm as the wind and waves, and Throgan's voice all waited together in a tense, exhausted unison for history to call enough and move on. Of the 11 brethren seated there, 11 survivors, no one spoke. No animal, no insect or bird moved through the nemeton that dawn. Destiny was reserved for those others yet to come, and yet all sensed this with an undeniable silence. As for myself, I felt lost. The old druid, my friend and guide thus far, was dead. The legionnaires, my countrymen and murderous comrades, had departed, and I was left quite alone in that charred world. Feelings of great magnitude raced inside me, my thoughts conflicting, whirlwind of madness, yet I too waited patiently, and we did not have to wait long. One by one they came, men of all types and backgrounds. Some swam, some floated over on log or boat, or some by time the sun had climbed above the flash black clouds to midday overhead. 9 more appeared guests and had joined the circle placidly, waiting with others as if they all understood some secret unspoken thing. So it truly seemed as I sat there, hidden at the fringe beneath that ancient alder tree, watching as history planned out its reprise, my only companion, the iron stillness of the Drogvaes suspended just above. Val, Roman, Druid, tribesman. Each time another man arrived, he would greet the others with that same slow, half confused nod of the head, and the circle would expand to accept him without question. Each seemed certain of his place, of understanding all but I. Then finally, by late afternoon, 20 sat at rest within that brooding ring. I am Justinius Dalan, Druid of the Natlu people, spoke the priest, seated at the easternmost head. One among you called to be here by the voice of the dragon. His words were controlled and clear as he rose to his feet. Who else has braved the tides of war and death to sit here amongst us now? And his words ricocheted like sparks through 40 eyes, darting to and fro about the assembly. You could see it. I too have heard it, called another, and I, until the entire company stood in varying postures within the circle, valiant, almost triumphant, the pains of destruction nearly forgotten in that first moment. Some of the warriors seemed almost jubilant. But I thought you dead, and I know your people. And what now after this? Being exchanged everywhere with grand support. Yes, even from where I crouched halfway across the Nebaton, the weight of that circle could be felt. There was enormous power in it, authority granted to only a handful throughout the long course of history. Such power was undeniably there. That day, in that island meadow, all told, there was Justinius of the White Clan of Gwyn who had some way assumed a natural, uncontested leadership role. 3 men from the Red Isle of Fire stood side by side. Macumer of Durndardern, Morngarn of Crotchern, and the bronze-haired giant Devernemak Sorbale of Tyr. Irna im Bo, the Breton, Baratorn of Morbane, clan about in furs and scarlet plaids, stood by the Gauls. Vercingetorix of Thrace, Pergius of Louls, and Vergotrix of Bronvorsis. Scattered in random array were the others, 3 Romans and 9 from the Celtoid tribes of the Geni Pucularti. Lest history resign these brave hearts to oblivion, they are here recorded for future generations. They were Maglornis, Hernius, and Caracor, and Caratocus, Brian of Gorodin, Arnorn of Dalararda, Bernius of Lothian, Averloc of Arthur, Amarthorn of Ser Dathol, Merlun of Morchref, Siarn of Aborthro, Corburnek of Nentlu, and Pelos of Cerniu. And here they all stood, this grand mixture of souls, wondering why they were there. In the silence that followed, waves of uncertainty, weariness, and blood washed over them, and one by one they sat. Only Justinius remained up. Necton the high priest is dead, his mortal clay burned by our very hands. He began low and steady. He alone might have known in what direction the winds of Alwyn blow from this day onward. But I am not he. Yet I speak. Men, we have before us a destiny to master. Were it not so, we too would be either dead or hopelessly scattered. The men mumbled in agreement. But we are here to piece together a broken vice, to decide why and how. The wise have long said that the true test of life is not what we know how to do, but rather how we act when we do not know what to do. And with this, Justinius sat down. Perhaps we were being punished by the gods, said one of the Aries after a long pause. I agree, added Arnorn the Pict, but in our belief, punishment is inconceivable without a chance for retribution. How else could the gods expect us to learn from mistakes? Fact, our world lies about us in ruin. Fact. We remain. If one is to assume that some special reason stands behind all this, then what can come of it? What are we to make of it? Perhaps this is the question before us. Again, there was a long silence. Justinius seemed disconnected to Arnorn's words. He had closed his eyes and his head was inclined forward almost onto his chest. I wondered if perhaps he were ill. Yes, there must be truth in what he says. Karatakos spoke up. The gods never act without reason, and no matter whose gods they be. We must act in conference to uncover what lies in wait beneath the surface. No grand revelation was ever born in a conference. Peleus interjected cynically. But many a foolish idea has died there. Nonetheless, let us talk, I say. So let us be aware, I say. Caution, one of the Romans. There are well dressed foolish ideas just as there are well dressed fools. We must be careful not to jump into ideas before their time. And he shot an exaggerated frown around the circle. To my way of thinking, ideas are like stars, added Cern the Welshman. You will not succeed in touching them with your hands, yet choosing them as your guides and following closely, you will reach your destiny. Again, the men were still, many seemed lost and pondering among this sea of words. But then something decisive happened. All at once, Justinius opened his eyes, stood up briskly, and beamed a broad smile. Brothers, he spoke with a new confidence, I believe we indeed have a star to follow. We 20 captured men. For your words have reminded me that there is one thing stronger than all the conquering armies of the world, and that is an idea whose time has come. For ages uncounted has this island, sod kept blanketed, the greatest council of old, the head of Braun the Blessed, and although the hour of Braun has now come and gone from the earth, yet his flesh speaks to me through the ground somehow, through the very soil of this place, and it speaks to me of an idea which must become a feat of association. Listen well, all of you, listen well. And he sat back, motioning the others to tighten their circle towards the center. Since at this phase, I myself was but a distant observer of these happenings, the words they next spoke in council have been lost to me. All that can be said with any certainty is that they continued where they sat through most of what remained for the day. Then finally, as the last rays of the setting sun cast the landscape into hues of red and black, the assembly broke up into small groups and disappeared in varying directions across the field. It seemed like an eternity before I finally became aware of just what they were doing. 4 enormous bonfires had been built in each corner of the nematon to provide the light, and towards the center, rocks, piles of them. It amazed me that exhausted, war torn men could work so, yet they seemed to be driven by something deeper, perhaps an idea. At one point, I was engrossed in watching a group of the men digging a circular ditch in the middle of the field when a dried twig suddenly snapped on the ground behind me. I spun around quickly to find the young Druid Justinius standing perfectly still, just a few links into the shadows. Neither of us spoke. We stared at each other in a long, tense silence before he finally made off abruptly into the brush. But despite this, and the mystery which surrounded it all, some things were rapidly beginning to take shape, like the earthwork form which was the obvious focus of attention. I had seen many of them before while journeying across Britain, these giant hollow mounds of stone and earth, but knew nothing as to their use or purpose. The diameter of the dome seemed some 4 to 5 lengths across, while the materials of construction were simple soil, rock, and long lengths of green alder poles which formed the frame, bent from point to point along the circle's edge. Crawling carefully through the brush line to better my vantage, I wondered suddenly if the men were building a carrion, a burial mound for the dead Druid they had cremated earlier that day. From this new hiding place, I could clearly see a rectangular entrance upheld by three lintel timbers. Justinius, now in a long white robe, passed in and out several times, carrying what seemed to be small, red hot stones which had been heated in the fires. But no one else entered. Then at last the original circle of men slowly reformed around the structure, and Justinius emerged, raising his hands triumphantly into the air. Brothers, the ghost house is prepared. Go now, all of you, into the night and bring back the silver branch with which you will bridge the worlds. Then, with a quick gesture of blessing, he disappeared back into the worlds, into the dark interior as the circle once again broke out into all directions. Brian, Radnor over here, came a loud voice from somewhere very close, followed by much smashing and cracking of underbrush. Come on, over by the Dragles! Hurry! And I shrunk back behind a stand of alders as a sudden black, terrible thought came to mind. What if the accounts I had heard in Rome were true? What if the Druids needed a sacrifice? A human sacrifice to achieve their purpose? What if that dark earth mound had really been prepared for me? Now, if you've been enjoying this, the story continues. I am going to go run off and use the bathroom super fast. And we are going to keep reading this until we're done. I'll be right back. Perfect timing.
You synchronized as usual. Yeah.
Too bad.
Arr.
Yes, that was cool. All right. It's been a good story. I'm going to keep reading. Ooh. Mm. I don't know why, but I'm going to give a countdown in case somebody ran off to the bathroom or something. Go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Late into that moonless night, the wind returned at last, and this time the wind brought with it a strange new mystery, a fresh new energy and mood and message. Come in, it beckoned from the fresh dark mound. Gather together your silver buffs, your stones and water and wills, and enter. It is time to move on. And they did come from every point across the Nematon, from every patch of pine and needled grove they returned, laden with the branches of silver blue. One by one they arrived at the mound's black mouth, and one by one were welcomed in at the hands of the young Druid, who still knew far more than he told. Within a brief time the hill had swallowed them all 20, and no light penetrated the damp night air between them, save only the pale glow of a single candle burning somewhere deep inside. And I still lived, climbing free of my tree shelter. I nearly laughed aloud at the thought of sacrifice at the hands of these men. Surely we had all had our fill of bloodshed and death. So slowly I edged my way out into the clearing. No one was there. Moving closer still, I could make out the strains of a chant, or song or melody coming from within. The mound group sang his haunting England over and over again until the very glen seemed to resonate with it. Earth magician shapes the world, behold what he can do. Round and smooth he molds it all. Vision maker, make us a vision. Earth magician makes the mountains fall below. He shapes the seas. He it is who parts the valleys. Vision maker, make us a vision. Alone through forests wanderer I. Gathering silver balls in the night, holy vision, breath of fire, descending power, bringer of light. I have made the sun, I have made the moon, hurling high in four directions, hanging heavens to illumine. Earth magician shapes the world, behold what he can do. Swiftly now we come together, vision maker, vision true. Over and over again the men chanted, sang, repeated the verse, rising bit by bit, repeating louder and faster each time. Back in the shadows, someone added a drum, then a gourd rattle, while the others beat in unison upon the bare earth with their hands a final refrain. And when the whole sound was one great, horrible heartbeat in the night, Justinius abruptly cried out, "Douch! The ghost dance!" And the music stopped, all but the drum beat. I inched my way to the doorway, to gather silver branches in hand, locked within the tension of group trance. The men stood at once. Then, in perfect accord with the rhythm, they began to move sunwise around the interior. Left step, wait. Right step, wait. Circle slowly. Down, up. Again, again, again and again. Left step, wait. Right step, wait. Circle slowly. Down, up. Left step, wait. Right step, wait. Circle slowly. Down, up. Left step, wait. Right step, wait. Circle slowly. Down, up. Vision maker, make us a vision. Emboss for us now, yelled the Druid when the dance had reached its frenzy, and he raised both hands overhead into the roof. Taken as a signal, the group raised their hands likewise, tossing the ball each held into the glowing hot pile of stones, making the center of the mound. In Bosphorus night! In Bosphorus night! In Bosphorus night! Justinius called again into the fog as each man pulled himself suddenly bolt upright, breathing in unison, slow and deep. It was nearly impossible to see what was transpiring between the fumes in the dark, but one by one the sound of bodies dropping quietly to the ground caught and held my attention. Silently under my breath I counted the falls. 16, 17. By the time space had finally cleared enough to see, none stood, none but the one, Justinius. He alone remained unfallen among his comrades, he and I alone to witness whatever was to come. With eyes glass and fixed, The young priest rigidly untied a blue leather pouch strapped at his side to extract a handful of gray powder, possibly ash, which he then held out towards the pile when reciting in a voice half spoken and sung. Alfentur due serdin dos rig wolf ring duen o seret asa virtu quer eslin mon crombor lu. Alfentur due serdin dos rig wolf ring duen o seret asa virtu quer eslin mon crombor lu. Alfentur due serdin dos rig wolf ring duen o seret asa virtu Toevoer Echelin mo necrom bor loom. Arsimtog Shabonan Shamtorina. And the ash dust was thrown down to the sweltering stones. With an instant, hot air currents exploded the powder back up toward the ceiling in a cascade of sparks which gathered together in midair, forming the glittering outline of a human head. I watched in utter disbelief as the form took shape bit by bit, at last becoming undeniably clear just as whose head it was. Beyond all doubt, it was the image of the dead Druid, the man who had guided me to this island, whose face glared down with a vacant scowl at the bizarre scenario below. For the first time that day, it seemed as if a cloud of fear passed over Justinian's face. And then it's gone. I see that I have chosen wisely, spoke the shade of Nectar, for you have successfully pieced together both what to do and how to do it. Braun too was dead, yet was sought out for counsel even in death, and now me, yes, I have also chosen well. Your training serves you, Justinian. Your people are to be commended. And the image began to fade away. No, wait, Archmage, stay, I ask you, the young priest pleaded, taking a nervous step or two forward. Much is left unsaid between us, and there are no others left to consult. Even the great king has moved on to Onward. Ah, yes, the apparition responded heavily. And this truly marks your own coming of age, your own initiation, your first real test, and what will surely be many lifetimes of tests. Very well, then. We will proceed onward as in the noble tradition of old. The three fixed quarries. You may question me 3 times regarding the issues at hand, but not more than this. Take care, novice, for the terms have now been spoken. Slowly, as if consumed by careful thought, the young Druid stepped back against the wall and folded his arms. Even so far back as the time of Braun, the ghost restated, and the days of the great tree battle, and there have always been 3 traditional requests of any oracle, and they will yet serve us well. Justinian straightened himself into an upright formal posture. Nekton, learned, one in the world of men, and now beyond. Answer me thrice as regards the mass destruction which surrounds us. Who, why, what? And he relaxed his stance. The image of the Nekton was unmoving for many long moments, considering until the eyes finally closed and a frozen pallor overfell it. Justinius spoke the entranced being almost in a whisper. There are 20 of you, 20 plus 1. This appointed group gathered here represents a certain plan of hope for the future. Each time the world is deprived of one of its treasures by the hands of human folly, a time for recovery is appointed by destiny. Likewise, each time an individual or group deprives mankind of a cultural element needed for the world's growth, no matter the cause, a chance for retribution is demanded by fate. Likewise, and the stage is set. By virtue of your studies, you have no doubt learned that all universal lessons are cast in threes, and your brotherhood be no exception to this. You will all have 3 chances to rectify fate, to make up for those collective mistakes leading to the destruction of Anglesey. 3 scenarios before the final test of the second millennium. But know this first, that 2 of these chances of which we speak are already lost. History passed by, following the great tree battle, and now the Druidic demise. Only a third remains. The phantom of Nekton opened his eyes and looked about. Somewhere in the darkness of the companies moaned softly, shifting his position on the floor. If what you say is true, Justinius ventured into the silence, and 2 attempts at reconciliation have already been played out for naught. Then, where is our edge? What exists to direct us away from error? This once and future time, what hope is there to offer as we venture on? To travel hopefully is often better than to arrive, came a calm response. Yet I agree that to achieve success, you need carefully utilize all resources at your disposal, which, luckily, are numerous indeed. Uncover your past mistakes and learn from them. Build on them, as the philosophy of one age is most assuredly the common sense of the next. And what might these resources be? These guideposts you speak of, how can we uncover what is past? First of all, you have the quatrains of Brawn, the quatrains of Brawn. Do you really suppose that the great head dictated these as a final act? At this time, simply for posterity, for no practical use. Do you not think he knew of your plight and what weight it carried with it? Those verses are secret rungs of a ladder pointing up in a direction you need to follow. Study them, protect them, use them to plan, to understand. Second, the guardianship of the cave. From this island, you must lead your companions to the far eastern summit of Snordornia, where you will discover the entrance to a vast cavern wherein lies the greatest treasure of the Druids, the Book of Therilet. The entrance is marked by 3 ancient yew trees, each growing one out of the other. You will know the sign upon finding it. Take the bronze parchments there, add them to the sacred book, and study the whole in secrecy until enough is revealed to clearly formulate your plans. Erect there also another Catalin, another vision mound like this one, and use it to dig into forgotten histories. The present and future can only be truly understood through the patterns of the past. Third, and finally, the enigma, Justinius. Here, mark me well. Within days, the Roman armies will return to Anglesey, and this time will bridge the waters to Holyhead. Once here, they will continue their reign of destruction by felling the sacred groves, smashing to chaff any remnants of our priesthood, including the stonehead of Braun within this nematon. But you and your men must move first. The mammoth head need be overturned, be toppled, for underneath its flattened platform will be found an inscription of remotest antiquity carved into the living rock. What it reads, none can tell, but legend has it to be a message for the future people in a future tongue, ciphered within the forgotten script of drowned Atlantis, past and future woven together in mystery. And this enigma, too, must be preserved for years to come. Somehow it surely figures into plans within plans yet to be drafted. The blueprint of gods and men. Copy it down carefully. Use our elder script, elder script, and preserve it within the books of Fairlet as a whole. Only then will this be done and bound. Will hope return for us? Yet without guardians, without this appointed assembly, none of what we have spoken will ever come to fruition. Mark it well, Justinius Delon. Let it be done. Then, like a wisp of smoke which has overstayed its space, The image of the old man began to fade, to break up into tiny sparkles of dusty light trying to escape. Caught by this unexpectedly, Justinius jolted to attention. "Wait, please," he called out, loudly this time. "There is one further thing I need to know." Still the form continued to scatter and die, now almost gone. "Who is the other? The 21st? Who?" But it was gone. I myself remembered having wondered about the question, although it somehow seemed that the time for questions was far over. Many answers had been granted, answers which would require careful time to work out. By this point, the interior of the mound had completely cleared of smoke, and the pile of needled stones lay cold and gray in the midst. One by one, as if a dreamed of command had just been given, the men lying in varied, scattered array about the circle stirred stiffly to life and stood unsteadily to resume their original places. Within moments, the entire company was again assembled, freed from the spell of the silver branches. "Welcome back, companions of the web," Justinius said with slow gravity. "Much has transpired while you drifted upon the other world seas, much that need be told. I too have news to tell." Carbornecoglanum spoke up. "And I, yes, and I, they all declared after a moment as if waking at different points from the same dream. It seemed that each man had something to say for the very first time. The dark interior was filled with voices all clamoring to be heard. "So we dreamed a dream," stated one of the men louder than the rest, and all fell suddenly silent. "And in that dream the high priest Nathan appeared and spoke." There was a general nodding of heads and many an exchange of approving glances before another man resumed. "Yes, it was indeed as he says. Justinius, the old priest, ordered that we deliver a message to you without delay. You are to be reminded that our number is 20 plus 1, and that the one begs interest just outside our door. The one is the key. The one is the key," he ended by saying. No, he did not end there. Inject, interjected with Breton almost indignantly. "But by charging that, we are next to meet upon the Serpent Mound, where apples grow on silver boughs, and death cannot touch the living." That is what he said. All at once, Justinian's face melted into an expression of complete understanding, and he smiled. It seemed as though the sun had truly risen behind his brow. "Now I see," he beamed. "The key is right here before us all. Capirtus, please enter and take your rightful place." And all waited, exchanging puzzled glances. To say that I was utterly unprepared for this would be an understatement. These were the same men I had feared capable of sacrifice a short time ago, and now matters seemed to demand a collaboration or some sort. Gods, ghosts, prophecies. Confused but not knowing what else to do, I opened my will to the universe and it spoke back. "Often do the spirits of great events stride on before the events. In today's shadow walks tomorrow." And I forced myself forward. Many words were spoken, many thoughts exchanged with no hint of condemnation towards anyone, least of all me. It seemed as though the group instinctively grasped my place, our place, and what lay ahead, at least as far as Snowdornia, beyond the great peak. That would depend in part on what was found beneath the stone head of Broad. And so we set to work, digging frantically, racing the sun against the return of the Romans. When at last the mammoth sculpture lay toppled on its side, the first pale light of dawn was well upon us. I, by virtue of my occupational proficiency with scripts and languages, had been elected scribe, and so the next phase of the recovery rested in my hands. Slowly, with painstaking care, I scraped off layer after layer of compacted, dirty clay from the bottom of the monument until at last a complex series of ruins were revealed, carved deep into the rock. A gasp of wonder passed among the men as a torch was brought against the surface. The phantom of the old priest was right. The writings were there. Hope had truly been rekindled throughout the camp as I began the arduous task of copying the script onto the back of an imperial ordnance map in my possession. No sooner had I finished writing down a peculiar line of Ogham, hardly noticeable by the side of the main inscription, than a sudden commotion erupted at the far end of camp. We must leave now. The flatboats, 2 Roman legions have just been spotted. Once dispatched, they will arrive before nightfall. They bear orders to kill any survivors, then burn the sacred groves. The groves! The 3 Gauls stationed as lookouts on the mainland had returned, yelling wildly to everyone within range. Their panic sent a new shadow of black terror falling across the hearts of all as the men raced madly towards the central clearing. "Friends, comrades, we have time," came the steady voice of Justinius as he climbed up atop the well-head in seeming confidence. "The Romans are as heavy and slow as they are stupid." His smile sent out an infectious ripple of humor, visibly breaking the tension in the men's faces. "We have time, at least a quarter sun before they can possibly reach us, and perhaps more. By that time we will be on the open sea and long gone. Do not worry. Certainly we have not come this far to be waylaid by fate. Still, before any one of us departs, we must first make certain that no clues are left behind. After all, even the Romans have limits to their stupidity. Make haste, men, and first level the vision mound, leaving no trace. Then gather together the draglaes and all parchments, and meet back under the great altar. 2 boats await us on the far shore even now as we speak. Caesar comes from the southwest. We go to the northeast. Now go." And they did, attacking the mound as if the very dirt and stones were themselves Roman centurions. Like fanatics, they pushed and dug until nothing at all was left. Time moved swiftly, and just as Justinius had foretold, we were all drifting freely upon the tide well before the sun shone full over the horizon. Most of the companions fell at once into an exhausted sleep, while others were grumbling uneasily over what was to become of us now as fugitives from Rome. Are we to spend the remainder of our lives in constant fear of capture, now that we are a vanquished priesthood? Vercingetorix poured angrily over to Justinius in the next boat. "What now?" Instead of becoming angry in return, the young Druid paused for a moment as his mouth twisted slowly into a peculiar half smile. "To be vanquished and yet not surrender?" he asked smugly. "That, my friend, is true victory." And he turned to resume his northern watch. As for myself, I sat at the very stern of the boat, also wondering. In the back of my mind, I knew that the time would come when a return to the imperial offices of Rome would be unavoidable, but not, I vowed, until an understanding was reached as to my place in the scheme of events, both past and future. Until then, a fugitive it would be, and afterwards, well, perhaps the interest of the company could just as well be served from an imperial palace. And on I continued to suppose into the grey waters until, chancing to look down at the stone script which I still carried in my hand, like an answer to my unspoken wonderings, the alien Ogham line caught and held my attention as I silently translated the Greek words under breath. Then, just like Justinius, I too smiled confidently and turn my attentions to the sea, reciting the reveled verse over and over like a secret reward to myself, greater than the uncertainty of sea or captive destiny. These words sailed alone above them all, shouting in grand acclamation, "Forever blessed be the tie that binds." Well, I certainly enjoyed that one.
Is my prowess, you know? Oh, it's jam time. Okay.
You got to keep your audio muted until you want to talk. The reason why is I don't know what you did, but I'm getting feedback. So you got to kill your audio. You got to, yeah. That it wasn't happening earlier, so however you had it set up before, but I don't know, that harmonica makes me think of a horde. And it's actually interesting. This book has so much awesome stuff in it. Since we're talking about them, would be their world. It's amazing how much has happened in our past. People say, "Oh, that's a story you read." Other people say it's the actual account of history. Believe it or not. Believe it or not, but we all come into a happily ever after.
Oh, I believe it. I know it. In your own words, bro, it's methodology.
Happily ever after. A happy outcome is assured. Release any anxiety and feel secure that everything is resolved in the end. This is a reassuring card signaling that the movie you are currently starring in has a very happy ending. Situations that appear sticky are miraculously resolved. Misunderstandings are forgiven, and mistakes are forgotten. You are urged to stop worrying about the future, as your fears could be self fulfilling in a negative way. You could literally sabotage heaven's happy plan for you if your worries are excessive. So go outside in nature and ask the fairies to help you rejoice in the perfection of creation. Your joy renews your faith and ensures the happy outcome that is in store for you. I'm going to say the affirmation 4 times so that you could say it 3 times if you like to. Everything is in divine and perfect order right now. Everything is in divine and perfect order right now. Everything is in divine and perfect order right now.
Everything is in divine and perfect order right now. Everything is in divine and perfect order right now.
It's beautiful. That's a beautiful reality. One thing we've been going over the past few days is not needing to understand everything, not needing to put everything together. I read stories, whatever my heart wants to say, it turns to a page and says it. All I want to do is be silent and not say a single word. That's what I want to do. But that's not my place anymore. Like, that's not. I'm connected to too much. I've done too much shamanic work to be quiet. And I want to let some books speak for me. I'm gonna grab 3 books. I'm gonna open them to pages, and I'm gonna read what I see, short, sweet, and fast. And we're gonna see if we get a message. Of the 9 natives, 6 are therapists or astrologers. My files are loaded with therapists and astrologers, but this was still a high percentage. The bold king quietens men with Vindler's helmet filler, Heimdall's head, the sword. He does make flow the mighty corpse rivers with slender sword. The terrible prince makes men have gore-stained shields. The strong ruler reddens lords' iron-gray battle shirts. The Ophites commence their system with a supreme being long unknown to the human race, and still so the greater number of men, Buthos, or profundity, source of light, and of aurum carmon, the primitive man made by the demiurgos, but perfected by the supreme God by the communication to him of the Spirit. The first emanation was the thought of the supreme deity, the conception of the universe in the thought of God. This thought, called also silence, produced the Spirit, mother of the living, and the wisdom of God. Together with this primitive existence, matter existed also. The waters, darkness, abyss, and chaos, eternal like the spiritual principle. Puthos and his thought, uniting with wisdom, made her fruitful by the divine light, and she produced a perfect and an imperfect being, Christos, and a second and inferior wisdom, Sophia Achamoth, who, falling into chaos, remained entangled there, became enfeebled, and lost all knowledge of the superior wisdom that gave her birth. Communicating movement to chaos, she produced the Demiurgos, the agent of material creation, and then ascended toward her first place in the scale of creation. In this material creation, in this Demiurgos, produced an angel that was his image, and this a second, and so on in succession to the sixth after the Demiurgos, the seven being reflections one of the other, yet different and inhabiting seven distinct regions. The names of the six thus produced were Io, Saboth, Adornai, Oloi, Orai, Ore, and Astapha, to become independent of his mother and to pass for the supreme being, made the world and man in his own image, and his mother caused the spiritual principle to pass from him into man, so made, and henceforward the contest between the Demiurgos and his mother, between light and darkness, good and evil, was concentrated in man. And the image reflected upon matter became the serpent spirit, Satan, the evil intelligence. Eve created had by his sons children that were angels like themselves. The spiritual light was withdrawn from man by Sophia, and the world surrendered to the influence of evil, until the spirit, urged by the treaties of wisdom, induced the supreme being to send Christos to redeem it, compelled, despite himself, by his mother, caused the man Jesus to be born of a virgin, and the celestial Savior, uniting with his sister Wisdom, descended through the regions of the seven angels, appeared in each under the form of its chief, concealed his own, and entered with his sister into the man Jesus and the baptism in Jordan. Finding that Jesus was destroying his empire and abolishing his worship caused the Jews to hate and creep, blah, blah, blah. They restored Jesus to life and gave him an ethereal body in which he remained 18 months on earth, and receiving from wisdom the perfect knowledge, gnosis, communicated it to a small number of his apostles, and then arose to the intermediate region inhabited by his mother, where unknown to him he sits at his right hand, taking from him the souls of light purified by Christos, when nothing of the spiritual world shall remain subject to the Divine Mother. The redemption will be accomplished, and the end of the world, the completion of the return of light into the plenitude, will occur. You say whatever you want. You say something.
Words are a little bit too little right now, but like I felt, bro, like um just on the end note of that, the end of the world, it's the start of a new world, not in a bad way. But
Yeah,
like every
it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Everything's good. That's the card. After what happened, that's a card that popped up, and that's what was read.
oh,
So you said it a long time ago, and the end of the world. You gotta cut your volume, dude, because I'm getting kickback. You have to keep it closed. Thank you. It's not the end of the world like people have painted the picture to be. It's the end of a style of living. That's all. We're gonna shift the way we live. We're gonna be like happier and do things differently and not do the things that cause problems. And so it's a happy ever after. We all get to have a happy ever after. That's all I wanted. Just a family.
Bro, I'm also teary-eyed. Oh yes, yes, yes. I knew it, but like the confirmations are. Oh yes, yes.
Give me give Give me 2 minutes. Give me a minute. Give me a moment to compose myself, if you don't mind. I don't think I've done that in a month. So just give me about 30, 60 seconds, if you would be so kind. For all of those who do not know me, my actual name that my mother named me. My mother named me Christopher. Well, let's play and have fun. We can just play and have fun. Oh, okay.
As I said yesterday, bro, all tears shall be wiped away except the good ones.
Except the good ones.
Um, that's,
And
that
you got that from me, didn't you? Because I don't wipe away my good tears.
Welcome to the new world, exactly as Kalki prophesied. End of the darkest age and the beginning of the golden one. The plan has succeeded. I
Like some fireworks or pop, some balloons. I see balloons. I see red balloons in my head right now, red and blue and yellow and green. I see balloons. I see a bunch of balloons.
every day is Christmas.
Yeah. Yep. 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 I gotta find a spot for this guy. Where you want to go? Oh, there. Okay. Okay, there. No, I'll put you there. Mm. Ooh, okay. I'll put you right there. Cool. Oh, even better. Oh, there we go. That looks all right to me. Oh, there's a book a lady gave me. Of course, what comes from material nature is not the life but the living entities accept particular types of bodies from material nature, just as a child takes its body from its mother. For 10 months, the child's body develops from the blood and nutrients of the mother's body. But the child is a living entity, not matter. It is the living entity that has taken shelter in the womb of the mother, who then supplies the ingredients for that living entity's body. This is nature's way. The mother may not know how from her body another body has been created. But when the body of the child is fit, the child takes birth. It is not that the living entity takes birth. The living entity neither takes birth nor dies. That which does not take birth does not die. Death is meant for what which has been created, and that which is not created has no death. The Bhagavad Gita says, Na jariyate mriyarte var kardasit. The word kardasit means at any time. At no time does the living entity actually take birth. Although we may see that a child is born, actually it is not born. Nitya sasvarto yam porarna. The living entity is eternal, sasvarta, always existing, and very, very old, porana. Na haryate haryamarne sarere. Don't think that when the body is destroyed, the living entity will be destroyed. No, the living entity will continue to exist. You are all, everyone. We're all immortal. I mean, as God came into being, and practically out the words of my bro, if you don't know, replication. Well, the I Ching dude, man, the I Ching dude. The the dude, I'm gonna butcher it, but he knows it best. The dude who said that about time traveling, if somebody created a time machine, then everybody in the future would travel back to that point in time to witness the creation of the time machine, which is it would happen. So if as as we read, as we believe, God is eternal and always continues on, and God created everything else in his image. So then he created other gods. He created he created omnipotent, powerful copies of him, not lesser versions that have to work to be at God's level. No, God created like cell division, cell replication. It's just, we're dividing, but one becomes two, two becomes four, four becomes eight, and this dude knows that kind of stuff. He taught me that. So, if one is, then we all are. That's why he said.
And you know what?
That's why he said. That's why he said, I want you to be a brother with me. I want you to sit at my table. I got a big meal. Come on. Come on. If somebody else ain't learned, if they haven't like got there, well, they're chasing other things that's on the planet, that's around their body. But everything we've been talking about for days, months, weeks, however long you want to go to it, my whole life, you gotta go inside. If you want to find heaven, you got to go inside. It's your heart. It's your heart. And you could get there. You could get there. You don't need a stairway. You don't need a tower. You don't need a boat. You don't need a car. Stop eating animals because they're gods too. And move on in. It's that simple. Like, I ain't saying you do whatever you want, but if you weren't here yesterday, me and my bro, we came to the conclusion that in all reality, every life that has consciousness and can walk and move or swim, it would be cannibalism to eat a god. It would be cannibalism to eat another species that can communicate. And you could say fishes don't have a brain or try to get technical on it. They got eyes and a mouth. They process something other than sunlight. It's not plankton. It's not like, moss. It's not grass. It actually has arms and legs and it moves and thinks. Anyways, for each one on their own. But I learned that yesterday. And I believe I learned from the animals. I believe I learned from my environment. Now, vegetation grows, wants to be consumed. It's what it's made for. It doesn't have blood. It doesn't bleed. It doesn't go, ah! I mean, yeah, you got those sound you can plug into it and you can hear what's going on. But that's getting all technical, okay? For my own right, for my own being, I can't eat meat anymore. Like, I got served some last night and it's still sitting there. I can't just, that, I can't do it. I can't do it. And it's just cleaning up little things along the way. It's just cleaning up little things along the way, letting go. Boom, right there, letting go. Just letting go of the things that don't serve us anymore. You know? I mean, hey, let's look at it. The world has a problem. The world has a problem. We could grow food faster than we can grow, feed an animal and then kill it and then eat it. We could grow way more food, way more food. We just start focusing on the crops and stop trying to kill to eat. We don't need to kill to eat. We are harvesters. We harvest the grain that we can grow. And, anyways, I'm going to get off of that one. I'm going to let go of all that myself. And I feel safe and I feel happy. And like a new higher consciousness has been reached for all of us, for the whole world. And so now we could just like jump into laughter and giggle and play and just follow your dreams. Okay, just follow your dreams. So it's your inner child, get that bear, that stuffed bear, or whatever. Let your inner child out. Whatever, have fun. Detoxification is big part of life right now. We're making changes, so we want to get rid, like, detoxify the poisons we've been putting in our bodies. This is going to give us a peace of mind, because if we clean what's on the inside, then we'll clean that inside portion too. We'll discover the magic of nature. I got a word for I got one for magic. Mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically. Magic of nature. Nature very much is magic itself. And vice versa. Just in nature, just have calls you to go look inside yourself. And I could just keep going on and on and on and on and on, and everything. Every single card is really, really nice. And bro, just to let you know, if you want to chat, if I hear you, if I hear you talking or whatever, I'll stop talking so that you can talk, and then I don't get feedback.
I want to say just one thing, because something you said has given me a divine memory, so to say. Very beautiful, actually. You said God created equals to himself, the ultimate God. That is very true, and I know a reason for it. It's a beautiful reason, and it has just been achieved, but God has been waiting for that. He was lonely. He wanted to play with other equals. he could create stuff, but like they all were like, "Oh, you're God. We cannot. You're like too above us." And he was like, "No, I want someone like me." And like people weren't getting it. Now, still they're not getting it, but we have a circle that gets it. And God has a family. Gods have a family. Yeah, creators. I like creators much more.
Creators are cool. I like the word creator a lot more too. A whole lot more. Wow. So there's this got my altar right here. That one I haven't put up online or anything or showed or whatever. It's just like there's no portion here. Or I showed it in the beginning, but blank piece of paper was in the middle of my altar. Um, I could say I know it fell out of one of my things, or I moved some pages earlier. I know I wrote something earlier, whatever the case. Nope, that was yesterday. Anyways, y'all might have seen me move some papers over and it fell right there. But what I get from this paper is like the future's unwritten. Just happy. It's just going to be a happily ever after. You write whatever future you want. Um, do whatever you want. Like with divine law and order and all the good and love in your heart, go have fun. Just like Bro said. You can go have fun. We just go have fun. And then we don't have to worry about our problems or anything like that. We just go have fun and the world will be fine and everybody will be happy. And it'll be like we just had a really bad dream for a little while and we all woke up together. Who knew it could be that easy? Huh?
Yep, you're single, I think. Yep. I don't gotta add that. You're like we have reached the level of like quantum psychic. We're just speaking for yeah. Yeah.
Yep, we got it. We might get this. Like that's that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I gotta. I don't have to squash nothing.
Like I had this knowledge in my heart ever since I went out of my event, but like I wasn't sure of it because you still need some kind of like an extra confirmation. I was peaceful and happy in my own heart, but like when I witness it like this with you, with energy shifts, with it's just like on a whole new level. Like yes, yes, see, it happened. It really happened. Like I knew it. I knew it. Yeah.
You're amazing. You're my best friend, my bro. Don't you know?
We surely both know. We are amazing. We are amazing. We are amazing.
you
Squared.
know. You know what I was thinking about? Maybe you care to do this or not. In the future, with nothing you have to do or whatever. But I was thinking to go through, and maybe I could do it. Go through the I Ching and just find all the good readings, just all the good ones, and leave the bad ones out. And then write all those numbers down, and then we'll have a group of how many I Ching readings. Not necessarily count on how many of them are, but like if ooh okay, then I have to do it. I have to do it. Then that's my new job. That's my new project I'm going to work on. I like that project. So I'm gonna go through my I Ching. I'm gonna go through the I Ching, your I Ching, our I Ching, whatever. Go through the I Ching, the We Ching, like we us. Anyways, we're gonna go through the
We
I. I'm gonna go through it, and I'm gonna mark all the good ones. I'm gonna make myself like a tarot deck, but with the I Ching lines and the good ones. So that because I'm like, okay, so then if we get to play, then I just want to put good stuff together. I don't want to put bad stuff together. If it's got a problem, we already fixed the problems. Like we could pull cards, and if we need to do a proper Ichi reading for somebody or whatever the case out of circumstance. but like we pull out all the positive ones, and then like we create with those positive ones mantras and stuff like we did like the heaven trigram, and then I'll put the three sticks on the altar. Well, like if we pull that one up, it's like let's do that one. It's like that one's going to be a good formula for success in the world, and then boom, and you'll put that eaching on the altar or that card or whatever, and then that blessing's going to go out. So it's like serving up like delicious experiences of happiness. Whoa. Wow.
I love the idea. However, I've noticed like it's kind of hard to like put them into good or bad. Like they're all giving advice in a way, but you could do it. There are
I'll put it
certain ones
I'll
straight
put
back.
it
But
let
yeah,
me explain what I mean on that one on a technical. Um like there are some tarot cards and upside down they have a bad meaning, but right side up they have a good meaning. Sometimes vice versa. So, like in this space that we're in, it's we're creating goodness, and I don't need the negative meaning. I don't need negative meaning because it's not a problem, it's not a fight, it's we're at recess. We get to play recess and we can go play kickball, or we could go play house, or we could set up somebody to get everything they want, or we could like answer prayers or like miracle blessing. Anyways, I'm going off the I'm jumping. But just the ability to create good stuff without any negative stuff involved. That's what I live in my head. If it's bad, then I nix it out. If I learn it, if I learn something different, then I stop doing the bad thing. I move forward with my life. And so in the same way, like this says happily ever after. It says all the battles been fought, all the stuff been out the way, all the stuff, but whatever is it, all the details mean for anything. I could care less about. We got a happily ever after, and that's what I want to create. I want to build a happy ever after. I want to build a happy ever after. I want to build a happy ever after for everybody, for me, for you. Could we all get rich houses or whatever the case? I don't care what you want to call it. They're all beautiful and nice, and things last a long time, and nothing's does you get something and it stays good and working for years to come. It doesn't just break down because somebody whatever. Just focus on the good stuff. Create good stuff. That's where my head is.
oh yes, I understood it now, and I think the creators of the I Ching would approve of this because it was like a guide to get to this point because the world was pretty like, and then they're like, you don't need these other ones now because you get to create literal the triagram of heaven. You got there.
Yeah.
You're, but these were necessary to get here. However, now we can use the good ones
Okay.
only.
Okay, so the unnecessary ones were birthed because of the branching, but because those loops were closed, it goes back to singularity.
But a good kind of
Like a
singularity,
good,
yes.
yeah, like it goes back to like it branched out all the negative, and it went back to the middle, and now it can branch out all positive.
Yep. And that's
Okay.
like a miracle because it was supposed to just be in a singularity and stuck there, but we managed to like, and now we get to create the new branches, and like your forever good ever after is so true because like no matter what happens, it's gonna be good. But of course, we have to follow the heart. That's and that we're professionals at that. I have no doubt. To get here, you have to be a professional at following your heart. We're for the job. That's why I yeah you know.
I don't want to say I was worrying, but I was like walking a tightrope. That's what it felt like. I was walking a tightrope. And now it feels like I got to the other side, and like that tightrope is done. Like don't need to walk that walk no more. And so was able to laugh, be happy,
Very much so, but I would describe it more like a narrow bridge or something. But yeah, yeah.
I like that. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. We'll go with that. There's a. I don't know if you remember the story of the three feathers, but it's a really cool story. And I read it just the other day, and there's probably people here that heard me read it, and you might remember it or not. But the three feathers was about these three brothers, and the king didn't know who to give the kingdom to. And simpleton. The king threw up three feathers, and they had to go chase their feather and bring in a girl or carpet or a rug or a ring or whatever they were tasked with to win the kingdom. And in Simpleton's feather, he just goes straight up in there, and it goes straight down and lands in the cellar down below. And essentially, there's this so awesome story. And anyways, I got these three feathers right here. I'm gonna put these on my necklace right now. I mean, like they were on a necklace. Um, so like you could see the feathers there, like separated. And so I feel like attaching that to. It had this wire, not. It had this string on here, and I'm gonna take that off. And instead of messing with it like that, I'm just gonna cut that knot. Sometimes it's nice to undo a knot, and other times it's nice to just take that thing off.
And sometimes tying things together is wonderful. In your own words,
What?
like with the what's it called? I forgot the word. Like yesterday, you got anchor
Anchor.
and house and family and all that stuff. Like that's beautiful.
Yep. Don't go on that one.
Kids playing in our rooms with little plushies and toys, but also magic and nature. Rawr.
I'm gonna get this on here, and then I'm gonna get a little refill coffee, take a couple sips, and I'm gonna pick a story or something. I don't know, with the cards or something. I always was like, "What do you want to do, bro?" And you're gonna be like, "I want to flow." I'm like, "Okay, I'll figure out where we're gonna go." Hee hee hee, but we ain't gonna row.
See, that answer was like literally what led us here, and I had no idea why I said it. It was just from my heart, like instantly. When you asked me, "What do you want to do?" I was like, "Only one answer possible. What I've been doing. I want to flow."
Mm,
when you
so fun there.
when you flow, stuff starts aligning magically, and I'm fascinated by stuff aligning magically and synchronicities, and you would be silly to want that to stop when you're able to recognize all of it. And I was right, it just keeps amplifying and more into love, and here we are. Hi, world.
So something I did today, which I had decided earlier, was that I pulled this bell out. It's my brass bell, and then I got this bell I pulled out, which is my copper bell. And so now we could use those bells. Those have been sitting in a sacred spot for a good long while, and I popped those out today because I don't know. Something said they've been sitting out long enough, and it's time to start ringing those ones again, which made me pretty happy.
Happy bells are ringing all around the world. Yes. Happy,
You
happy.
are. You're amazing. You're amazing.
Just flow, bro, as you know. Like,
Yeah.
not even joking, genuinely, I'm not aware of like 99% of the effect that I have, but like I feel it, so it's awesome.
Oh,
Consciously, not very pleased, but in my heart, I'm aware of everything, so I just feel good.
good. Good. Good. Good. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I'll be. This is what I want to do. This is what I want to read. I know what I want to. Oh, I know which book I want to read. I'm going to leave this page in there. Oh, yes. Lots of good changes. Lots of positive. Well, positive growths. Boom. That'll be nice. So I'm not going to show you, but to those at home, like what I do in my altar space, what I like to do is make like a little walkway. So like in the front of my altar, it has a main portion in front. I'm moving phone, but it has main portion in front, and then that main portion has a walkway of stones. Like the stones kind of go around that portion. The main altar is like back here. This would be the front at the middle. And so here you got like a little row of stones going around here. And then on the outside it has these row of stones. So it makes like an hourglass shape on the front, on the left and right side. And anyways. This one is yours, bro. And so I'm gonna put your bag in your bag.
Bag within the bag.
Just in case I put some more in there or whatever.
I'm mega happy, as you know, bro.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, let's see. All right. All right. Boom, boom. While you were veiled in darkness, you heard repeated by the voice of the great past its most ancient doctrines. None has the right to object if the Christian Mason sees foreshadowed in Krishna and Solstice, in Mithras and Osiris Osar, the divine word that, as he believes, became man and died upon a cross to redeem a fallen race. Nor can he object if others see reproduced in the word of the beloved disciple that was in the beginning with God, and that was God, and by whom everything was made. Only the logos of Plato and the word or uttered thought, or first emanation of light, or the perfect reason of the great silent supreme uncreated deity believed in and adored by all. We do not undervalue the importance of any truth. We utter no word that can be deemed irrelevant by anyone of any faith. We do not tell the Muslim that it is only important for him to believe that there is but one God, but wholly unessential whether Muhammad was his prophet. We do not tell the Hebrew that the Messiah whom he expects was born in Bethlehem nearly 2,000 years ago, and that he is a heretic because he will not so believe. And as little do we tell the sincere Christian that Jesus of Nazareth was but a man like us, or his history but the unreal revival of an older legend. To do either is beyond our just jurisdiction. To do either is beyond our jurisdiction. Masonry of no one age belongs to all time, of no one religion. It finds its great truths in all. To every Mason there is a God, one supreme, infinite in goodness, wisdom, foresight, justice, and benevolence, a creator, a disposer, and preserver of all things. How or by what intermediates he creates and acts, and in what way he unfolds and manifests himself. Masonry leaves to creeds and religions to inquire. To every Mason, the soul of man is immortal, whether it emanates from and will return to God, and what is continued mode of existence hereafter. Each judges for himself. Masonry was not made to settle that. To every Mason, wisdom and intelligence, force or strength and harmony, or finesse and beauty are the trinity of the attributes of God. With the subtleties of philosophy concerning them, Masonry does not meddle nor decide as to the reality of the supposed existences which are their personifications, nor whether the Christian Trinity be such a personification or a reality of the gravest import and significance. To every Mason, the infinite justice and benevolence of God give ample assurance that evil will ultimately be dethroned, and the good, the true, and the beautiful reign triumphant and eternal. It teaches as it feels and knows that evil and pain and sorrow exist as part of a wise and beneficent plan, all the parts of which work together under God's eye to a result which shall be perfection. Whether the existence of evil is rightly explained in this creed or in that, by Typhon the great serpent, by Ahriman and his armies of wicked spirits, by the giants and titans that war against heaven, by the two coexistent principles of good and evil, by Satan's temptation and the fall of man, by Loki and the serpent Fenris, and it is beyond the domain of Masonry to decide, nor does it need to inquire, nor is it within its province to determine how the ultimate triumph of light and truth and good over darkness and error and evil is to be achieved, nor whether the Redeemer looked and longed for by all nations hath appeared in Judea or is yet to come. It reverences all the great reformers. It sees in Moses, the lawgiver of the Jews, in Confucius and Zoroaster, in Jesus of Nazareth, and in the Arabian iconoclast, great teachers of morality and eminent reformers. If no more, and allows every brother of the order to assign to each such a higher and even divine character as his creed and truth require. Thus Masonry disbelieves no truth and teaches unbelief in no creed, except so far as such creed may lower its lofty estimate of the deity, degrade him to the level of the passions of humanity, deny the high destiny of man, impugn the goodness and benevolence of the supreme God, strike at those great columns of Masonry, faith, hope, and charity, or inculcate immorality, and disregard of active duties of the order. Masonry is a worship, and the word worship means intense love, but one in which all civilized men can unite. For it does not undertake to explain or dogmatically to settle those great mysteries that are above the feeble comprehension of our human intellect. It trusts in God and hopes, it believes like a child, and is humble. It draws no sword to compel others to adopt its belief or to be happy with its hopes, and it waits with patience to understand the mysteries of nature and nature's God hereafter. The greatest mysteries of the universe are those which are ever going on around us, so trite and common to us that we never note them nor reflect upon them. Wise men tell us of the laws that regulate the motions of the spheres, which, flashing in huge circles and spinning on their axes, are also ever darting with inconceivable rapidity through the infinite of space, while we atoms sit here and dream that all was made for us. They tell us learnedly of centripetal and centrifugal forces, gravity and attraction, and all other sounding terms invented to hide a want of meaning. There are other forces in the universe than most that are mechanical. Here are two minute seeds, not much unlike in appearance, and two of larger size. You hand them to the learned pundit chemistry, who tells us how combustion goes on in the lungs, and plants are fed with phosphorus and carbon, and the alkalis and silex. Let her decompose them, analyze them, torture them in all the ways she knows. The net result of each is a little sugar, a little fibrin, a little water, carbon, potassium, sodium, and the like. One cares not to know what. We hide them in the ground, and the slight rains moisten them, and the sun shines upon them, and little slender shoots spring up and grow. And what a miracle is the mere growth, the force, the power, the capacity by which the little feeble shoot that a small worm can nip off with a single snap of its mandibles extracts from the earth and air and water the different elements so learnedly catalogued, with which it increases in stature and rises imperceptibly toward the sky. One grows to be a slender, fragile, feeble stalk, soft of texture like an ordinary weed; another a strong bush or woody fiber armed with thorns, and sturdy enough to bid defiance to the winds; the third a tender tree, subject to be blighted by the frost and looked down upon by all the forest; while another spreads its rugged arms abroad, and cares for neither frost nor ice, nor the snows that for months lie around its roots. But lo, out of the brown foul earth, the colorless invisible air, and limpid rain water, the chemistry of the seeds has extracted colors, four different shades of green, that paint the leaves which put forth in the spring upon our plants, our shrubs, and our trees. Later still come the flowers, the vivid colors of the rose, the beautiful brilliance of the carnation, the modest blush of the apple, and the splendid white of the orange. Whence come the colors of the leaves and flowers? By what process of chemistry are they extracted from the carbon, the phosphorus, and the lime? Is it any greater miracle to make something out of nothing? Pluck the fowl, pluck the flowers, inhale the delicious perfumes, each perfect and all delicious. Whence have they come? By what combination of acids and alkalis could the chemist's laboratory produce them? And now on two comes the fruit, the ruddy apple and the golden orange. Pluck them, open them. The texture and fabric, how totally different. The taste, how entirely dissimilar. The perfume of each distinct from its flower and from the other. Whence the taste and this new perfume? The same earth and air and water have been made to flourish in different tastes to each fruit, a different perfume not only to each fruit, but to each fruit and its own flower. Is it any more a problem whence come thought and will and perception and all the phenomena of the mind than this whence come the colors, the perfumes, the taste of the fruit and flower? And lo, in each fruit new seeds, each gifted with the same wondrous power of reproduction, each with the same wondrous forces wrapped up in it to be again in turn evolved. Forces that had lived 3,000 years in the grain of wheat found in the wrappings of an Egyptian mummy, forces of which learning and science and wisdom know no more than they do of the nature and laws of action of God. What can we know of the nature, and how can we understand the powers and mode of operation of the human soul when the glossy leaves, the pearl white flower, and the golden fruit of the orange are miracles wholly beyond our comprehension? We but hide our ignorance in a cloud of words, and the words too often are mere combinations of sounds without meaning. What is the centrifugal force? A tendency to go in a particular direction. What external force then produces that tendency? We will pick back up there. But I've got to share a couple things first. Oh my gosh. There it is. Plant leaves. I gotta read this again for myself. There was something that I really liked. That I really liked. Let's see. Later still come the flowers that give the colors to the rose, the carnation, the modest blush, the apples. I'm connecting the fruit. I'm connecting the fruit to people. People have different like styles and tastes and flavors, and everybody's a little bit different. Not everybody, people aren't the same. I mean, we have similar stuff and emotions and all that good stuff, but everybody likes, something a little bit different. And so where my mind is going, it's like, okay, so now we're gonna start creating uh happily ever afters. That's what we're up to, dude. We're not Mario and Luigi. We got no more plumbing issues to deal with. We're in the duty of creating happily ever afters with no twists. No. If it is a twist, it gets happier.
A smooth road. Gotta update the teaching and everything. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I am exactly. If it's a twist, it's gonna be a happy twist. Like, oh, you didn't see this coming. Now you're even happier.
What force draws the needle round to the north? What force moves the muscle that raises the arm? When will determines it shall rise? Whence comes the will itself? Is it spontaneous, first cause or an effect? These two are miracles, inexplicable as the creation or the existence and self existence of God. Who will explain to us the passion, the peevishness, the anger, the memory, and the affections of the small canary wren? The consciousness of identity and the dreams of the dog, the reasoning powers of the elephant, the wondrous insects, passions, government, and civil policy, and modes of communication of ideas of the ant and bee. The bee, who has yet made us to understand, with all his learned words, how heat comes to us from the sun, and light from the remote stars, setting out upon its journey earthward from some. At the time the Chaldeans commenced to build the Tower of Babel, or how the image of an external object comes to and fixes itself upon the retina of the eye. And when there, how that mere empty, unsubstantial image becomes transmuted into the wondrous thing that we call sight, or how the waves of the atmosphere striking upon the tympanum of the ear, those thin, invisible waves, produce the equally wondrous phenomenon of hearing, and become the roar of the tornado, the crash of thunder, the mighty voice of the ocean, the chirping of the cricket, the delicate sweet notes and exquisite trills and variations of the wren and mockingbird, or the magic melody of the instrument of Paganini. Our senses are mysteries to us, and we are mysteries to ourselves. Philosophy has taught us nothing as to the nature of our sensations, our perceptions, our cognizances, the origin of our thoughts and ideas, but words, by no effort or degree or reflection, never so long continued, can man become conscious of a personal identity in himself, separate and distinct from his body and his brain. We torture ourselves in the effort to gain an idea of ourselves, and the weary with the exertion. Who has yet made us understand how, from the contact with a foreign body, the image in the eye, the wave of air impinging on the ear, particular particles entering the nostrils and coming in contact with the palate, come sensations in the nerves, and from that perception in the mind of the animal or the man? What do we know of substance? Men even doubt yet whether it exists. Philosophers tell us that our senses make known to us only the attributes of substance, extension, hardness, color, and the like, but not the thing itself that is extended, solid, black, or white. As we know the attributes of the soul, it is thoughts and its perceptions, and not the soul itself, which perceives and thinks. What a wondrous mystery is there in heat and light existing! We know not how, within certain limits, narrow in comparison with infinity, beyond which on every side stretch out infinite space and the blackness of unimaginable darkness, and the intensity of inconceivable cold. Think only of the mighty power required to maintain warmth and light in the central point of such an infinity, to whose darkness that of midnight, to whose cold that of the last Arctic island is nothing. And yet God is everywhere. And what a mystery are the effects of heat and cold upon the wondrous fluid that we call water! What a mystery lies hidden in every flake of snow and in every crystal of ice, and in their final transformation into the invisible vapor that rises from the ocean or the land and floats above the summits of the mountains. What a multitude of wonders indeed has chemistry unveiled to our eyes! Think only that if some single law enacted by God were at once repealed, that of attraction or affinity or cohesion, for example, the whole material world with its solid granite and adamant, its veins of gold and silver, its trap and porphyry, its huge beds of coal, our own frames, and the very ribs and bones of this apparently indestructible earth would instantaneously dissolve, with all suns and stars and worlds throughout all the universe of God, into a thin invisible vapor of infinitely minute particles or atoms diffused throughout infinite space, and with them light and heat would disappear, unless the deity himself be, as the ancient Persians thought, the eternal light and the immortal fire, the mysteries of the great universe of God. How can we, with our limited mental vision, expect to grasp and comprehend them? Infinite space stretching out from us every day without limit, infinite time without beginning or end, and we here and now in the center of each, an infinity of suns, the nearest of which only diminish in size, viewed with the most powerful telescope. each with its retinue of worlds, infinite numbers of such suns, so remote from us that their light would not reach us, journeying during an infinity of time, while the light that has reached us from some that we seem to see has been upon its journey for 50 centuries. Our world spinning upon its axis and rushing ever in its circuit round the sun, and it, the sun, and all our system revolving round some great central point, and suns, stars, and worlds evermore flashing onward with incredible rapidity through illimitable space. And then in every drop of water that we drink, in every morsel of much of our food, and in the air, and in the earth, in the sea, incredible multitudes of living creatures invisible to the naked eye, of a minuteness beyond belief, yet organized, living, feeding, perhaps with consciousness of identity and memory and instinct. Such are some of the mysteries of the great universe of God. And yet we, whose life and that of the world on which we live, form but a point in the center of infinite time, we who nourish and immaculate within, and on whom vegetables grow without, would fain learn how God created the universe, would understand his powers, his attributes, his emanations, his mode of existence and of action, would fain know the plan according to which all events proceed, that plan profound as God himself, would know the laws by which he controls his universe, would fain see and talk to him face to face, as man talks to man, and we try not to believe because we do not understand. He commands us to love one another, to love our neighbor as ourselves, and we dispute and wrangle and hate and slay each other because we cannot be of one opinion as to the essence of his nature, as to his attributes, whether he became man born of a woman and was crucified, whether the Holy Ghost is of the same substance with the Father or only a similar substance, whether a feeble old man is God's vicegerent, whether some are elected from all eternity to be saved, and others be condemned and punished, whether punishment of the wicked after death is to be eternal, whether this doctrine or the other be hearsay or truth, drenching the world with blood, depopulating realms, and turning fertile lands into deserts, until for religious war, persecution, and bloodshed, the earth for many a century has rolled round the sun, a charnel house, steaming and reeking with human gore, the blood of brother slain by brother for opinion's sake, that has soaked into the polluted all her veins and made her a horror to her sisters of the universe. And if men were all masons, and obeyed with all their heart her mild and gentle teachings, that world would be a paradise, while intolerance and persecution make of it a hell. For this is the Masonic creed: believe in God's infinite benevolence. Believe in God's infinite benevolence, wisdom, and justice. Hope for the final triumph of good over evil, and for perfect harmony as the final result of all the concords and discords of the universe. And be charitable as God is toward the unfaith, the errors, the follies, and the faults of men, for all make one great brotherhood. There are names mentioned: one, two, three. Is there a fourth? Okay. I'm going to say their names before I start reading. And then as I continue reading, I may just assign them a voice, and then you'll just be familiar with the voice. Anyways, the names are like Sin, Jun, Ku, Arns. Sin, Brother Junior Warden, are you a prince of mercy? Jorn, I have seen the delta and the holy names upon it, and am an Ameth like yourself, in the triple covenant of which we bear the mark. Who, what is the first word upon the delta? Ons, the ineffable name of deity, the true mystery of which is known to the Ameth alone. Who, what do the three sides of the delta denote to us? Arns, to us, and to all Masarns, the three great attributes of developments of the essence of the deity: wisdom, or the reflective and designing power, in which when there was naught but God, the plan and idea of the universe was shaped and formed; force, or the executing and creating power, which instantaneously acting realized the type and idea framed by wisdom, and the universe, and all stars and worlds, and light and life, and men and angels, and all living creatures were; and harmony, or the preserving power, order, and beauty, maintaining the universe in its state, and constituting the law of harmony, motion, proportion, and progression; wisdom which thought the plan, strength which created, harmony which upholds and preserves; the Masonic Trinity, three powers and one essence; the three columns which support the universe, physical, intellectual, and spiritual, of which every Masonic lodge is a type and symbol; while the Christian Mason, they represent the three that bear record in heaven: the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit, which three are one. Q. What do the three Greek letters upon the delta I, H, iota, eta, and sigma represent? Alms. Three of the names of the supreme deity among the Syrians, Phoenicians, and Hebrews. Eu, self-existence, or the nature of God, or soul of the universe; Shaddai, supreme power. Also, three of the six chief attributes of God among the Kabbalists: wisdom, yeah, the intellect, no, of the Egyptians; the word of the Ios, of the Platonists; and the wisdom, Iorthia, of the Gnostics; magnificence, Al, the symbol of which was the lion's head; and victory and glory, Sabaoth, which are the two columns, Joachim and Boaz, that stand in the portico of the temple of Masonry. To the Christian Mason, they are the first three letters of the name of the Son of God, who died upon the cross to redeem mankind. Q. What is the first of the three covenants of which we bear the mark? Ons, that which God made with Noah, when he said, I will not again curse the earth any more for man's sake, neither will I smite any more everything living as I have done. While the earth remaineth, seed, time, and harvest, and cold and heat, and winter and summer, and day and night shall not cease. I will establish my covenant with you, and with your seed after you, and with every living creature. All mankind shall no more be cut off by the waters of a flood, nor shall there be any more a flood to destroy the earth. This is the token of my covenant. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth, an everlasting covenant between me and every living creature on the earth. Q. What is the second of the three covenants? Ons, that which God made with Abraham when he said, I am the absolute uncreated God. I will make my covenant between me and thee, and thou shalt be the father of many nations, and kings shall come from thy loins. I will establish my covenant between me and thee, and thy descendants after thee. to the remotest generations for an everlasting covenant. And I will be thy God and their God, and will give thee the land of Canaan for an everlasting possession. Q. What is the third covenant? Ons. That which God made with all men by his prophets when he said, I will gather all nations and tongues, languages, and they shall come and see my glory. I will create new heavens and a new earth, and the former shall not be remembered, nor come into mind. The sun shall no more shine by day, nor the moon by night, but the Lord shall be an everlasting light and splendor. His spirit and his word shall remain with men forever. The heavens shall vanish away like vapor, and the earth shall wax old like a garment, and they that dwell therein shall die. But my salvation shall be forever, and my righteousness shall not end. And there shall be light among the Gentiles, and salvation unto the ends of the earth. The redeemed of the Lord shall return, and everlasting joy be on their heads, and sorrow and mourning shall flee away. What is the Q? What is the symbol of the triple covenant? Ons, the triple triangle. Q. Of what else is it the symbol to use? Ons. Of the trinity of attributes of the deity and of the triple essence of man, the principle of life, the intellectual power, and the soul of immortal emanation from the deity. Q. What is the first great truth of the sacred mysteries? Ons. No man hath seen God at any time. He is one, eternal, all powerful, all wise, infinitely just, merciful, benevolent, and compassionate creator and preserver of all things, the source of light and life, coextensive with time and space. Who thought, and with the thought created the universe and all living things and the souls of men? That is the permanent, while everything besides is a perpetual genesis. Q. What is the second great truth of the sacred mysteries? Hans. The soul of man is immortal, not the result of organization, nor the aggregate of modes of action of matter, nor succession of phenomena and perceptions, but an existence, one and identical, a living spirit, a spark of the great central light that hath entered into and dwells in the body, to be separated therefrom at death, and return to God who gave it, that doth not disperse nor vanish at death, like breath or a smoke, nor can be annihilated, but still exists and possesses activity and intelligence, even as it existed in God, before it was enveloped in the body. Q. What is the third great truth in Masonry? Ons. The impulse which directs to right conduct and deters from crime is not only older than the ages of nations and cities, but coeval with that divine being who sees and rules both heaven and earth. Nor did Tarquin less violate the eternal law, though in his reign there might have been no written law at Rome against such violence. For the principle that impels us to right conduct and warns us against guilt springs out of the nature of things. It did not begin to be law when it was first written, nor was it originated, but it is coeval with the divine intelligence itself. The consequence of virtue is not to be made the end thereof, and laudable performances must have deeper roots, motives, and instigations to give them the stamp of virtues. What is the fourth great truth in Masonry? The moral truths are as absolute as the metaphysical truths. Even the deity cannot make it that there should be effects without a cause or phenomena without substance. As little could he make it to be sinful and evil to respect our pledged word, to love truth, to moderate our passions. The principles of morality are axioms like the principles of geometry. The moral laws are the necessary relations that flow from the nature of things, and they are not created by but have existed eternally in God. Their continued existence does not depend upon the exercise of his will. Truth and justice are of his essence, not because we are feeble and God omnipotent. Is it our duty to obey his law? We may be forced, but are not under obligation to obey the stronger. God is the principle of morality, but not by his mere will, which, abstracted from all of his other attributes, would be neither just or unjust. Good is the expression of his will, in so far as that it will is itself the expression of eternal, absolute, uncreated justice, which is in God, which his will did not create, but which it executes and promulgates, as our will proclaims and promulgates and executes the idea of the good which is in us. He has given us the law of truth and justice, but he has not arbitrarily instituted that law. Justice is inherent in his will because it is contained in his intelligence and wisdom in his very nature and most intimate essence. What is the fifth great truth in Masonry? There is an essential distinction between good and evil, what is just and what is unjust, and to this distinction is attached, for every intelligent and free creature, the absolute obligation of conforming to what is good and just. Man is an intelligent and free being, free because he is conscious that it is his duty, and because it is made his duty to obey the dictates of truth and justice, and therefore he must necessarily have the power of doing so, which involves the power of not doing so. Capable of comprehending the distinction between good and evil, justice and injustice, and the obligation which accompanies it, and of naturally adhering to the obligation independently of any contract or positive law. Capable also of resisting the temptations which urge him toward evil and injustice, and of complying with the sacred law of eternal justice. That man is not governed by a resistless fate or inexorable destiny, but is free to choose between the evil and good, and that justice and right, the good and beautiful, are of the essence of divinity, like his infinitude, and therefore they are laws to man, that we are conscious of our freedom to act as we are conscious of our identity and the continuance and connectedness of our existence, and have the same evidence of one of the other, and if we can put one in doubt, we have no certainty of either, and everything is unreal. That we can deny our free will and free agency only upon the ground that they are in nature of things impossible, which would be to deny the omnipotence of God. I'm gonna see how many there are total. Because I'm gonna mark that spot with this card.
Sounds about to line.
Yeah, yeah. We're gonna come back to that. We're gonna come back to that.
Gonna come back to all the beautiful heavenly things in humanity.
No, I'm gonna go back to reading where I left off because that was not the end of it. But I'm inclined. My heart taking me some other places.
Always follow the heart, as we say.
Wow. All right. So this is very beautiful, actually. It might look kind of scary. It's not. It's actually really good. Barto Kanjizabosusu, a savior who consumes the suffering of humanity. You might not be able to see, but we are in the year of the horse, and there is a horse at the top of Barto Kanjizabosusu. The top of their head, that's a horse head. A white horse head. Yep, yep. Year of the fire horse. And he's okay. Oh, okay, I'm gonna write that down right now then. Okay, you sit right there. He has his hands in the horse head mudra. So I'm gonna pull that information up in a little bit, and then you'll be able to access that. And anybody at home or watching whatever, you could do the head mudra too. Anyways, it says, and for those out there, when you do the hand mudra, and speak the words and have an idea in your mind, then by the three, you wind up creating that quantum reality, that divine place that we love so much, right into our own lives. Anyways, it says it's important to take one step at a time. Don't hold in negative feelings. Look to animals to heal you. For my own. This is all for my own. I'm speaking 100% for myself, bro. And I know you feel this way too, bro. But it says look to animals to heal you. So I can't eat meat. I don't care. I don't care. If they're healing me, how could I eat them? I can't do that no more. Like I know people do it or whatever. That's my choice. It says pets respond to our love and bring us joy and healing. You may be feeling a little discouraged and perhaps want someone to treat you with some love and kindness. When you feel this way, determine whether you've still got the drive to go on or if you've reached the limit or if you've reached the limit of what you can take. Sometimes you can summon up the power to galvanize yourself using that fire to move forward. But when you're running on nothing but fumes, you will only burn yourself out completely. Remember that it's all right to rely on others when you need help. A deeper here is that Bartol Karnen is one of the six Karnen, savior to those wandering lost in the animal realm. He wears an angry face, and with his fierce and righteous rage, he shatters the suffering and evils of humanity to save us all. Wearing the head of a horse like a crown, he consumes the dark thoughts of humanity, just as a horse consumes hay, purifying us of malice. The hands of the Bardo Karnen create the horse head mudra, and in his other hands are tools to vanquish darkness. The sword, the axe, the club, long worshipped to protect the health and safety of the livestock. In recent years, many pray to this Karnen for the peaceful repose of their beloved pets. The blessings is sound health, washing away past transgressions, and defeating darkness and evil. And I'm going to read the mantra. And so if you'd like, it doesn't matter. I'm going to read the mantra three times. Om Atrod Baba Hum Fat Svaha. Om Atrod Baba Hum Fat Svaha. Om Atrod Baba Hum Fat Svaha. Interesting factoid. Every single divine out of this whole They're all helpful. They're all blessing. Every single one's different. Family. Family is a wonderful reality. Family is a beautiful reality.
Oh, and we got a beautiful family, bro. As you know.
Yeah. That is absolutely correct. Ooh, gotcha. Boom boom. Sweet. Huh? I do. No. So do I have another fairy deck? I don't think I have two fairy decks. Nope, just one. Well, out of all the cards, that's pretty amazing. Beauty. I'm gonna read this one. Appreciate and amplify your natural attractiveness. Your beauty is most apparent when you're happy and satisfied. We are all attractive in our own unique way. Part of self esteem is appreciating how wonderful you truly are. Never ever put yourself down in any way. Always think self loving thoughts about your body, your face, your hair, your weight, and every inch of your physical self. Tell yourself positive affirmations daily, such as, my inner light radiates through every pore and cell of my body, and everyone is attracted to my inner and outer beauty. Invest time and money in services that make you feel wonderful, such as massages, facials, manicures, pedicures, soaking in a tub, getting a new hairstyle. Spend time in meaningful ways that make you feel joyous, and you will glow with attractiveness of a truly happy person. I'm going to say it 4 times, so if you want to say the affirmation with me 3 times, you can. My inner and outer selves are radiantly attractive right now. I love my beautiful self. My inner and outer selves are radiantly attractive right now. I love my beautiful self. My inner and outer selves are radiantly attractive right now. I love my beautiful self.
I'm connecting something to that and what you read earlier. Plato, he said the keys lie in good, true, and beautiful. The good, the true, and the beautiful. That's the keys.
Those would be good notes for you to write down. And absolutely truth. Okay. I'm gonna get a comfortable position here. I'm gonna keep reading. And this goes on for a little bit, but it is quite very important information. that I am liking.
What a wonderful day, as we always say. Hey, hey, hey.
That's what we do. What is the sixth great truth of Masonry? The necessity of practicing the moral truths, said Ons, is obligation. The moral truths necessary in the eye of reason are obligatory on the will. The moral obligation, like the moral truth that is its foundation, is absolute. As the necessary truths are not more or less necessary, so the obligation is not more or less obligatory. There are degrees of importance among different obligations, but none than the obligation itself. We are not merely obliged, almost obliged. We are wholly so, or not at all. If there be any place or refuge to which we can escape from the obligation, it ceases to exist. If the obligation is absolute, it is immutable and universal. For if that of today may not be that of tomorrow, if that is obligatory on me and may not be obligatory on you, the obligation would differ from itself and be variable and contingent. This fact is the principle of all morality, that every act contrary to right and justice deserves to be reposed by force and punished when committed, equally in the absence of any law or contract, that man naturally recognizes the distinction between the merit and demerit of actions, as he does that between justice and injustice, honesty and dishonesty, and feels without being taught, and in the absence of law or contract, that it is wrong for vice to be rewarded or go unpunished, and for virtue to be punished or left unrewarded, and that the deity being infinitely just and good, it must follow as a necessary and inflexible law that punishment shall be the result of sin, or as I like to say, error, its inevitable and natural effect, and corollarily, and not a mere arbitrary vengeance. What is the seventh great truth in Masonry? Hans replied, the immutable law of God requires that besides respecting the absolute rights of others and being nearly just, we should do good, be charitable, and obey the dictates of the generous and noble sentiments of the soul. Charity is a law because our conscience is not satisfied nor at ease if we have not relieved the suffering, the distressed, and the destitute. It is to give that which he to whom you give has no right to take or demand. To be charitable is obligatory on us. We are the almoners of God's bounties, but the obligation is not so precise and inflexible as the obligation to be just. Charity knows neither rule nor limit. It goes beyond all obligation. Its beauty consists in its liberty. He that loveth not knoweth not God, for God is love. If we love one another, God dwelleth in us, and his love is perfected in us. God is love, and he that dwelleth in love dwelleth in God, and God in him. To be kindly affectioned one to another with brotherly love, to relieve the necessities of the needy, and be generous, liberal, and hospitable, to return to no man evil for evil, to rejoice at the good fortune of others, and sympathize with them in their sorrows and reverses, to live peaceably with all men and repay injuries with benefits and kindness. These are the sublime dictates of the moral law taught from the infancy of the world by Masonry. What is the eighth great truth in Masonry? Replied Ons. that the laws which control and regulate the universe of God are those of motion and harmony. We see only the isolated incidents of things, and with our feeble and limited capacity and vision, cannot discern their connection, nor the mighty chords that make the apparent discord perfect harmony. Evil is merely apparent, and all is in reality good and perfect. For pain and sorrow, persecution and hardships, affliction and destitution, sickness and death are but the means by which alone the noblest virtues could be developed. Without them and without sin and error and wrong and outrage, as there can be no effect without an adequate cause, there could be neither patience under suffering and distress, nor prudence in difficulty, nor temperance to avoid excess, nor courage to meet danger, nor truth when to speak the truth is hazardous, nor love when it is met with ingratitude, nor charity for the needy and destitute, nor forbearance and forgiveness of injuries, nor toleration of erroneous opinions, nor charitable judgment and construction of men's motives and actions, nor patriotism, nor heroism, nor honor, nor self denial, nor generosity. These and most other virtues and excellencies would have no existence, and even their names be unknown, and the poor virtues that still existed would scarce deserve the name, for life would be one flat, dead, low level above which none of the lofty elements of human nature would emerge, and man would lie lapped in contented indolence and idleness, a mere worthless negative instead of the brave, stronger soldier against the grime legions of evil and rude difficulty. What is the ninth great truth in Masonry? Hans replies yet again. The great leading doctrine of this degree, that the justice, the wisdom, and the mercy of God are alike infinite, alike perfect, and yet do in the least jar nor confidence one with the other, but form a great perfect trinity of attributes, three and yet one, that the principle of merit and demerit being absolute, and every good action deserving to be rewarded, and every bad one to be punished, and God being as just as he is good, and yet the cases constantly reoccurring in this world in which crime and cruelty, oppression, tyranny, and injustice are prosperous, happy, fortunate, and self contented, and rule and reign and enjoy all the blessings of God's benefits, while the virtuous and good are unfortunate, miserable, destitute, pinning away in dungeons, perishing with cold and famishing with hunger, slaves of oppression and instruments and victims of the miscreants that govern, so that this world, if there were no existence beyond it, would be one great theater of wrong and injustice, proving God wholly disregardful of his own necessary law of merit and demerit, it follows that there must be another life in which these apparent wrongs shall be repaired. That all the powers of man's soul tend to infinity, and his indomitable instinct of immortality, and the universal hope of another life, testified by all creeds, all poetry, all traditions, establish its certainty. For man is not an orphan, but hath a father near at hand. And the day must come when light and truth and the just and good shall be victorious, and darkness, error, wrong, and evil be annihilated and known no more forever. That the universe is one great harmony in which, according to the faith of all nations, deep rooted in all hearts in the primitive ages, light will ultimately prevail over darkness, and the good principle over the evil, and the myriad souls that have emanated from the divinity, purified and ennobled by the struggle here below, will again return to perfect bliss in the bosom of God, to offend against, whose laws will then be no longer possible. What then is the one great lesson taught to us as Muslims in this degree? Hans, that to that state and realm of light and truth and perfection, which is absolutely certain, all the good men on earth are tending. And if there is a law from whose operation none are exempt, which inevitably conveys their bodies to darkness and to dust, there is another, not less certain nor less powerful, which conducts their spirits to that state of happiness and splendor and perfection, the bosom of their Father and their God. The wheels of nature are not made to roll backward. Everything presses on to eternity. From the birth of time, an impetuous current has set in, which bears all the sons of men toward the interminable ocean. Meanwhile, heaven is attracting to itself whatever is congenial to its nature, is enriching itself by the spoils of the earth, and collecting within its capacious bosom whatever is pure, permanent, and divine, leaving nothing for the last fire to consume but the gross matter that creates consuspious. Consuspious. Ah, consciousness. It's not consciousness. It's spelled Concupice. I know the word, I'm not pronouncing it correctly. Anyways, but while everything fit for that good fortune shall be gathered and selected from the ruins of the world to adorn that eternal city. Let every Mussulman then obey the voice that calls him thither. Let us seek the things that are above, and be not content with a world that must shortly perish, and which we must speedily quit, while we neglect to prepare for that in which we are invited to dwell forever. While everything within us and around us reminds us of the approach of death and concurs to teach us that this is not our rest, let us hasten our preparations for another world and earnestly implore that help and strength from our Father, which alone can put an end to that fatal war which our desires have to long waged with our destiny. When these move in the same direction, and that which God's will renders unavoidable shall become our choice, all things will be ours. Life will be divested of its vanity, and death disarmed of its terrors. What are the symbols of the purification necessary to make us perfect Muslims? Lavation with pure water, or baptism, because to cleanse the body is emblematical of purifying the soul, and because it conduces to the bodily health, and virtue is the health of the soul, as sin and vice are its malady and sickness. Unction, or anointing with oil, because thereby we are set apart and dedicated to the service and priesthood of the beautiful and true and the good, and robes of white, emblems of candor, purity, and truth. What is to us the chief symbol of man's ultimate redemption and regeneration? Hans replies, the fraternal supper of bread which nourishes, and of wine which refreshes and exhilarates, symbolical of the time which is to come when all mankind shall be one great harmonious brotherhood, and teaching us these great lessons that as matter changes ever, but no single atom is annihilated, it is not rational to suppose that the far nobler soul does not continue to exist beyond the grave, that many thousands who have died before us might claim to be joint owners with ourselves of the particles that compose our mortal bodies, for matter ever forms new combinations, and the bodies of the ancient dead, the patriarchs before and since the flood, that kings and common people of all ages, resolved into their constituent elements, are carried upon the wind over all continents, and continually enter into and form part of the inhabited habitations of new souls, creating new bonds of sympathy and brotherhood between each man that lives and all his race. And thus, in the bread we eat and in the wine we drink, tonight may enter into the form part of us the identical particles of matter that once formed parts of the material bodies called Moses, Confucius, Plato, Socrates, or Jesus of Nazareth. In the truest sense, we eat and drink the bodies of the dead and cannot say that there is a single atom of our blood or body, the ownership of which some other soul might not dispute with us. It teaches us also the infinite beneficence of God who sends us seed time and harvest, each in its season, and makes his showers to fall and his sun to shine alike upon the evil and the good, bestowing upon us unsolicited his innumerable blessings and asking no return. For there are no angels stationed upon the watchtowers of creation to call the world to prayer and sacrifice, but he bestows his benefits in silence, like a kind friend who comes at night and leaving his gifts at the door to be found by us in the morning, goes quietly away and asks no thanks, nor ceases his kind offices for our ingratitude. And thus the bread and wine teach us that our mortal body is no more we than the house in which we live or the garments that we wear, but the soul is I, the one, identical, unchangeable, immortal emanation from the deity to return to God and be forever happy. In his good time, as our mortal bodies dissolving return to the elements from which they came, their particles coming and going ever in perpetual genesis. To our Jewish brethren, this supper is symbolical of the Passover. To the Christian Masor, of that eaten by Christ and his disciples when, celebrating the Passover, he broke bread and gave it to them, saying, "Take, eat. This is my body." And giving them the cup, he said, "Drink ye all of it, for this is my blood of the New Testament, which is shed for many of the remission of sins," thus symbolizing the perfect harmony and union between himself and the faithful, and his death upon the cross for the salvation of man. The history of Masonry is the history of philosophy. Masons do not pretend to set themselves up for instructors of the human race, but, but though Asia produced and preserved the mysteries, Masonry has, in Europe and America, given regularity to their doctrines, spirit, and action, and developed the moral advantages which mankind may reap from them. More constant, more consistent, and more simple in its mode of procedure, it has put an end to the vast allegorical pantheon of ancient mythologies and itself become a science. None can deny that Christ taught a lofty morality. Love one another. Forgive those that despitefully use you and persecute you. Be pure of heart, meek, humble, contented. Lay not up riches on earth, but in heaven. Submit to the powers lawfully over you, because like these little children, or ye cannot be saved, for of such is the kingdom of heaven. Forgive the repentant and cast no stone at the sinner. If you too have sinned, do unto others as ye would have done unto you. Such and not obtruse questions of theology were his simple and sublime teachings. The early Christians followed in his footsteps. The first preachers of the faith had no thought of domination, entirely animated by his saying that he among them should be first, who should serve with the greatest devotion. They were humble, modest, and charitable, and they knew how to communicate this spirit of the inner man to the churches under their direction. These churches were at first but spontaneous meetings of all Christians inhabiting the same locality. A pure and severe morality mingled with religious enthusiasm was the characteristic of each, and excited the admiration even of their persecutors. Everything was in common among them, their property, their joys, and their sorrows. In the silence of night they met for instruction and prayed together. Their love feasts or fraternal repasts ended these reunions in which all differences in social position and rank were effaced in the presence of a paternal divinity. Their sole object was to make men better by bringing them back to a simple worship, of which universal morality was the basis, and to end those numerous and cruel sacrifices which everywhere inundated with blood the altars of the gods. Thus did Christianity reform the world and obey the teachings of its founder. It gave to woman her proper rank and influence. It regulated domestic life, and by admitting the slaves to the love feasts, it by degrees raised them above the oppression under which half of mankind had groaned for ages. This, in its purity as taught by Christ himself, was the true primitive religion as communicated by God to the patriarchs. It was no new religion, but the reproduction of the oldest of all, and its true and perfect morality is the morality of Masonry, as is the morality of every creed of antiquity. In the early days of Christianity, there was an initiation like those of the pagans. Persons were admitted on special conditions only. To arrive at a complete knowledge of the doctrine, they had to pass 3 degrees of instruction. The initiates were consequently divided into 3 classes. The first, auditors; the second, catechumens; and the third, the faithful. The auditors were a sort of novices who were prepared by certain ceremonies and certain instruction to receive the dogmas of Christianity. A portion of these dogmas was made known to the catechumens, who, after particular purifications, received baptism or the initiation of the theogenesis, the divine generation. But in the grand mysteries of that religion, the incarnation, nativity, passion, and resurrection of Christ, none were initiated but the faithful. These doctrines and the celebration of the holy sacraments, particularly the Eucharist, were kept with profound secrecy. These mysteries were divided into 2 parts. The first styled the Mass of the Catechumens, the second the Mass of the Faithful. The celebration of the mysteries of Mithras, the celebration of the mysteries of Mithras was also styled a Mass, a Mass, and the ceremonies used were the same. There were found all sacraments of the Catholic Church, even the breath of confirmation. The priest of Mithras promised the initiates deliverance from sin by means of confession and baptism, and a future life of happiness or misery. He celebrated the oblation of bread, image of the resurrection, the baptism of the newly born children, extreme unction, confession of sins, all belonged to the Mithraistes. The candidate was purified by a species of baptism. A mark was impressed upon his foreleg, and he offered bread and water, pronouncing certain mysterious words. During the persecutions in the early ages of Christianity, the Christians took refuge in the vast catacombs which stretched for miles in every direction under the city of Rome, and are supposed to have been Etruscan origin. There, amid labyrinth, winding deep caverns, hidden chambers, chapels, and tombs, the persecuted fugitives found refuge, and there they performed the ceremonies of the mysteries. The Basilidians, a sect of Christians that arose soon after the time of the apostles, practiced the mysteries with the old Egyptian legend. They symbolized Osiris, Osir, by the sun, Oseth, Isis, by the moon, and Typhon by Scorpio, and wore crystals bearing these emblems as amulets or talismans to protect them from danger, upon which were also a brilliant star and the serpent. They were copied from the talisman of Persia and Arabia and given to every candidate at his initiation. Irenaeus tells us that the Simonians, one of the earliest sects of Gnostics, had a priesthood of the mysteries. Tertullian tells us that the Valentinians, the most celebrated of all Gnostic schools, imitated, or rather perverted, the mysteries of Ulysses. Irenaeus informs us in several curious chapters of the mysteries practiced by the Marcossians, and Orsian gives much information as to the mysteries of the Ophites. And there is no doubt that all the Gnostic sects had mysteries and an initiation. They all claim to possess a secret doctrine coming to them directly from Jesus Christ, different from that of the Gospels and epistles, and superior to those communications, which in their eyes were merely exoteric. These secret doctrine they did not communicate to everyone, and among the extensive sect of the Basilidians, hardly one in 1,000 knew it. As we learn from Irenaeus, we know the name of only the highest class of their initiates. They were styled elect or Iolus, and strangers to the world. Zvol exavol. They had at least 3 degrees of material, the intellectual and the spiritual, and the lesser and greater mysteries, and the number of those who attained the highest degree was quite small. Baptism was one of their most important ceremonies, and the Basilidians celebrated the 10th of January as the anniversary of the day on which Christ was baptized in the Jordan. They had the ceremony of laying on hands by way of purification, and that of the mystic banquet emblem of that to which they believed the heavenly wisdom would one day admit them in the fullness of things. Their ceremonies were much more like those of the Christians and those of Greece, but they mingled with them much that was borrowed from the Orient and Egypt, and taught the primitive truths mixed with a multitude of fantastic errors and fictions. The discipline of the secret was the concealment (okolatio) of certain tenets and ceremonies. So says Clemens of Alexandria. To avoid persecution, the early Christians were compelled to use great precaution and to hold meetings of the faithful of the household of faith in private places under concealment by darkness. They assembled in the night, and they guarded against the intrusion of false brethren and profane persons, spies who might cause their arrest. They conversed together figuratively and by the use of symbols, lest koans and eavesdroppers might overhear, and there existed among them a favored class or order who were initiated into certain mysteries which they were bound by solemn promise not to disclose or even converse about, except with such as had received them under the same sanction. They were called brethren, the faithful, stewards of the mysteries, superintendents, devotees of the secret, and architects. In the Hierarchia attributed to Saint Dionysius the Areopagite, in the first bishop of Athens, the tradition of the sacrament is said to have been divided into 3 degrees or grades: purification, initiation, and accomplishment or perfection. And it mentions also as part of the ceremony the bringing to sight. The apostolic constitutions attributed to Clemens, Bishop of Rome, describe the early church and say these regulations must on no account be communicated to all sorts of persons because of the mysteries contained in them. They speak of the deacon's duty to keep the doors, that none uninitiated should enter at the oblation. Ostiarari, ostarari, ostarari, or doorkeepers, 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 kept guard and gave notice of the time of prayer and church assemblies, and also by private signal. In times of persecution, gave notice to those within to enable them to avoid danger. The mysteries were open to the fieles, or faithful only, and no spectators were allowed at the communion. Tertullian, who died about AD 216, says in his Apology, "None are admitted to the religious mysteries without an oath of secrecy. We appeal to your Thracian and Ulyssean mysteries, and we are especially bound to this caution, because if we prove faithless, we should not only provoke heaven, but draw upon our heads the utmost rigor of human displeasure. And should strangers betray us, they know nothing but by report and hearsay. Far hence, ye profane, is the prohibition from all holy mysteries." In truth, in love, in life, we are one. We are one around the world. And that love that God is, that's the prize. That's the prize right there. That love is everything. That love has provided me a best friend, a brother, a life, kindness. Doesn't matter who it is. I know that they are God. They are powerful. They are a creator. They are a divine being. Yes, you are. It's like you just ain't lifted enough weights yet. But it's not the physical weights. It's actually letting go of the weights. You just let them go. You just let them go. You just let them go. Because all of those weights are concerns from other people. And everything that we're reading and everything that we're sharing is love, love, love. Respect another's choice of how they see the divine up above, and love. In my life, I've lost a lot of friends and family, and I never know when it's going to be my last moment with somebody. I ain't talking about you, bro. We always had our there will be no last moment. And so I do. I value the moment. I value the time I have with somebody. And if they're spending it with me or whatever, then I want to, they value that. I value that. And love and patience. And of course, everybody's different. Everybody has different likes and stuff. I'm not into what everybody else is into. I do different stuff. So, so I'm going to go hit that gong. I have not hit that gong in a bit. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to hit it too hard, though. We'll go with 4 instead of 6. Just 4. I got two. I got a twofer. All right. We opened up to one story and found another story. So the first one is called The Three Black Princesses. And the second one we're going to read is called The King of the Golden Mountain. East India was besieged by an enemy who would not retire until he had received $600. Then the townsfolk caused it to be proclaimed by beating that whosoever was able to procure the money should be burgomaster. Now there was a poor fisherman who fished on the lake with his son, and the enemy came and took the son prisoner, and gave the father $600 for him. So the father went and gave them to the great men of the town, and the enemy departed, and the fisherman became burgomaster. Then was proclaimed that whosoever did not say Mr. Burgomaster should be put to death on the gallows. The son got away again from the enemy and came to a great forest on a high mountain. The mountain opened, and when he went into a great enchanted castle wherein chairs, tables, and benches were all hung with black, then came three young princesses who were entirely dressed in black, but had a little white on their faces, and they told him he was not to be afraid. They would not hurt him, and that he could deliver them. He said that he would gladly do that if he did but know how. At this they told him he must for a whole year not speak to them and also not look at them. And what he wanted to have he was just to ask for, and if they dared give him an answer they would do so. When he had been there for a long time, while he said he should like to go to his father, and they told him he might go, he was to take with him this purse with money, put on his coat, and in a week he must be back there again. Then he was called up and was instantly in East India. He could no longer find his father in the fisherman's hut, and asked the people where the poor fisherman could be, and they told him he must not say that, or he would come to the gallows. Then he went to his father and said, Fisherman, how hast thou got here? And then the father said, Thou must not say that. If the great men of the town knew of that, thou wouldst come to the gallows. He, however, would not stop, and was brought to the gallows. When he was there, he said, Oh, my masters, just give me leave to go to the old fisherman's hut. Then he put on his old smock frock, and came back to the great men, and said, Do ye not know ye see? Am I not the son of the poor fisherman? Could I not eat bread for my father and my mother in this dress? Hereupon his father knew him again, and begged his pardon, and took him home with him. And then he related all that had happened to him, and how he had got into a forest on a high mountain, and the mountain had opened, and he had gone into an enchanted castle where all was black, and three young princesses had come to him who were black except a little white on their faces, and they had told him not to fear and that he could deliver them. Then his mother said that might very likely not be a good thing to do, and that he ought to take a holy water vessel with him and drop some boiling water on their faces. He went back again, and he was in great fear, and he dropped the water on their faces as they were sleeping, and they all turned half white. Then all the three princesses sprang up and said, Thou accursed dog, our blood shall cry for vengeance on thee. Now there is no man born in the world, nor will any ever be born who can set us free. We have still three brothers who are bound by seven chains. They shall tear thee to pieces. Then there was a loud shrieking all over the castle, and he sprang out of the window and broke his leg, and the castle sank into the earth again, and the mountain shut to again, and no one knew where the castle had stood. Sounds like heaven. Well,
I
not
didn't
quite
wanna,
exactly, but
bro. I I didn't want to interrupt my flow, but my heart is screaming at me to tell you something. You said something that made me like so happy. Like you never know when it's gonna be your last moment with someone, except my bro. I know that he's gonna be here with me.
yeah, we already covered that. I already said I mentioned that.
Yeah,
You
I know.
good?
I'm just. It made my heart happy, and I didn't want to interrupt your flow,
Oh,
so I didn't tell you instantly. So I just yeah. And I attempted to do that, but you were flowing, so you had to yeah. Okay, now my heart's settled. Good. Continue to flow.
awesome sauce squared. there,
Yes.
there was a certain merchant who had two children, a boy and a girl. They were both young and could not walk, and two richly laden ships of his sailed forth to sea with all his property on board. And just as he was expecting to win much money by them, news came that they had gone to the bottom, and now instead of being a rich man, he was a poor one, and had nothing left but one field outside the town. In order to drive his misfortune a little out of his thoughts, he went out to this field, and as he was walking forwards and backwards in it, a little black mannequin stood suddenly by his side. And let's see, did I read this one before? I'm just looking up a little bit. You know what? I'm gonna do what my heart wants because you just said it too, and I got that saved if I want to go back to it. But even when I was reading that last story, my brain was thinking of the three wolves and the big bad pig. That's what I was thinking about, and that would be actually because like the flowers was like, I don't know, that was in me. And that's, you mentioned it. I'm gonna do it too. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get my book. I know exactly where it is.
Awesome sauce squared flow, as we know.
So if you've not heard this story before, it's actually a pretty cool book. It's called The Three Little Wolves and the Big Bad Pig. Once upon a time, there were three cuddly little wolves with soft fur and fluffy tails who lived with their mother. The first was black, the second was gray, and the third was white. One day, the mother called the three little wolves around her and said, "My children, it's time for you to go out into the world. Go and build a house for yourselves. But beware of the big bad pig." "Don't worry, mother, we'll watch out for him," said the three little wolves. And they set off. Soon, they met a kangaroo who was pushing a wheelbarrow full of red and yellow bricks. "Please, will you give us some of your bricks?" asked the three little wolves. "Certainly," said the kangaroo, and she gave them lots of red and yellow bricks. So the three little wolves built themselves a house of bricks. The very next day, the big bad pig came prowling down the road and saw the house of bricks that the little wolves had built. The three little wolves were playing croquet in the garden when they saw the big bad pig coming. They ran inside the house and locked the door. The pig knocked on the door and grunted, little wolves, let me come in." "No, no, no," said the three little wolves. "By the hair on our chins, we will not let you in, not for all the tea leaves in our china pot." "Then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down," said the pig. So he huffed and puffed and he huffed and he puffed, and the house didn't fall down. But the big pig wasn't called big and bad for nothing. He went and fetched his sledgehammer and he knocked the house down. The three little wolves only just managed to escape before the bricks crumbled, and they were very frightened indeed. We shall have to build a stronger house, they said, just when they saw a beaver who was mixing concrete in a concrete mixer. Please, will you give us some of your concrete? Asked the three little wolves. Certainly, said the beaver, and he gave them buckets and buckets full of messy, slurry concrete. So the three little wolves built themselves a house of concrete. No sooner had they finished than the big bad pig came prowling down the road and saw the house of concrete that the little wolves had built. They were playing battledore and shuttlecock in the garden, and when they saw the big bad pig coming, they ran inside their house and shut the door. The pig rang the bell and said, Little frightened wolves, let me in. No, 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 said the three little wolves. By the hair on our chinny chin chins, we will not let you in, not for all the tea leaves in our china pot. Then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down, said the pig. So he huffed and he puffed and he puffed and he huffed, but the house didn't fall down. But the pig wasn't called big and bad for nothing. He went and fetched his dynamic drill and smashed the house down. The three little wolves managed to escape, but their chinny chin chins were trembling and trembling and trembling. We shall build an even stronger house, they said, because they were very determined. Just then they saw a truck coming along the road carrying barbed wire, iron bars, armor plates, and heavy metal padlocks. Please, will you give us some of your barbed wire, a few iron bars and armor plates, and some heavy metal padlocks? They said to the rhinoceros who was driving the truck. Sure, said the rhinoceros, and he gave them plenty of barbed wire, iron bars, armor plates, and heavy metal padlocks. He also gave them some plexiglass and some reinforced steel chains because he was so generous and kind hearted rhinoceros. So the three little wolves built themselves an extremely strong house. It was the strongest, securest house one could possibly imagine. They felt absolutely safe. The next day, the big bad pig came prowling along the road as usual. The three little wolves were playing hopscotch in the garden. When they saw the big bad pig coming, they ran inside their house, bolted the door, and locked all the 37 padlocks. The pig dialed the video entrance phone and said, Little frightened wolves with the trembling chins, let me come in. No, 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 said the little wolves. By the hair on our chinny chin chins, we will not let you in, not for all the tea leaves in our china pot, teapot. Then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down, said the pig. So he huffed and he puffed and he puffed and he huffed, but the house didn't fall down. But the pig wasn't called big and bad for nothing. He brought some dynamite, laid it against the house, lit the fuse, and the house blew up. The three little wolves just managed to escape with their fluffy tails scorched. Something must be wrong with our building materials, they said. We have to try something different. But what? At that moment, they saw a flamingo coming along, pushing a wheelbarrow full of flowers. Please, will you give us some of your flowers? Asked the little wolves. With pleasure, said the flamingo, and he gave them lots of flowers. So the three little wolves built themselves a house of flowers. One wall was of marigolds, one of daffodils, one of pink roses, and one of cherry blossoms. The ceiling was made of sunflowers, and the floor was a carpet of daisies. They had water lilies in their bathtub and buttercups in their refrigerator. It was a rather fragile house, and it swayed in the wind, but it was very beautiful. Next day, the big bad pig came prowling down the road and saw the house of flowers that three little wolves had built. He rang the blue bell at the door and said, Little frightened wolves with the trembling chins and the scorched tails, let me come in. No, 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 said the three little wolves. By the hair on our chinny chin chins, we will not let you in, not for all the tea leaves in our china teapot. Then I'll huff, then I'll puff, and I'll blow your house down, said the pig. But as he took a deep breath, ready to huff and puff, He smelled the soft scent of the flowers. It was fantastic. And because the scent was so lovely, the pig took another breath and then another. Instead of huffing and puffing, he began to sniff. He sniffed deeper and deeper until he was quite filled with the fragrant scent. His heart grew tender and he realized how horrible he had been. Right then, he decided to become a big, good pig. He started to sing and to dance the tarantella. At first, the three little wolves were a bit worried. It might be a trick, but soon they realized that the pig had truly changed. So they came running out of the house and started playing games with him. First, they played pig paw, then piggy in the middle, and when they were tired, they invited him into the house. They offered him tea and strawberries and wolfberries and asked him to stay with them as long as he wanted. The pig accepted, and they all lived happily together ever after. All that can be said concerning the gods, says Strabo, must be by the exposition of old opinions and fables, it being the custom of the ancients to wrap up in enigma and allegory their thoughts and discourses concerning nature, which are therefore not easily explained. As you learned in the 24th degree, my brother, the ancient philosophers regarded the soul of man as having had its origin in heaven. That was, Marcorbius says, a settled opinion among them all, and they held it to be the one true wisdom for the soul, while united with the body, to look ever toward its source and strive to return the place whence it came. Among the fixed stars it dwelt, until seduced by the desire of animating a body, it descended to be imprisoned in matter. Thenceforward it has no other resource than recollection, and is ever attracted toward its birthplace and home. The means of return are to be sought for itself. To reascend to its source, it must do and suffer in the body. Legend 8. The Aged Mother. In a large town there was an old woman who sat in the evening alone in her room, thinking how she had lost first her husband, then both her children, then one by one all her relations, and at length that very day her last friend, and now she was quite alone and desolate. She was very sad at heart, and heaviest of all her losses to her was that of her sons, and in her pain she blamed God for it. She was still sitting lost in thought when all at once she heard the bells ringing for early prayer. She was surprised that she had thus, in her sorrow, watched through the whole night, and lighted her lantern and went to church. It was already lighted up when she arrived, but not as usually with wax candles, but with a dim light. It was also crowded already with people, and all the seats were filled. And when the old woman got to her usual place, it also was not empty, but the whole bench was entirely full. And when she looked at the people, there were none other than her dead relations, who were sitting there in their old fashioned garments, but with pale faces. They neither spoke nor sang, but a soft humming and whispering was heard all over the church. Then an aunt of hers stood up, stepped forward, and said to the poor old woman, "Look there beside the altar." Look there beside the altar, and thou wilt see thy sons. The old woman looked there and saw her two children, one hanging on the gallows, the other bound to the wheel. Then said the aunt, Behold, so would it have been with them if they had lived, and if the good God had not taken them to himself when they were innocent children. The old woman went trembling home, and on her knees thanked God for having dealt with her more kindly than she had been able to understand. And on the third day she laid down and died. Here he is called God of Earth and Meme's friend and Wolf's enemy. Rep said this: To you we owe Fal's cup, the mead of poetry, noble slaughter Galt Ordine, practiced controller of wave horses, ships, snow roads, seas, whole sky. The mead poetry which the speedy one ordained flying bore from sorts deep vowels. Once upon a time a wagoner's cart, which was heavily laden with wine, had stuck so fast that in spite of all that he could do, he could not get it to move again. Then it chanced that Our Lady just happened to come by that way, and when she perceived the poor man's distress, she said to him, I am tired and thirsty. Give me a glass of wine, and I will set thy cart free for thee. Willingly, answered the wagoner, but I have no glass in which I can give thee the wine. Then Our Lady plucked a little white flower with red stripes, called field bindweed, which looks very like glass, and gave it to the wagoner. He filled it with wine, and then Our Lady drank it, and in the selfsame instant the cart was set free, and the wagoner could drive onwards. The little flower is still always called Our Lady's Little Glass. I agree, but now we have a new dimension. The native will need to experience various illnesses in order to learn to heal him or herself and develop healing skills. This dynamic can go to a new level if the native can be counseled on learning about electrical polarity, Uranus, by means of experiencing it. Learning to hold the earth plane but let go of negativity, Saturn, and learning to identify Neptunian sticky stuff or possessions and clear the body so the higher self can reside. To put it simply, the device of the North Node in the sixth house is a perfectly engineered healing tool which can be consciously mastered, validated, and utilized on as many dimensions as possible. Sigmund Freud, chart number 51, has the North Node in Aries retrograde in the sixth house. First of all, with the North Node in Aries, the native is letting go of lifetimes of balancing, Libra, and needs to aggressively activate singularity and force in this incarnation. Then he needs to funnel in the balancing of the South Node into the forceful energy projection of Aries with maturity. Then this energy projection ruled by Mars is funneled into the sixth house, which is a tremendous healing dynamic. We have been passing through a long period of putting Freud down in favor of Jung, especially since Freud was not particularly interested in the mystic side. But we can see by examining Freud's chart that he was letting go of mysticism, the South Node in 12th, in favor of exacting specification of energy. Freud succeeded fully in bringing to the planet the force of his north node because he broke through the Victorian sexual inhibition block. He made it possible to examine sexuality scientifically and for all of us to look closely at our childhood sexually dynamic and examine its effects on us, to view it objectively. Notice that Venus is conjunct the North Node, which doubled the effect. Teilhard de Chardin, number 32, has the North Node in the sixth in Sagittarius, and he activated cosmic healing under the Jupiterian quality focused into the sixth. Chart number 21, a physician has the North Node in the sixth in Capricorn, which helps him focus the tremendous energy of the Uranus Jupiter opposite Chiron Mars in the sixth and 12th, and then to access the T square to the Sun Neptune by crossing the polarity bridge. Without the North Node in the sixth, I believe he would be made almost non functional by the T square, which involves 6 planets. The North Node focus has steered him in the direction of becoming a great healer. Chart number 45, a glass blower has the North Node in the sixth in Aries with Venus, Saturn, and the Moon in Virgo in the 10th house. This native has taken the great healing force of the North Node in the sixth in Aries and projected the beauty and balance into exquisite and healing glass pieces. Of 7 other clients with the North Node in the sixth in Aries, 4 are exceedingly skilled therapists. Healers. There's a lot of healers breaking through. I say breaking through, reaching new heights in their journey. And as more healers go out into the world will be healed faster, smoother, swifter. I mean, it's going to happen smooth already. It's smooth has already happened. Smooth's already, and some more healers. An age of more healers. Healers with support. Healers that don't feel alone. They actually feel like they got some psychic help out there. Got some good energy coming to them. They don't know where, don't know how, but it's happening.
The age of love, Aquarius.
It's a good please, bro. Let's avoid um, needless repetitive comments. Um, I like your original thoughts. I like your right now is story day. So what I'm doing for you, bro, is dude, I'm pouring. I like if I got a jug of water, which I do, but if I have a jug, I'm like, just open my eyes. Today feels like just boom, 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 boom. Um, and when night came, Sinforsally spoke to Sigmund. I do not think that our food will run short for a while, for the queen is throwing some pork wrapped in a straw into the mound. And he felt the pork again and found that Sigmund's sword was stuck in it. He knew it by the hilt, for it was dark in the caddy. He told Sigmund, and they both were overjoyed. Now, Sinjoli thrust the sword's point up over the rock and pulled hard. The sword bit into the slab. Sigmund grasped the point, and they sawed the rock between them. They did not stop until the sawing was finished, as is told. They cut with might the massive slab, Sigmund with his sword, and Sinfioli. They were now both loose together in the Kerin, and they sawed through both rock and iron, thus coming out of the mound. They went back to the hall. All the men were asleep, and they carried wood to the hall and set the wood afire. Those inside woke up because of the smoke in the hall blazing around them. The king asked who had set the fire. Here, I am with Sinfishorli, my sister's son, and Sigmund, and we now want for you to know that not all the Volsungs are dead. Norse Scandinavian poetry. The story of Sigurd and the lost treasure of the Burgundians was a favorite subject for artists as well as for storytellers in medieval Scandinavia. The many existing wood and stone carvings of scenes from the story testifies to its extraordinary popularity in the Viking world, a cultural area that by the year 1000 stretched from Greenland to Scandinavian settlements in Russia. The most frequently illustrated scenes are the reforging of the sword Gram, the killing of the dragon Fafnir, the roasting of the dragon's heart, the birds giving Sigurd's advice and Sigurd's horse Grani. It's interesting. Art. You mentioned, bro. Smart art. Everything that we've been going over is information coming into our world. And someone very wise, someone very astute, someone paid attention to observations. They noted the realities and they said, mankind, here's the way forward. All the stars that were born from all the different times that people are born in the world, we're all here to fulfill something. We're all here for something specific. We have different tastes, different likes, different everything. No, not everything, different. Most, being able to appreciate these differences, being able to see art express information from heaven. When I look at artwork, I this is from heaven. Like this is from heaven. They saw it in their mind. They saw reality. They saw a being. They've had recorded history. It survived thousands of years. And that art is someone who had the sight and ability to see into that dimensional reality. Nobody else was looking. They looked. And I've just read from Chiron some stuff on Sigmund Freud, and a lot of people would laugh at him or say funny things, or everybody gets that little thing, and whenever they think of him, and respect and honor, he had to accomplish something. He had to work through something. He had to overcome something. He had a problem in his childhood, and he had to work past it, and he did that work. And I won't laugh at him for his fine work. I'm not going to laugh. I'm going to respect that work. I'm going to thank him for his work because I wouldn't be where I am today if he didn't come make that progress in the past. Same with any other ancestor or wise individual. May our society embrace love and reward genius. That's for sure. That's for sure. And who rewards that? You do. I do. We do. We create that reward. It that reward is not going to come from some group, gaming company, division, subject, class. None of that. It comes from you, from me, from bro, from all of us. May we all see and honor and respect love and goodness, and where we see the opposite of those actions, which speak clear as the sun shines its light, may we just simply turn our back on such things and reward properly, encourage wholesomely, whether it be an adult playing with some toys or an adult with some stuffy animals. You don't know if his daughter's died and that's why he plays with dolls or has toys. Even in the lack of understanding, patience is a wonderful, beautiful thing. And in that patience, love is expressed, love is embodied, and that love, well, I think we all experiencing a bit of that goodness. And if you're at home and you're feeling good to any degree, the next person you go around, you pay attention to how they cause you to start thinking and changing so that you can be acceptable in their presence. If they don't honor you, they don't love you, well, that tells you the truth. We got the Eight of Staves here. Let's see where I put that book. I got that book right here. I had it here a moment ago. I can hear somebody out there. They're like, "This is what it means. The Eight of Staves. How do you not know that?" Technical details. Can always find back. That's why I like seeds. Seeds. You could carry a seed and it could grow a tree that's a red oak, bigger and taller. They cut holes through red oak trees to drive their cars through. Instead of felling the tree down, they just cut a hole through the tree. It's that big. Never seen one. A seed. You don't have to carry around the whole tree. Just take a seed and then water it. And then, anyways, you could carry less with a little bit. And all the way my mind works is I just got to find the seed, the bijum, the seed. And if I find that one word, then it opens up all the information, art and pictures and all of that. Anyways, Eight of Staves. Over lush green scenery and a winding river, 8 rods flying through a partially clouded sky. The landscape refers to vegetation, nature, and fertility. The river refers to the creative force of nature and time. This card is indicating vacation. Travel by air for the purpose of relaxation and enjoyment. Quick travel to a new place. Fast movement. Arrival. Arrival. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty darn good. That's a good. That's a good read there. Let us, in order to understand this old thought, first follow the soul in its descent. The sphere of heaven, or the fixed stars, was that holy region, and those Elysian fields that were the native domicile of souls, and the place to which they reascended when they had recovered their primitive purity and simplicity. From that luminous region the soul set forth when it journeyed toward the body, a destination which it did not reach until it had undergone three degradations, designated by the name of deaths, and until it had passed through several spheres and the elements. All souls remained in possession of heaven and of happiness, so long as they were wise enough to avoid the contagion of the body and to keep themselves from any contact with matter. But those who from that lofty abode were lapped in eternal light have looked longingly toward the body, then toward that which we here below call life, but which is to the soul a real death, and who have conceived for it a secret desire, those souls, victims of their concupiscence, and are attracted by degrees toward the inferior regions of the world by the mere weight of thought and of that terrestrial desire. Okay, I'm gonna do it right now. Now, this word, the soul, perfectly incorporeal, does not at once invest itself with the gross envelope of the body, but little by little, by successive and insensible alterations, and in proportion as it removes further and further from the simple and perfect substance in which it dwelt at first. It first surrounds itself with a body composed of the substance of the stars, and afterward, as it descends through the several spheres with ethereal matter, more and more gross, thus by degrees descending to an earthly body, and its number of degradations or deaths being the same as that of the spheres which it traverses. Thank you. Oops. It's the one I wanted. It's okay. Christ foretold that the time would come when the knowledge of God's laws would cover the earth. We are assured that the prophet was right. Men are losing faith in the philosophies which embody superstitions and fears, and are beginning to understand that this is a universe of law and order. Jesus declared many times that faith was an absolute essential in the many remarkable healings of his ministry. The secret of this teaching lies in the fact that faith was needed in the absence of perfect knowledge of the laws involved. Faith is necessary when one possesses limited knowledge in the thing he has faith in, but when perfect knowledge of the thing is obtained, faith is no longer needed. Faith is the great transforming power of all life and brings in its wake the divine inheritances of health, happiness, and the more abundant life. When God created the first single cell of life, and therefore the latent soul, be endowed with the capacity to acquire the necessary attributes by which it could struggle upward from the planes of darkness to the planes of light and become an individualized, fully awakened human soul. Incarnated as it was in its many multiple forms, it experienced certain stages of evolution, many of which led to despair and gloom. The latent soul at first was devoid of hope. Being exposed, however, to repeated calamities which apparently were fatal, the soul surprisingly survived these crises. Thus, hope originated as an inherent capacity of the human soul. Man of today is dual. He is possessed of a carnal consciousness, which is the result of his experiences since birth. Man is also possessed of a spiritual consciousness, which is the accumulation of all experiences since creation. Unfortunately, most individuals are aware of only the material consciousness, but working within themselves is this great spiritual consciousness which is possessed of all knowledge. The whole purpose of the soul's evolution is that it may eventually become cognizant of its divine origin. Through the acquisition of wisdom, the soul can then bring itself into harmony with God, its source, obedience to the laws governing the body. Mind and soul enables the carnal consciousness to work in harmony with, instead of contrary to, the spiritual consciousness, and toward this end we toil. The carnal consciousness, possessed of limited experience, finds itself confronted with an unsolvable situation, and, and when it sees no way out, it very frequently gives up to what is known as despair. Life becomes dark, undesirable, meaningless. Were it not for the indispensable emotion of hope, which lies dormant in each human soul, this particular carnal consciousness would eliminate itself through self destruction. But always the voice of past experience comes to the rescue and says, have hope. Even doctors, when confronted with a disease that they know will prove fatal to the patient, will bring encouragement with the words, where there is life, there is hope. And this hope rests upon the fact that each soul has within itself the accumulated memories of past lives and knows that it is indestructible. Temporarily, the consciousness of man may concede that the body is the man, and having to view the dissolution of the body by disease, it believes that all is lost and that death will be the inevitable result. Still, the invincible spirit of hope is clamoring for acknowledgement, and then we see that person calling upon those in whom he has faith to intervene. The individual called upon may be a doctor, a religious man, or another person, but always it is an expression of hope. The human soul of each individual, having its memory of the past not available to the carnal consciousness, can never be without hope. For during the dark, dismal ages of the past, it has experienced trials and tribulations never known in this material life, and having always survived the expected annihilation. It knows that it is immune to lesser destructive forces. To this knowledge, we can attribute the spirit known as hope, hope in the immortal evolution of life. During the evolution of the human soul from the first stage of life to its present form, there has been a gradual acquisition of knowledge that enables the human soul to become aware of its divinity and of its immortality. Immortality is man's supreme hope and constitutes the greatest venture of faith. The hope of life after death provides an incentive for moral perfection. It enlarges and intensifies the worth of personality. It gives significance of many facts to human experience that would otherwise be meaningless. Upon this hope rests our faith in the inherent benefits of the world order or discrimination of values, and our conviction that truth and justice will ultimately prevail. The hope of immortality constitutes one of the greatest stabilizing forces for all mankind. As the soul evolves and becomes conscious of its destiny, it begins to differentiate between that which is true and that which is false. It realizes that some individuals personify the attributes of good, while others are but an expression of evil. With its gift of reason and choice, the soul affiliates itself with one or the other. If it aligns itself with those who are good, it becomes, in a sense, the agent of the divine, and by its acts, it assists in bringing to a realization the brotherhood of man. But on the other hand, if it affiliates itself with the exponents of evil, it increases their power, and thus life moves on either positive or negative. When negative elements predominate in human life, God, in his divine wisdom, looks down, so to speak, upon the earth and decrees that justice shall prevail and sends his Son, who by his teachings and example brings back to the minds of men the realities that exist. And again, he creates order out of chaos. Due to this action of the divine, the human soul, which has experienced these things in the past, is imbued with the spirit of hope. Those who are ill, those who have problems, and those who despair should heed the words that God is in his heaven and all is right with the world. Nothing happens by chance. All is according to a divine plan. That which causes an individual despair has been sent in order that he may overcome the obstacle and advance himself upward in the eternal progression of life. Were it not for the survival of hope in many instances, by the time the individual had suffered enough to make him willing and obedient to the laws that operate for his good, there would remain no incentive for effort. In fact, hope is the motive power of all effort. It is the attribute which becomes the stepping stone to the awakening of the soul. Out of the awakening, there shall inevitably grow an abiding faith in the powers which operate through nature to bless the pure life and lead among the path of unbroken progression to higher and higher states of nobility and happiness. There are two kinds of hope. One is hope in the eternal progression of life and all its goodness. The other is the perverted idea of life for material gain. One is purely spiritual, born of a desire to serve the masses. The other seeks personal gain. Hope is largely centered in many things that have only temporal value, and even in the gratification of desires and selfishness. Still, its nature, especially in reference to its persistency, lends to humanity a buoyancy which greatly aids to keep it from sinking into greater darkness and despair. So long as the individual lives on the plane of desire, hope must survive the dissatisfaction resulting from repeated disappointment and failure, or from satiation through gratification, until the soul is led step by step to see that the ultimate of all hope lies in purity, simplicity, and obedience to nature. And though I have a gift of prophecy and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith, so that I could remove mountains, and have not charity, I am nothing. 1 Corinthians 31:2. Great fallacies prevail regarding the nature and significance of true charity or generosity. Much so called charity is done through a sense of obligation and not as an expression of love. The majority of people consider that they have contributed to the betterment of mankind when they have given financial aid, which often finds no higher expression than dropping a coin in a beggar's cup. Then we find the selfish individual who gives only where the compensation is equal or greater in proportion to the contribution. This type of charity sinks to the level of a sort of business deal designed to promote selfish social gains and self glorification. The person so indulging rarely sacrifices of his time or energy to do a charitable act for another. He prefers to feel exclusive and aloof from his fellow men. Too busily absorbed in his own selfish interests, he resents being inconvenienced to assist the needy or the handicapped. Inevitably, the time arrives in every individual's life when he faces a difficult situation and must call upon a fellow man for help. The person who has done no charity will then feel humiliated to ask another to render him assistance or her assistance in time of need. Ignorant of law of generosity, he attempts to re, remunerate favors in terms of material things that he or she has gathered and hoarded. Little does he realize that the deeds of the Spirit are performed without any thought or hope or gain or reward and cannot be compensated for in terms of the material. True generosity, concomitant with love, is a quality of the soul that expresses kindness, beneficence, mercy, and tolerance. He who gives from his heart must also receive from the heart. Thus, one establishes an equilibrium between giving and receiving and maintains the two sides of his consciousness. It is only through an awareness of the value of giving that the consciousness receives its greatest power. One who feels that he has fulfilled his obligations by having made an appreciable contribution to charity should realize that the mere giving of money is not enough. One should give of himself and his love, thus causing his consciousness to grow and expand, enabling it to receive the best his fellow man has to offer. One is always dealt with generously when his nature becomes generous, enabling the divine to have greater expression through his thoughts and actions, until one reaches the plane where there is free giving and receiving. He cannot be assured of lasting security. He profits most who serves best, becomes a living principle and truth when the individual gives not from his hand, but from his heart. It is a law of spiritual compensation that if we give to the world the best that we have, the best will come back to us, and often in greater abundance. Therefore, we are to do unto others as we would have them do unto us, but we must use discretion in exercising our generosity. Being too generous often debilitates the will of those we desire to help and, circumscribes their experience necessary for their progress. At the same time, an excess of generosity may deplete our own resources destined to promote otherworldly causes. Charity thus becomes misdirected and defeats its own purpose, for people become irresponsible, shiftless, and dependent when we absorb all their problems and take on all their burdens. It requires fine control and discretion never to do for others what they are not willing to do for themselves. We cannot always compensate for the ignorance of others. Furthermore, it is a violation of law to be kind to one person at the expense of another. True giving is wisely directed. It helps others to help themselves. The person who merely flings a coin to one asking alms is not expressing true charity. On the contrary, he often encourages some vice in the individual to whom he gives, and this endangers society in general. To those who do not understand the law of generosity, this method of giving merely offers balm to their sympathetic nature or their false sense of duty. Charity, in its right conception, is not synonymous with mere giving, but is distinguished by discerning service, true helpfulness, kindness, and love. The mark of true love and service and distinction from the mere pretense for show or for vainglory is that it does not seek praise nor publicity. The individual with the spirit of true service in his heart has no desire for commendation, nor does he boast of his good deeds. His reward comes from the knowledge of a deed well done, and the joy he can give others becomes his greatest joy. His whole nature radiates a spirit of love, kindness, and generosity, and thus he unintentionally but irresistibly draws to himself a rare and divine praise. He who allows his interest to center only about himself deprives his life of its chief charms, and moreover, he defeats the very objectives he hopes to attain. Just as in the natural world, there is a law that whatever is of no use or serves no purpose will wither and shrivel up. So it is a law of our own being that he who contributes nothing to the great body of mankind, who makes himself of no use or service to others, will find that those qualities of his nature that promote the development of his higher self begin degenerating and disintegrating. Thus, he loses the chief charm and happiness of his life. Such an individual lives only with his own small and stunted self. while he who projects his life into the service of others in generosity, kindness, and helpfulness will evolve to a very high plane of existence. His whole nature will grow and expand and will share in the greatest joys of life, his own life becoming rich and beautiful. He has entered into and taken part in many other lives, and as a consequence, he shares in their successes, their joys, and their happiness. Once we become cognizant of the truth that all are one, and that each individual is an integral part of the whole body of mankind, then we will strive for the perfection of all people. Just as the imperfect functioning of one bodily organ can impair all function, so in the greater body of mankind, when one individual is poor, disheartened, or ill, all men in some degree will share his suffering. All men are created in the image or likeness of God. All are the sons of God, and therefore all are entitled to share in his beneficence and abundance. Each individual constitutes but a channel for the outflow of God's abundance to bless all mankind. Just as an individual contributes to the enrichment of his fellows, so all mankind contributes to the individual well being. Once we have purged our minds of hatred, fear, and their allies, and have welcomed into our minds love and its companions, we will recognize that these positive attributes of the soul bring with them a peace of mind and an infinite inspiration which clarify the vision until one can see all the beauties of the earth and recognize the perfection of man. The individual is that man, the one in many, the many as one. As that man, the individual finds his God given confidence and ability to go forth and carve out a career of divine usefulness in accordance with what we give and the spirit in which it is given, so shall we receive. If we understand obey the law of generosity or charity, life is bound to give us what we ask. The law of compensation forever operates, and we cannot bargain with life on any other terms. Generosity is a quality of love that gives of itself without any expectation of a material reward, the giving that grants true freedom. All right, let's see what cards want to be spoken. This is actually key, a Keymaster tarot deck that I have not used quite some time. Oh, very nice. All right. So, I'm going to read these out. So, first we got the Magician. Got the Magician. Let me get that second one loaded up. I'll read that one too. Boom, boom. There it is. And there is a third one. There we go. All right. So, we got the Magician. Let me show you. These cards are pretty darn cool. The light blue night sky filled with shining stars, the orbiting planets in the background, a pattern ready to make for him. The magician stands firm on the earth with solid ground under his feet. He has everything that he needs at his disposal. It sits on the table in front of him. The four instruments of action appear mystically in the transparent white light. They are both dream and reality combined. The magician is focusing and concentrating straight ahead. He will not miss a thing, wants to perform well now and in the future. The magician balances the round white ball in the pattern of the stars. He brings it to life with movement, releasing it from a dream state, and realizes it as his first creation. Next, we're brought to the King of Cups. Responsibility over feelings. Feelings are a part of life, flowing through us like waves, noticed or left unnoticed. Getting to grips with our feelings is almost impossible. I like the way it stated that getting to grips is almost impossible because I don't have to grip it with reason. My love, my energy, the goodness, acknowledged, accepted, received, worked with every day of my life. My aspirations of embodying law, regardless of any other circumstances around me. Huh. So that brings us to the Five of Hearts. And it says, grief of a loss. Something within you is broken and lost. Take it seriously and say your goodbyes with dignity. Only then can you readjust your eyes again and slowly move on. Slowly. To slowly move on. It says to say goodbyes with dignity. There's a very important secret, esoteric secret that people miss, not very aware of. And Whoever did you wrong, give them a gift of love. It could be a blessing that you sin. Be something from your heart that you sin. And they actually receive a blessing. Their life actually gets better because you send a blessing their way. I have learned there are some people I I can't say goodbye to, not in the way with regular words, because they will argue with me and fight with me. And I'd rather be at peace with them. And so a gift, a gift. The person, they could be upset. The person could be thinking anything, could have the wrong idea. They could have the correct idea. None of it matters. If you're willing to move forward with your life and leave them as an individual that's in your past, I say give them a gift. Send them a blessing. No matter how small or great, but sincerely from the heart as a proper goodbye. It's not a gift for new beginnings for them. It's a gift of saying, I've washed my hands, and I truly wish you farewell in the most loving and supporting of ways. Everything we're mentioning, charitable acts, kindness can be a charitable act. They didn't deserve your kindness. They didn't deserve your respect. It was given anyways. That's powerful. And that's the type of goodbyes I've had to do. Because I know if I try to explain myself, it just won't work. And so I do like that, those words there at the end. No sense in going back to it. Some says I want another card out of this deck. One more, just one more. Let's put that back to right. Talking about keys. Keys unlock doors. Keys. What kind of keys? What's a silver key? You know, you possess a silver key. You know that? No, that's not silver. Everybody possesses a silver key. It's immaterial. It's your heart. It's your pure heart. Silver represents purity. You put water with bad bacteria in it, the silver will it'll remove the bad bacteria. Pure heart, pure inquiry, not a selfish motive for compensation or gain, manipulation, but truth and honesty so that people can make their own decisions. Now, if you don't know, diamonds represent coins. So if you got a deck of playing cards, diamonds represent coins. For all those out there that are unaware of it, well, I'm going to just read it. Coins symbolize the value we place on all things, on nature, on all beings, and all living things. Everything we can experience with the five or six senses is valuable, earthly, and can therefore be sensually experienceable. The earth is alluring and draws us again and again to the ground. It promises shape and stability. Our role is to recognize our own worth. Finding our self-worth, earth is both life and death. It brings us into the world and we return to it. The earth produces organic growth. The Ace of Coins here is the gift of growth, abundance. Abundance accompanies you and maturely promises and mature. Oh, abundance accompanies you and maturity promises something precious. Sow the seeds, place them in fertile soil, and take care of the fruit of your growth. Earlier, we read from one book that every fruit has a different taste, and when it's turned into a perfume, it has a different smell. And I couldn't help but relate that people are the same type of way. A little bit different, a little bit texture, a little bit color, a little bit flavor, a little bit this, whatever. Sow the seeds of goodness, seeds of love, seeds of charity. They're not seeds for you to get rewarded by them. The olive tree, you have to have an olive tree, plant that seed, let it grow for something like 60 to 80 years. And after all that, it could be longer than that, but it takes the lifetime of a human before that tree starts to produce olives. You plant its seed, you ain't even going to be around to pick its fruit, its produce. You're not going to be there. But that's okay. Birds go around, they plant seeds all around the world. Don't even think about it. It just happens. Pick some up from here, drop it down over there. That plant got from over there to over there because the seed traveled. A seed. A seed. Plant seeds. Ace of Coins. It's pretty important. It's pretty powerful. Pretty aligned with everything else. That was the one more card on that. Faith on the physical plane is prompted and controlled almost entirely by organic forces that are, for the most part, unconscious. But man, endowed with reason and the power of abstract thought, employs faith as a substitute for exact knowledge in his effort to interpret the meaning and the value of life. Man begins to penetrate beneath the surface of things to look beyond the facts, immediate experience, and in the absence of tangible evidence, faith must supply the inspiration and the courage to go ahead. Is when man centers his intelligence upon objectives that he desires to achieve. The inspiration of such intellectual endeavor is always faith in something, in specific investigations as well as in philosophical thought. Faith must be relied upon to provide the realities not present in consciousness. There are always unknown factors or qualities that must be accepted on faith to complete the solution. The structure of the design in the healing realm, we have many and varied systems of securing health, but all of them depend upon faith for their effectiveness. Even Christ, the great healer, recognized that faith was a necessary requisite to cure. Faith is the master key to great discovery, invention, and achievement. Faith cannot be described as being blind, artificial, or credulous, nor is it synonymous with just ordinary belief. Belief is of the intellect, but faith is of the soul. No man is the whole of himself. Those to whom he has given his faith are the rest of him. When we transcend the limits of our being and reach out toward others whom we understand and sincerely believe in, incorporating and blending our lives with theirs, then our lives become transformed, empowered, and enriched. Only through our capacity to believe in others do our personalities reach their fullest and highest state of development. In all human contacts and relationships, faith is the keynote of success. In the home, the community, the nation, and the world at large, faith in the people concerned is indispensable in securing lasting harmony, understanding, peace, and happiness. One cannot find real happiness in love that does not also encompass faith. Romantic love may constitute the motive and the basis of many a home, but the substance of faith is essential in assuring its permanency. Without this abiding trust, the home becomes but a dwelling place built upon the foundations of shifting sands. Faith is the bond that perpetuates human understanding and friendship. Patience, patience, patience. All thoughts strive for outward bodily expression. Thoughts of health are vastly more important than thoughts of illness, for in the degree that thoughts are positive, they will materialize themselves in the body as health. Thus, the manner in which we handle our faith faculty is vitally important even to physical health. We can no longer separate the physical and the psychic in the diagnosis and treatment of disease. The whole person is involved in illness and its cure. Therefore, the importance of a constructive use of the faith function cannot be overemphasized. Where there is no faith, there is no cure unless the illness is caused by a purely physical medium. Whenever the psychic is involved, as it is in the great majority of cases of illness, faith is imperative. Miracles of healing always result from the application of physical, mental, and spiritual laws, bringing the one to be healed into harmony with the divine. Viewed in this light of understanding, miracles are no longer regarded as supernatural. If the whole man, body, mind, and soul is master over fear, anxiety, hatred, resentment, jealousy, selfishness, he automatically brings himself in harmony with a great part of divine law. And consequently, he becomes strengthened physically, mentally, and spiritually. When an individual loses faith in life in general, he can be compared to a boat without a rudder, tossed about on the waves of life. This condition is not conducive to health and happiness. Often, the mental and spiritual dissatisfaction resulting from a lack of faith in the wholeness of life brings so much bitterness and confusion that physical inharmonies result. Many physical diseases can be traced to this cause. Nothing is more effective in bracing a shattered or broken life than positive faith. However futile, useless, or deplorable a situation may appear, faith with faith will buoy up the spirits. This is especially true in the effect of genuine religious faith, although the faith function is often exposed to grave misuse in the religious realm. Still confident, faith is the only salvation for many insecure and shaken lives who will never find solace, coherence, and peace of mind without it. Let us, in order to understand this old thought, first follow the soul in its descent. The sphere of heaven of the fixed stars was that holy region, and those Elysian fields that were the native domicile of souls, and the place to which they reascend when they had recovered their primitive purity and simplicity. From the luminous region of the soul set forth, when it journeyed toward the body, a destination which it did not reach until it had undergone three degradations designated by the name of deaths, until it had passed through the several spheres and the elements. All souls remained in possession of heaven and of happiness, so long as they were wise enough to avoid the contagion of the body. Man today longs and seeks for a method which will enable him to harmonize with the divine within themselves. Religion satisfies some people. A great majority, however, are seekers. Somewhere along life's highway, one may find a system of thought or of philosophy which gives him that priceless attribute of faith. Only when the truth or true knowledge has been found is faith no longer required to satisfy the seeking soul. It is only through an understanding of and obedience to the laws governing the body, mind, and soul that we can hope to realize any real emancipation from illness, negative thought, and limitation. The quality that is claimed and felt by many people called faith in God is an abstract idea based on widely divergent theories which have been accumulated as the race has passed through the different stages of intellectual development. If faith is not born of a clear understanding of unvarying and irrefutable truths, it is necessarily degenerates into a pretense or counterfeit emotion with no other foundation than shifting beliefs. In order to gain the truth underlying all these inherited and acquired beliefs, one must analyze them completely. Each individual has his own interpretation of life's basic meaning. We naturally attain to this idea due to our environment and association with persons and things. When the light of truth is applied, we can easily discard the ideas which are false. The idea that faith is associated only with one's religious experiences results from incorrect reasoning. Faith is a faculty of the soul that finds its most perfect expression in the spiritual nature, but it must be developed in all of its phases in order to manifest its complete character. Spiritual understanding does not imply anything strange, unnatural, or incomprehensible, but it does mean that our belief in goodness must be the supreme master over any apparent manifestation of evil. We must have faith in the laws of the soul that through their operation we hope to mold our character and shape our personalities. Success in life depends upon the faith we have in our fellow men, while the goal of achievement that we have set for ourselves is anchored in the faith we have in our own ability. We must have faith in the beneficence of law as applied to life, for the source of all law is the omnipotent God. I'm looking at a book that I wrote years ago. That's pretty interesting. Mudras. I developed a language that has symbols. Mathematical thinking, emotional. I don't say emotional, but they are expressing states of emotion. And faith, belief, it's pretty powerful. If you don't believe something is real, then you'll never use it. This might sound like a silly idea, But if I didn't believe in this harmonica, then I would never blow air into it and I would never hear the sound that it makes because I didn't believe it could do it. So even though I have an object that could help me create music without believing it, and it's over there. I mentioned language, came up with, received, however you want to coin or call it. And my belief, it was all from one scripture. It's that scripture in the Bible and it says, don't worry about I'm going to miss that, but don't worry about what you're going to eat. Don't worry about what you're going to wear. Don't worry about where you're going to sleep. Don't worry about any of those things. You'll be taken care of. God knows what you need. And when my mom had passed away, send it on, however you want to see it. I was living in the woods, and I never worried a day in my life. I'm gonna have fun, and mom worries. She does all that worrying stuff. I'm not gonna worry because that's what she does. And I can see what it's doing to her, and it ain't all that great. And I started to worry. And right away, I remembered the scripture that I told my mom all the time. It's that scripture. And I said it in my own heart and under my own breath. I said, I'm not homeless. I'm not some beggarly person. I'm a man on my journey. And I said, God, you said not to worry about it. So I'm not going to be a fool and just be dumb about my actions. I'm going to be responsible. I'm going to do the right thing. I'm going to keep myself clean and be societable, all that good stuff. Though, though I'm not going to worry about food and I'm not going to worry about a roof over my head because you said that you'll take care of it and that I'm worth more than just a bird or two. And you look after the little birds too. And that's how I lived my life for 12, 13, 14, since 2012, essentially. That's how I lived my life. The only reason why I could do anything, the only reason why I'm here is because I told God an honest thing. I said, look, I said, if it don't work out, I'll go back to the 9 to 5. If it don't work out following you, then I'm just gonna go back to the way things I know how to make them work. And 13 years later, still here, still following the language, the experience, everything I've given. I implore you to give as well. Charity, charitable acts. It's not just about giving money. It's your time. Will you slow down in your own expedition to help a neighbor? Are you just there to get your even Stevens? But that's all questions for each person on their own. That's for nobody to put on anybody else. We don't have to judge anybody because we all do that to ourselves quite enough. But big booty, but the two travelers. I think I read that one. I'm gonna read it again. Maybe. Poor Miller's Boy and the Cat. That one actually sounds pretty good, actually. I'm gonna go with that one. Hmm. The Poor Miller's Boy and the Cat. I know I read that other one. I haven't read all the stories here. Right back. All right. The Poor Miller's Boy and the Cat. In a certain mill lived an old miller who had neither wife nor child, and 3 apprentices served under him. As they had been with him several years, he one day said to them, I am old and want to sit in the chimney corner. Go out, and whichsoever of you brings me the best horse home, to him I will give the mill, and in return for it he shall take care of me till my death. The third of the boys was, however, the drudge, who was looked on as foolish by the others. They begrudged the mill to him, and afterwards he would not have it. Then all 3 went out together, and when they came to the village, the 2 said to stupid Hans, Thou mayst just as well stay here. As long as thou livest, thou wilt never get a horse. Hans, however, went with them, and when it was night, they came to a cave in which they lay down to sleep. The 2 sharp ones waited until Hans had fallen asleep, and then they got up and went away, leaving him where he was. And they thought they had done a very clever thing, but it was certain to turn out ill for them. When the sun arose and Hans woke up, he was lying in a deep cavern. He looked around on every side and exclaimed, Oh, heavens, where am I? Then he got up and clambered out of the cave, went into the forest, and thought, Here I am quite alone and deserted. How shall I obtain a horse now? While he was thus walking, full of thought, he met a small tabby cat, which said quite kindly, Hans, where are you going? Alas, alas, thou canst not help. I well know your desires, said the cat. You wish to have a beautiful horse. Come with me and be my faithful servant for 7 years long, and then I will give you one more beautiful than any you have ever seen in your whole life. Well, this is a wonderful cat, thought Hans, but I am determined to see if she is telling the truth. So she took him with her into her enchanted castle, where there were nothing but cats who were servants. They leapt nimbly upstairs and downstairs and were merry and happy. In the evening, when they sat down to dinner, 3 of them had to make music. One played the bassoon, the other the fiddle, and the third put the trumpet to his lips and blew out his cheeks as much as he possibly could. When they had dined, the table was carried away, and the cat said, Now, Hans, come and dance with me. No, said he, I won't dance with a pussy cat. I have never done that yet. Then take him to bed, said she to the cats. So one of them lighted him to his bedroom, one pulled his shoes off, one his stockings, and at last one of them blew out the candle. Next morning they returned and helped him out of bed. One put his stockings on for him, one tied his garters, one brought his shoes, one washed him, and one dried his face with her tail. That feels very soft, said Hans. He, however, had to serve the cat and chop some wood every day. And to do that, he had an axe of silver, and the wedge and saw were of silver and mallet of copper. So he chopped the wood small, stayed there in the house, and had good meat and drink, but never saw anyone but the tabby cat and her servants. Once she said to him, Go mow my meadow and dry the grass, and gave him a scythe of silver and a whetstone of gold, but bade him deliver them up again carefully. So Hans went thither and did what he was bidden, and when he had finished the work, he carried the scythe, whetstone, and hay to the house, and asked if it was not yet time for her to give him his reward. No, said the cat, you must first do something more for me of the same kind. There is timber of silver, carpenter's axe square, and everything that is needful all of silver. With these, build me a small house. Then Hans built a small house and said that he had now done everything, and still he had no horse. Nevertheless, the 7 years had gone by with him as if they were 6 months. The cat asked him if he would like to see her horses. Yes, said Hans. Then she opened the door of the small house, and when she had opened it, there stood 12 horses, such horses so bright and shining that his heart rejoiced at the sight of them. And now she gave him to eat and drink, and said, Go home. I will not give thee thy horse away with thee, but in 3 days' time I will follow thee and bring it. So Hans set out, and she showed him the way to the mill. She had, however, never once given him a new coat, and he had been obliged to keep on his dirty old smock frock, which he had brought with him, and which during the 7 years had everywhere become too small for him. When he reached home, the two other apprentices were there again as well, and each of them certainly had brought a horse with him, but one of them was a blind one, and the other lame. They asked Hans where his horse was. It will follow me in 3 days' time. Then they laughed and said, Indeed, stupid Hans, where wilt thou get a horse? It will be a fine one. Hans went into the parlor, but the miller said he should not sit down to table, for he was so ragged and torn that they would all be ashamed of him if any one came in. So they gave him a mouthful of food outside, and at night, when they went to rest, the two others would not let him have a bed, and at last he was forced to creep into the goose house and lie down on a little hard straw. In the morning, when he awoke, the 3 days had passed, and a coach came with 6 horses, and they shone so bright that it was delightful to see them. And a servant brought a seventh as well, which was for the poor miller's boy. And a magnificent princess alighted from the coach and went into the mill, and this princess was the little tabby cat, whom poor Hans had served for 7 years. She asked the miller where the miller's boy and drudge was. Then the miller said, We cannot have him here in the mill, for he is so ragged. He is lying in the goose house. Then the king's daughter said that they were to bring him immediately. So they brought him out, and he had to hold his little smock frock together to cover himself. The servants unpacked splendid garments and washed him and dressed him, and when that was done, no king could have looked more handsome. Then the maiden desired to see the horses which the other apprentices had brought home with him, and one of them was blind and the other lame, so that she ordered the servant to bring the seventh horse. And when the miller saw it, he said that such a horse was that had never yet entered his yard, and that is for the third miller's boy, said she. Then he must have the mill, said the miller. But the king's daughter said that the horse was there, and that he was to keep his mill as well, and took her faithful Hans and set him in the coach and drove away with him. They first drove to the little house, for which he had built with silver tools, and behold, was a great castle, and everything inside it was of silver and gold. And then she married him, and he was rich, so rich that he had enough for all the rest of his life. After this, let no one ever say that anyone who is silly can never become a person of importance. Today we've learned a lot of things. We've we've learned moving forward, peace, charity, prosperous future. It has certainly been an eventful, wonderful day. Tomorrow shall be the same, if not better. And that's my mentality that I have now. Every day gets better and better. better and better every day. And it only gets better from here. Those who grasp on the love and hope, and no matter what name you have for God, whether it be the Divine Mother, the Divine Father, may your faith increase. May you shine brightly as your heart desires to, and may you be a reflection of God Himself. For every single human can be loved. Every single human can be loved at the freedom of their own choice, without substances to make them feel good, without some reward to make you feel good. May you feel good, for you are good. Your heart is love. And if it's not love yet, well, just be patient. Just might turn into love. Some faith, some belief. If you believe in the possibility, just might happen. And if you need something material to put in the form of faith, then grab a good coin. Do one. I got one right here. I might drop something. I'm going to try not to drop it. Oh well. I'm going to leave it where it is. So I'll pick it up. I got one right here. But if you got to get a coin and put that in the machine so that you got to play through with faith so that you could believe for a few moments, then go get yourself some coin. Because it's worth it. The rewards are immeasurable. The imagination can create anything you desire. And I found family's good enough. Best friends, good enough for me. Not much need. He got his coin. No, you got yours, bro. Always, always, always good stuff. A pawn on the chessboard. If they make it to the other side, can become anything they want. They don't even have to win the game. They just got to make it to the other side. They can become a queen. And change your form into anything. What you were yesterday and today is in a state of growth and development, a state of maturity. And we're all moving together in this world together as one because we're all learning together. And what one person learns, we all learn. If you want to call it quantum space, the great mind of God, the oneness that exists, we certainly do share much more than what we could ever touch. So how about a parting card from a deck we ain't used in a while? That was really fast. Wow. Wow, that was fast. I wasn't even looking. Daydream. It says you will more easily hear and receive our messages if you daydream regularly. Relax and open your mind to receiving without directing your thoughts. Just notice any feelings, visions, or ideas as if you were watching a movie. This is the seat of creativity. If you have things that are aligning for you, such as daydreams, the angels sent you this card because they wish you to be open and receptive to new ideas. It's important for you to engage in daydreaming. Now is a way to receive inspiration and wonderful ideas. Don't try to make anything happen, just follow the trail of your thoughts naturally as they flow into new ways of looking at things. Write your ideas in a special journal and ask your angels for guidance, or fairies, or whoever you associate with, on which action steps to take to enact these dreams. Take action without delay where you're guided. Be open to new possibilities. Allow yourself to dream big. Give yourself permission to relax and let go. Try something new that you've always wanted to do and brainstorm with yourself or others for new ideas. Collaboration, sharing, friendships. So, what we got here? Hmm? Daydream, daydream. When I daydream, I'm just thinking about possibilities. I'm not. I'm not pulling real world stuff. You know, I don't have to envision $1 million to have a best friend, nor to do something that I like to do in life. I just need an imagination to go play and have fun. I just need to be in a headspace where nobody else is poking me with what they want. And how do you get there? Well, you walk into your own room and close the door behind you. Don't leave that door open no more. Unless you find somebody really that is an angel worth helping. Then, you open up your door a little bit. Stay open to that goodness. Daydreaming, that's a place to be. That's a place to be. That's where I'm going to be until I see y'all next time. Until tomorrow comes around, I'm going to be daydreaming. I'm not. I got all these books out. I'm going to put them in their spots when I'm done. I'll have my tarot cards ready. Tomorrow, I want to see what we talk about. Every single day, we seem to have something new, something more interesting, something more coming out. And so I thank you for being with us today. I really appreciate the individuals who are out there. There's a lot of kind hearted individuals. And I used to know this one guy, and he came to me and he felt real bad and guilty for all the stuff he'd done in his life on a daily basis, even up to the day we were talking. And I told him that God loves him and knows why he's doing those things. In order to survive, he was around a bunch of bad people. And in order to literally survive, he couldn't follow his heart. Something tells me that that individual is thriving this day, and that he's no longer around those people anymore. Something in my heart. Some in my heart. Kind words. Words that are going to bring tears to your eyes in order to share it for someone. They'll remember that for the rest of their life, and it will encourage them forever. And don't worry about anybody using what you said against you, because if they do, then right away you know they're not your friend no more. Right away you know who they are. You know what king they serve and who they choose to all that with. At least you'll know your environment. A little bit of light, whole bunch of love, and a day, Donna de Kauai. Until we catch you on the flip side, we love you and we thank you.
Donna Day Guai, daydreaming is where we're gonna be. Donna Day Guai.